This young man was completely dazed when he found himself waking up in a strange place. After a moment of calming down, he started to feel that this place was somewhat familiar. Lost in thought, he didn't notice a basin of cold water being poured straight onto Saraland's head. When he turned around, he saw a fat woman reeking of malice. She scolded him harshly and ordered him to wash up thoroughly. Someone would come to take him away soon. Saraland looked at her with a bitter glare. As a result, he got slapped hard across the face. The fat woman shouted loudly, "What's with that look, you little cuckoo brat?" Not even grown a hint of hair, but already trying to challenge me. At that moment, Saraland saw his inner face reflected in the puddle of water. He smiled a smile that was slowly losing humanity. "Oh, so it turns out I've returned to when I was 3 years old." Saraland Cooper has been reborn. In his previous life, he was a shadow operative of the Cooper family. Along with other shadow operatives, he had endured harsh training from childhood under the family's strict control, killing, arson, espionage, just like their nickname, Shadows. All the shady tasks were assigned to them by the family. In return, the family bestowed considerable wealth and supreme glory upon them. So the Shadows willingly accepted their fate. As an illegitimate child of the family, Saraland decided to change his destiny. Oppressed and having his talent damaged, he trained desperately to make up for it so he wouldn't be looked down upon. He voluntarily went to fight for the family. To fulfill orders, he killed many enemies and massacred numerous strongholds. Finally, during one battle, he won the campaign for the family. He thought the family would welcome him and reward him greatly. But unexpectedly, he was betrayed. The new family had revealed the truth about the existence of the Shadows. Since the day they became Shadows, he had cast the Shadow Oath blood magic upon them. It was merely to blind a bunch of filthy fools like you. Finally, Saraland couldn't contain his anger. He used all his strength to perform that last strike of the sword. Though he touched the shoulder of the family head, he was betrayed. Although he mastered the blood magic, Shadow Oath reversal, regaining all the powers Iron had taken from him, his life ended there. So this time Saraland would never repeat the same mistake. Even heroes fighting for justice must fall before hunger. He was already banging his fists in protest. Apparently he hadn't eaten anything for 3 days. Nearby a mouse was squeaking. Saraland decided to eat that mouse first to fill his stomach. In his past life on the battlefield, rat meat tasted better than human flesh. He smiled inhumanly, preparing to send the poor little mouse to his stomach. Suddenly 2 men entered. They told him that young Master Iron wanted to see him. Without waiting for his consent, the 2 immediately dragged him away. At this point in his previous life, he was chosen to become a shadow operative. But all memories of the selection ritual had vanished. Perhaps it was when the blood magic Shadow Oath was cast on him. Saraland laughed and planned, but this life no way. He bit their hands to break free from their control. The 2 were unlucky to encounter a young man born under the dog sign. One threw a punch, but with his small frame and years of fighting experience, Saraland dodged it, then drew the man's sword and cut off his arm. The other was scared and ran away. He didn't expect this brat to have innate swordsmanship talent. This was his chance for revenge. It had finally come. Shadow Oath is an ancient blood magic. As the Oath's master, with the price of a single drop of blood, one can make the target become their own shadow. The shadow cannot harm the master, and instead absorbs all damage meant for the master. The shadow's growth and abilities are then transferred to the master. Because this magic is so cruel, the Empire had previously issued an edict ordering the destruction of all ancient magic books containing Shadow Oath. It is forbidden for anyone to use Shadow Oath. After Iron learned that the 2 lackeys failed to bring Saraland, he was furious and said to his subordinate, "Damn it, even a stray dog like that can push you around. The Cooper family has raised you to be freeloaders." At only 8 years old, Iran already carries the blood of the wicked. He will be the next heir of the Cooper family. The soldier couldn't resist just holding his face and hastily apologizing. Sorry, young master, I am your subordinate. It's my fault." Iron walked over to Saraland and warned, "Even my own people dare to touch him. No, order someone to lock him in the dungeon." However, here Cooper, the lady of the Cooper family, and Iron Cooper's mother came to intervene. She said, "This child has never been controlled since he was little, so such reckless behavior is normal. But now is not the time to punish him. The important thing is the oath ceremony." She reminded her son not to forget what she had told him today. He must complete it with an extremely cruel expression. Iron didn't understand why his mother wanted this lowly, illegitimate son to be her shadow. Once he finds the chance, he will definitely cripple Saraland. Only then did Iran accept her request. Seeing her son obediently listen, the mother smiled with satisfaction. All right then, I'll send people ahead. I won't disturb you anymore, our future young master. After that, she ordered everyone to disperse, leaving only young Master Irin alone. The others performed a silencing spell. No one was to disturb the beloved son of the mother. Irin began pouring the holy water, then declared, "From today on, all of you here are members of the Shadow Legion. Swear your oath for the family." Everyone except Saraland shouted together, "In the name of the Shadow, I swear. This lifetime we will dedicate our lives to the family. We entrust everything to the family. The family's orders for the family." Saraland knew what Irin would do next. He pretended to drink. Immediately, everyone lost consciousness on the spot. He despised that bunch of fools. They couldn't even tell the difference between sleeping potion and holy water. Then he took out a knife and let a few drops of his own blood fall. The powers of everyone here would have to serve him. And when he was injured, they would all suffer. Instantly, a red magic circle formed around everyone. The colorful power rays from the boys all transferred into Aaron's body. He could feel the energy flowing into his body. The oath seemed to have succeeded. He didn't expect it to be that simple. Then he congratulated himself, thinking he was a genius. He needed to quickly tell his mother this news. Aaron was happy, but when he turned to leave, he couldn't. His body couldn't move. Could it be a side effect of the oath that his mother never mentioned? He cried out for his mother. Behind him, Saraland stood up and said, "You've always been a kid hiding behind your mother. Unfortunately, your mother didn't want to disturb you completing the oath, so she cast a silencing spell here. No matter how much you call, no one will hear you." Aaron turned and saw Saraland holding a sword with a dense aura. He couldn't understand how he woke up or how he knew about the oath. "Look at me, I'm super skilled. I don't just know that, I also know how to reverse the oath. I wonder how you, Aaron, will respond." Then he stabbed the sword straight into the ground at the center of the magic circle. His heart felt pierced. He screamed in pain. "What do you want to do? Stop now." In his past life, Saraland had to pay with his life to regain what was his. In this life, it's just tit for tat. While speaking, he pointed the sword directly at him. Only a terrified scream was heard. The subordinate reported to Madam that the spell was broken. She panicked and called her son's name. After that, Aaron was taken to the care room. Butler Tran, Madam's husband, said the young master's body was fine. It was just that he used too much magic power, which caused him to faint temporarily. As for why the silencing spell was broken, it was because a Zano in the house distracted it when casting. He has ordered someone to deal with him, like mother, like child. If the child is cruel, the parents must be 100 times crueler. She said to throw that body to the dogs. However, the young master is mentally unstable. After all, he's still very young. The butler feels that doing something like this inevitably weighs heavily on the heart. Aaron lay on the bed feeling confused. He kept sensing that something had happened, but couldn't remember what. Seeing her son worried, the mother gently stroked her beloved son's hair and comforted him. "No need to waste your spirit on those shadows. In this world, the big fish eat the small fish." Before she could finish, Aaron brushed her hand away. He lost control and said he is the future head of the Cooper family. Those cursed bloodlines born to suffer must sell their lives to him. The mother was very pleased. "Ha ha ha. That's how my son should be. Whatever reward you want, just tell me." Saraland, overhearing everything outside, could only smile helplessly. Such deep motherly love. But unfortunately, from today on, Aaron Cooper officially becomes your shadow. In his past life, when Saraland fought for his clan, he discovered the imprint recorded in the blood magic archives. Saraland gladly offered it to the clan. Little did he know, he had long become a sacrifice for the clan. Fortunately, he had already read the book's content combined with his experience of reclaiming power from his past life. Now the price to pay is just a drop of blood to reverse the imprint. This changes the relationship between Saraland and Aaron. Though even so, 3-year-old Saraland is still a weak child who can't fight them all. You have to become stronger from now on. So the first step to getting stronger is to go to the volcanic cliff. A volcanic cliff where the Cooper clan tries to filter out the strong physiques. Shadows voluntarily sacrifice themselves for the clan. This test site was designed like Prometheus stealing fire for mankind. Those who volunteer to sacrifice endure being constantly pecked by the divine eagle. The Cooper family sends children under 10 down the volcanic cliff, orders them to pass through thorn bushes, orders the divine eagle to eat them. Even if near death, they must not give up until only one shadow climbs to the top and is blessed by the griffin eagle god, to gain a body unscathed no matter how they are dissected or attacked. Anus Walker is the trainer for the shadows. He declared to the children, no matter what you do, the only standard for this test is to survive and reach the summit. Of course, don't forget, anyone who gives up will die 3 days later. All right, shadows, for your bright future start. After the whistle blew, the children rushed off. Only Saraland remained calm and leisurely. This surprised the trainer quite a bit. There was someone who knew he was the illegitimate son who angered the young master yesterday. Saraland's choice to climb the steep slope made the two trainers disdainful. Yet he didn't choose the gentle slope, but wanted to climb the peak barehanded. He'll probably fall to his death before halfway up. Completely foolish. One even confidently wanted to go collect the boy's body there. The trainer laughed sinisterly and said no need. Suddenly he remembered something very interesting. Just in time, the divine eagle should appear. The divine eagle started appearing at the mountain peak. The children began to fear when they saw the eagle. Saraland climbed to the peak and saw the pitiful scene before him. The eagle was using the children as prey. The eagle hadn't seen Saraland yet. Their goal was to use Griffin to take the chance to eliminate Saraland for angering the young master yesterday. Then a trainer aimed an arrow at the eagle. The arrow just flew past as Saraland surfaced. Griffin thought Saraland had done this and got angry. But this was exactly what Saraland wanted. He leapt up and climbed on its back. After one lifetime, he knew there was only one way to quickly reach the summit and receive Griffin's blessing, taming it. Here's some info about the Griffin Eagle, an S-rank monster with a 4-star danger level. Born at the volcanic cliff, it's said that after eating many human brains, it developed intelligence. Can communicate with humans, made a contract with the Cooper clan. The Cooper family provides bait for Griffin. Griffin helps the Cooper family filter the shadows. Whoever receives its blessing will gain an unbeatable body. It likes gold and jewels and has a young child. Saraland stabbed it straight in the head with a sword. Griffin naturally has an unyielding personality. It also possesses human intelligence. If you don't defeat it completely, it will never submit to anyone. So there's only one ultimate move left. You rush in and use the 3 embedded ring shadow image. Of course, the divine eagle doesn't make a sound for no reason. It counterattacks immediately, knocking Saraland off the cliff. Luckily, he manages to grab onto the cliff wall. Then he struggles to climb back up. It must have been a fatal mistake. No matter how strong or skilled he is, he's only 3 years old now, not 30. Even mastering swordsmanship from a past life won't help with this body weight. Now, if he gets close to Griffin, it will snatch him away. Fortunately, there's still one way. He sees a cave nearby. As long as he can act, there's a chance to turn things around. The divine eagle shoots a wind sphere. Its wind power is really strong. Whenever Griffin breathes out a wind sphere from its mouth, its wind power rises from level 1 to level 10. Saraland has to dodge here and there. With a level 10 wind sphere, not even you could avoid it. Even 100 Saralands couldn't dodge it. Suddenly a thought occurs in his mind. If he can't dodge it, he might as well use the wind power of the attack to reach the cave. No sooner said than done. Saraland flies up high, using it as a lever to fly to the cave. To minimize consumption, while also stimulating the shadow image to draw power from it. When Saraland activates the shadow image, Aaron will also be affected. Sitting and drinking tea, then suddenly fainting on the spot. The followers standing there are scared stiff. They immediately shout loudly, "Young master fainted again." So Saraland's plan succeeded. Taking advantage of this, he quickly moves inside to act. The divine eagle also appears right after. It's very excited to catch the small prey. The truth is, Saraland captured its little child as a hostage. The child cries fearfully, calling for its mother. Few in the world know that as strong as Griffin is, its offspring with wings was injured and unable to fly. It looks at its child in the enemy's hands, very worried. But of course, Saraland won't harm it. On the contrary, he can even heal its wing and help it fly. Of course, there will be conditions. He'll explain what conditions later. Down below, no sound is heard, which makes them very anxious. The two trainers even think Saraland has become easy prey for Griffin. They decide to report back to young Master Eren. And obviously they will receive a reward. Just as they finish speaking, Griffin appears behind, with eyes full of murderous pride. Saraland Cooper is standing on its back. Then the divine eagle uses its claws to end the lives of the two unlucky villains. This is the exchange between it and Saraland. The matter of Griffin agreeing has been settled. Now it's your turn. Saraland asks it to take him to the secret mountain range north of the Stone Realm. The plan is for him to retrieve Perseus's sword, then help it get Medusa's blood, which can heal everything. Unfortunately, Cerberus's real target is neither the Holy Sword nor Griffin's help. What he wants is to rely on Griffin to destroy this secret realm. The door slowly opens. Inside is a statue of a giant snake monster with snakes for hair. Because it wasn't glued properly, it's not very neat. Below are three hooded figures, very mysterious. In the previous life, at 52 years old, they led the Legion of Shadows. They came here to get Perseus's sword for Eren. Because inside the secret realm exists the Medusa statue that can turn all creatures to stone. The shadows helping Eren distracted Medusa's attacks. In the end, heavy casualties left only Saraland alive. And Perseus's sword only accepts those with an S-level talent. Obviously, you couldn't get it. Eren, being an S-rank prodigy, easily dealt with Medusa and took the sword. In the end, Eren became the genius chosen by the Holy Sword. Gained countless resources, connections, and loyal subordinates. So even if Saraland doesn't get it this life, he absolutely won't let Eren have it either. Griffin entered but saw no sword or Medusa's blood, only a shattered statue. The door suddenly slammed shut. Griffin began to suspect Saraland was playing tricks. At that moment, stone statues behind him rushed forward. Each creature was terrifying. Griffin didn't know when these ugly stones had come to life. He fought them fiercely. They shattered into many pieces but could immediately reassemble. Gradually, they formed into a ruthless, violent terror. These three stone statues had no facial features and resembled the three Grey Sisters mythologically. They shared one eye and one tooth, and both they and Medusa were sea gods with the power to control seawater. Saraland fled in fear. Griffin knew running was pointless. If this kept up, the place would collapse, and both would perish here. The priority now was to find the sword. He hurried off to search with a tense expression. While searching on the far stone wall, there were inscriptions that might hold a solution. But in reality, it was all a staged act by the rookie actor Saraland. Everything was unfolding exactly as he wished. The hidden realm would collapse and all would be buried here. He would use his past life's experience to discover the secret path hidden here. But this power alone wasn't enough. He feigned fear. He pointed to the inscription and told Griffin to take down the eye above. Only then would they stop attacking. After hearing this, Griffin immediately flew up and took the eye down. The statues melted into water. Saraland explained that the inscription said Perseus had stolen the Grey Sister's eye, so he knew Medusa was here. Therefore, the eye was the Grey Sister's weakness. Griffin wondered where the sword was and if the blood could heal its child. It was written above. Cerberus pointed at the sword behind Perseus, saying to use that sword to cut off Medusa's head. The blood would flow down, and that red blood could kill all creatures. The blue blood could cure all illnesses, but that was only legend. There was still another secret related to the hidden realm. The moment Perseus's sword appeared was the day Medusa revived. The Medusa snake statue kept attacking relentlessly. Saraland had achieved his goal. All that was left was to run outside. Once the Medusa stone statue was activated, aside from using Perseus's sword to behead her, there was no way to stop it. As Saraland prepared to step out the door, it suddenly attacked, catching him off guard. The giant statue now wanted to devour Saraland alive. No one knew where Griffin was. It turned out she was hiding behind a rock. If something looks too troublesome to get involved in, leave it to you, because she still didn't want to die. Then he realized that Divine Eagle also had the skill to shrink the continuously attacking monster. Luckily, in his past life, he had passed through this hidden realm once, so he wasn't completely helpless. First, he had to take the shield from the Knight of the Round Table, which could reflect Medusa's gaze to find her position and avoid being turned to stone. It could also counter Medusa's gaze attacks. Saraland used the shield to protect himself from the monster's moves, but with his condition, and only the shield, it wasn't enough. He was knocked back, the shield flew out, and he spat blood. The hide door of the secret passage was just destroyed. Moreover, with his current talent rank, he had no way to get Perseus's sword. Even so, if you don't try, how would you know? If you don't bet on it, you'll die here today anyway. So even if it means risking your life, you must keep moving forward. Unexpectedly, Saraland could easily take it as if it were in the palm of his hand. Before he could celebrate for long, a snake pierced through his body and then lifted him up. Could it be that his talent was too low to be able to take the sword? Saraland recalled Irene's words from his past life, just a D-rank talent, yet he wanted to stain this sword. Saraland didn't know where he had gone wrong. When he was hung on the cross, Irene and his mother stood below talking. His mother was not unconscious yet. Don't tell me he will know we're about to take his talent. Foolish kids, 700 million magic should be enough to handle this. From that moment, your sword talent was transferred to that evil guy. Back to the present, Saraland was still under attack by Medusa. Griffin was lurking nearby, not knowing what was happening. He couldn't believe that idiot could escape without any harm. He even managed to counterattack and take Medusa's head, simply because he is a monster. In his past life, he had S-rank sword talent, but the Master Lady used magic to steal his talent for Irene to use and erase Saralan's memories. So that's the whole truth. He put the blue blood into a glass bottle and then laughed out loud. Things are getting more interesting. Irene, just stay home and wait to see what happens next. Griffin took advantage of the kid going crazy and quietly slipped away. Called back and startled. From this moment on, the weasel can no longer joke with the temple. Even he forgot he's an S-rank monster. Why should he be afraid of this milk-faced kid? Saraland only asked one question, is your head hard? Griffin's expression was puzzled. Turns out he used its hard head to break the rock and fly out of the cave. By this moment, the Griffin also realized that this brat wanted to use him to destroy the secret realm from the start. But let's just say it's because he healed his child, so he let it slide. After a few bumps on the head, the two finally escaped the secret realm. Meanwhile, Medusa's image was absorbing power from its head, then its eyes opened. This proves it was not completely defeated. After everything, Saraland finally received blessings from the Griffin. In the name of Griffin, I bless you. I wish you a body that remains unharmed no matter how much you are attacked. Red light radiated around his body. It felt like the small wounds on his body were completely healed. This was good, as it could reduce his injuries to avoid suspicion from Irene. Besides that, he also had to temporarily hide his S-rank sword talent to avoid trouble later. Saraland handed the blue blood bottle to Griffin, saying to quickly give it to the child. The wings would heal very fast. The young Griffin drank all the medicine and immediately flew, thrilling its mother. After all the worries, her treasure finally flew. Saraland watched and said, it's just flying. If it doesn't recognize its master before growing up, it'll end up no different from a stupid bird. Griffin didn't understand the meaning of those words, but he didn't clarify and just turned away. Nothing, just a kind reminder for you. After all, after becoming its master, you also became stronger, right? However, Griffin thought silently that he spoke very reasonably. If it weren't for the master feeding me every day, I wouldn't have gained intelligence or grown stronger. But the master has been dead for hundreds of years, and I cannot find another powerful one. Please don't blink like you do, sir. He suddenly realized the kid in front of him was a Cooper. Saraland had all those qualities. Griffin immediately asked for his child to be Saraland's demon pet. He knew he was still young, but already had skills and intelligence far beyond kids his age in the future. He might even surpass Brad. Finally, the fish has bitten the hook. Saraland agreed to take him as a spirit pet, but the two had to make a deal. He must obtain all the news about Brad Cooper, along with the precious key that the Cooper family cherishes to master the spirit sword Brad. Right now, Madam is very upset and angry because she can't find the cause while the young master has fainted repeatedly. Could it all be made up? How much longer will this situation last? The butler has no choice but to calm Madam's spirit. He said Madam should rest assured the young master has enhanced regeneration and will recover quickly each time. After all, the shadows are providing energy on behalf of the young master. Although those words are not wrong, this matter is strange. It seems that after the oath ceremony took place, her beloved son became like this. She believes that something must be abnormal. The butler reports there is still an important matter Madam needs to handle. Saraland Cooper has passed the qualification test just as expected. However, he exploited Griffin to take down the Walker uncle and nephew and tamed its offspring into a spirit pet. Madame was shocked upon hearing this and quickly asked where he was. But there was no need to look for him. Saraland had already entered on his own. Madame, any instructions? She wanted to know why this kid dealt with the Walker uncle and nephew. Saraland replied with a cold expression. Isn't it for the family? As the warden of the shadows, being dealt with by a 3-year-old like me is just useless. The Cooper family doesn't need useless things like that, right? Madame turned pale hearing such words from a 3-year-old. That shocked expression was full of anger and disgust. If there are any other cards, use them quickly. I absolutely won't say a word about facing these things. Madame ordered the butler to quickly grant him treatment at the heavenly spring. Saraland happily thanked Madame. No matter what trick she tries, I can handle it all. After finishing, she ordered the butler to accelerate research on magic theft before the spirit sword inheritance ceremony. They must steal Saraland's talent for Iren to use. The butler promptly obeyed. Once the secret of Iren's talent in swordsmanship is exposed, the heir position will be unusable. This time, she will overlook the kid and see if he can still be arrogant then. At the heavenly spring, Saraland recalled his conversation with Griffin. He said before the master died, he used forbidden magic to seal his soul at the bottom of the heavenly spring. The purpose was to pass on the lifetime swordsmanship to the heir with S-rank swordsmanship talent. At the same time, to ensure the Cooper family's status is on and the status against the Empire won't decline. He gave Saraland the key and instructed him to follow the underground water current after entering, which would lead to an underground cave. This key will lead you to meet the Master. But it seems since he and the Master left, the heavenly spring has become strange. He doesn't know the exact situation. The only thing he can tell you is that the Master used blood magic, which is absolutely hard to deal with. Saraland felt that blood magic is indeed quite strange. It seems inheriting the swordsmanship before Irin won't be simple. The nearby children were gossiping about him. They knew he was skilled and trained, first even tamed Griffin's offspring, truly admirable. But Lucian, Thea, and Reno Oak, the sons of the Cooper stableman, showed contempt. No matter how good you are, you're still just the son of a courtesan. The buck-toothed son teased, "Congratulations, didn't expect you to look like a skinny monkey, but run as fast as one to be the first to reach the mountaintop." The one beside him laughed heartily. Saraland remembered in his past life on the surface they were his subordinates, but actually pawns arranged by Irin, fabricating baseless accusations to charge him with collaboration and treason. And with Irin backing them, they became used to acting arrogantly. Seeing Saraland ignore their words, Reno planned to speak with his fist. He wants to know how your undefeated strength works. But that punch was immediately neutralized by Saraland. Then you twisted his arm backward. Reno's face contorted in pain, and the fat guy with him immediately drew a knife to save his boss. But the one he stabbed was actually his own boss. Saraland also apologized, sorry for being careless and using him as a shield. After that, he sent him back to his subordinates. Luckily, the spring water can also heal that wound, so you two fly down there and hug each other. Anyway, next time you still want to use you guys to train your hands. This lifetime, I'll give you a reason you can't refuse to be my pawn. The aura of dark magic is appearing under the water. How could such a cruel, forbidden spell, no different from blood magic, appear in healing spring water? Maybe that's the strange thing Griffin mentioned before. But even if you can't go into this stream, you have to find a way to get down there at all costs without being affected by it. Suddenly, a familiar sound is heard. The voice of a girl crying for help. She's being grabbed by the hair and dragged along the road by a young man. He angrily shouts, "Even serving tea you can't do right. I bet you want a beating, don't you?" The girl painfully begs, but to no avail. The crazy guy tries to use violence to suppress her, but is immediately split in two by a sword from Saraland. The kids around, scared by the scene, quickly run off to report. You reach out to ask the girl. From Andrea's perspective, Saraland is a dazzlingly handsome prince, sparkling and shimmering like a diamond. But from Saraland's perspective, he thinks he's just scaring her. You awkwardly apologize for frightening her. But standing before a prince, Andrea definitely only sees a handsome guy with barely an ounce of shame. She shyly thanks you for saving her life and introduces herself as Andrea. Andrea is Saraland's best friend. In her past life, she had magical talent far beyond her peers. They fought side by side for a short time. Not only that, but they also had feelings for each other. Even at 5 years old, Andrea was very adorable. They shyly thanked each other like that. You can't act cool in front of a beautiful girl. Anyway, this is what gentlemen do, nothing big. Saraland asks Andrea if she knows how to make the spring water dry up, or how to go under the water without getting wet. You can't forget the main issue. If it's her, she probably has a way. Andrea seems surprised. Could it be Saraland already figured it out? Then she whispers that there's a very strange magic in this spring water that can heal wounds. But from now on, you can't receive any other healing magic and must rely only on this spring water to heal your wounds. So that's how it is. Looks like this is the trick the Cooper family used to control the shadows while letting the shadows endure pain and also support the clan. Andrea holds her benefactor's hand to thank him. Since you saved her life, she'll surely have a way to help you go down without getting wet. She uses duck magic that can make a person like a duck. Though the body is on the water, the feathers don't get wet inside. Saraland laughs awkwardly because this isn't the magic barrier, but her naming ability is still as amazing as ever. At this moment, the clan's people have also rushed in. After hearing news that the kid stabbed someone, they're about to catch up to the two of you. The two quickly pull each other and run. Both jump into the underground spring under the lake, probably in the whirlpool on the other side. Andrea reminds you not to go through there, but to leave quickly. As soon as she finishes speaking, the whirlpool pulls both of you in. Saraland wakes up not knowing where he is. He takes out the jewel key from his pocket. It's a key that can open the sword spirit's shrine. But here, there's no door to use the key on, or maybe it needs to be summoned. Though he doesn't know what the sword spirit is, Andrea says she can try. Then she begins to chant, "Kyoke, please heed my call. To find your master, open the door to his dwelling." Immediately, the nearby flowers turned into carnivorous plants. They opened their mouths full of sharp teeth and attacked the two of them. Then finally the door appeared. However, Andrea was unconscious now. There's no other way now but to temporarily leave her here. Then you use the stealth magic she taught you in your previous life to conceal her to avoid detection in case of danger. Anyway, to inherit the spirit sword, you still have to face a final fierce battle. Saralan boldly stepped in alone. Though prepared for a long time, the scene before him was truly chilling. This is truly a mass grave. Before him was a many-eyed monster with razor-sharp teeth draining the life force from a girl. Finally, it realized a new visitor had come to the Paradise Springs house. On the surface, it looked like a healing spring, but in reality, it was a red light district arranging maids for the Cooper household. It was then that Saralan learned the true fate of those maids. They all eventually became food for that demonic monster. It swirled like the wind. It smelled an S-tier talent aura on him. Saralan quickly stepped back. He was surprised it knew about the demon sword. It spoke, "Unless you are Irene Cooper, a kid born with S-tier talent, but you don't look like you've lived a life of luxury. Let me guess. Or are you just an illegitimate child fighting for inheritance?" As it spoke, it lunged to attack. It wouldn't give you the sword easily unless you passed its test. But don't worry, you came here to take your family's head, not just to brag. Judging by the arrogance of the kid in front of it, the monster declared you couldn't be its heir. The two continued to fight. One was a 2-meter-tall giant monster. The other was a 3-year-old kid under 1 meter tall. They fought back and forth. Of course, to it, you were just a weak kid. Saraland was beaten relentlessly, unable to stand up. But immediately it noticed the blessing of Griffin on him. It was surprised that that dumb bird had acknowledged such a weakling. It had been a long time since it last met Griffin. Back then, Brad sacrificed half his energy to seal his soul and gain the inheritance. Based on your current strength, there's still a chance. Power enveloped his body. Beside him appeared a holy cross. Instantly, the monster's body was suspended. That was the blood magic prohibition formation. It had been dead so long, unaware that the Empire had developed a secret technique to counter the blood magic formation over the years. Now, just by taking its heart, the inheritance could be forcibly claimed. The other screamed in pain. As your sword pierced, it broke free from the matrix suppression. It laughed with delight, since it hadn't played with mice for a long time. But the game was over. Now it no longer wanted to play. Must admit, this kid really has talent and ability. Just not enough to inherit its swordsmanship. As it spoke, it summoned countless red ghosts floating around. They all targeted you. Using blood to control blood spirits is a powerful ability. Saraland couldn't resist now because there were too many of them. You quickly used the holy sword to protect yourself, using Perseus's sword to control the blood demons. However, Brad's light touch shattered the holy sword's circle into pieces. He grabbed your neck and lifted you up. You know that after the cat toys with the mouse, it eats it, right? Saraland gradually became helpless. Both blood and demonic power drained away. The other realized your memories seemed familiar. Previously, there was a maid he had eaten that had this scent. Maybe that person was your mother, Saralan. Startled when he mentioned your mother, you surely won't let that monster who harmed her go. You recalled memories of your mother gently singing you to sleep, her lullabies until she said, "Sorry, Saralan. I have to go now." So this damn thing took your mother away, Saralan. Like going mad, wanting to avenge his mother. Blood magic used by the sword demon. Can't believe such a little kid could use my magic like that. Even if she had to burn her own blood, Saralan still resolutely defeated the sword demon. Just now, releasing the blood spirit drained too much of his energy. Now he needs to feed on someone to replenish. Saralan was going crazy and losing control. "I ask you, is my mother delicious?" The image of his mother brought him back to his human state. Then what had to happen happened. A single sword strike from him quickly dealt with the sword demon. He knew this kid had gone mad. Now he had to go out and feed on a few more female servants. Otherwise, if this goes on, he's doomed. But Saralan wouldn't let him have his way. The sword demon, terrified, begged, "Don't kill me, I can replenish your sword and make it your spirit sword." Of course, he was no longer alive. In the end, he had won this battle and avenged his mother. At this moment, blood sprayed like rain. Saralan absorbed the inherited sword technique and imprinted it in his body. Almost forgot he never had a mother since birth. All those things were nothing but ridiculous illusions. Saralan knew he was a monster, and what a pitiful monster he was. Looking at himself in the blood puddle, the image of his mother holding her little child tight appeared. She affirmed her son was not a monster and that she was always by his side. At this moment, Andrea rushed in, very worried to see him covered in blood like that. If he was wounded anywhere, she would treat him immediately. Then she gently touched Saralan's cheeks and began healing him. In the previous life, Andrea ended up as Saralan's maid. She was determined that this life's tragedy would never happen again. He would not let this girl fall into the same fate as his mother. What is that blood magic that frightened the sword demons so much? It has the attribute of blood magic. The price is one's own blood. The condition is that the finished grade sword offers its own blood as a sacrifice before the blood is burned away. Then the weapon's attribute power increases greatly. The sword spirit demon was destroyed and the clan's fragile peace was shattered. The guards of Paradise Pool all died and the servants who witnessed Saralan's cruelty no longer dared to bully Andrea. Rumors said he was the mastermind who destroyed the sword spirit, but there was no proof. The matriarch could only strengthen oppression and imprison with poisonous blood, but Saralan was unharmed. 4 years later, at the Cooper family training ground, Aaron was arrogantly looking down on the defeated soldiers under his sword. With just that little strength, you think you can beat me? Young master, please spare us. You're still amazing. At this moment, Isaac the Duke and head of the Isaac family praised him highly. It's said that young master Irene of the family was born with S-level sword talent. Today's meeting has proven the reputation true. Cooper Leon, head of the Cooper family and Irene's father, was happy to hear his son praised but acted as if it was only natural. Too much praise. Suddenly something happened on the other side. It was Saralan who appeared here. Without saying a word, he used sword recognition and sword aura to chase and knock down all enemy soldiers, leaving them piled on the ground. Isaac witnessed it all and knew that a normal person at that age would only be a sword apprentice. But that kid clearly reached the level of Silver Sword Guardian. It was unimaginable. Aaron felt irritated that Saralan dared to steal his top spot. He challenged him with all his hatred. In the previous life, Irene was tyrannical because he stole talent from him. This life, his true strength was nothing more than a worthless guy. Saralan immediately agreed. He wanted to use this opportunity to probe him. The other guy took the chance to pretend to accidentally send his enemy to the afterlife. The servants around wholeheartedly cheered for the young master. They placed absolute trust in their young master. Young master, show him what a true sword genius looks like. Charge ahead, young master. Irene took the initiative to attack first. He still had a strong belief that he could defeat Saralan, who was no pushover either. You countered immediately. Is that all the strength you have, young master? Didn't the mistress feed you? You just pushed that lousy young master away. He gritted his teeth bitterly. Clearly his mother had said his strength now was unmatched in the clan. Yet just a simple sword strike like that was already too strong. Even the magic power on the sword seemed illusory. Clearly he was still growing. But then he comforted himself that he was probably overthinking it. His opponent didn't have any innate swordsmanship talent at all. Saralan decided to show him what a real attack looked like. He charged forward from behind with his sword. Aaron turned but couldn't react in time. He received Saralan's third strike and was so scared he literally pissed his pants, collapsed on the ground, crying and clutching his eye. Isaac, who witnessed the duel, burst out laughing. Seems like I misjudged. Aaron's strength is only that much. The servants who got beaten earlier probably weren't faking. The head of the family is embarrassed and wants to back down. However, the Duke's sister and Aaron already have a prior engagement. He can't let his sister marry a useless guy. The two looked at each other with assessing eyes, but outwardly remained composed. You're overthinking. This isn't the royal family giving your sister away. No one knows if she's been taken yet. Isaac didn't want to bother the head of the family further and reminded him not to forget the joint operation between their two houses in 10 days. Then he took his leave. After Duke Isaac left, Leon felt his son was truly useless. He asked the servant what the small, shadowy figure was called. The servant reported her name was Saralan, the son of the Lord with the female servant. As for who the female servant was, there were no records. Leon looked at his son. No wonder his strategy was so brilliant. He ordered Saralan to be brought to his study. Not long after Saralan arrived at the study, however, he scanned with his eye and found no trace of innate talent at all. Was he deliberately hiding his powers to compete for inheritance later? A bit scheming. Too bad in the end, he was just a kid easily seen through. He told him that in 10 days he would lead Shadow Team number 10, along with Clan Isaac's Team 5 to Crystal City to retrieve dragon eggs for the clan. Then he handed Saralan a sword that could activate a teleportation formation to Crystal City. He knew that to get the dragon eggs, he would inevitably have to face the demon dragon inside the city. This time sending him out wasn't with good intentions, but the chance to get the dragon eggs couldn't be passed up. He immediately obeyed the head of the family but had a request. The next day he set out with Andrea and some other members. His request was likely to let Andrea and Mio come along. She sat on Mio's back, Jaifin's child. Along the way, she felt uneasy because Sarah Lon said she was the female servant accompanying them, but sitting like that the whole time wasn't good. However, he said it was fine. They wouldn't have any objections. The others with them were already scared stiff and wouldn't dare to say a word. They arrived at Crystal City. However, no one knew where the dragon eggs were. At that moment, a voice rang out. It was unbelievable that the elite army of the Cooper family was so clueless about even the basics of Crystal City, which was laughable. The girl speaking was Isaac Gloria, sister of the head of the Isaac family and also Aaron's fiancé. She raised her hand to greet Sarah Lan and introduced herself as Gloria. However, he ignored her and turned back to tell Andrea and Mio to stay here. He would be out soon. Then he went in with her. Gloria was unwilling to be ignored by a man like that. Sarah Lan said, "Miss Gloria, if we don't activate the portal gate together before sunset, this trip will be ruined." He recalled his past life. Yet in this life, he still had to deal with that troublesome girl. Well, whatever, he should just pray that the dumb beast Mio would successfully complete the task he assigned. The Cooper side was amazed to see the altar glowing. Isaac's group laughed mockingly at such a bunch of bumpkins. This is the appearance that the Twee Tin City must have had. It looks very beautiful when revealed, but whether the legendary Malong egg is really here or not is still unknown. At this moment, a young man suddenly stepped into the altar. He intended to deal with Cooper's miscellaneous troops and then take the dragon egg back to his clan. At that time, the clan leader would definitely reward him. At the moment of preparing to destroy the altar, Sarah Lan couldn't stop it in time. As a result, everything exploded. The one who caused this explosion was the Guardian Light Guard of Twee Tin City. Everyone was surrounded. Gloria was also helpless with her soldiers. She immediately ran over to use the extreme slash scripture to save him. Then she turned to scold that guy, still thinking that he did it all for the clan. However, he was actually doing it more for himself. At this moment, two guardians suddenly attacked Gloria from behind. She thought she was done for. Luckily, Sarah Lon came in just in time to save her life. He gave orders to the Shadow Soldiers to quickly form a formation. The Shadow Soldiers immediately obeyed and arranged their troops. A purple power enveloped the Guardians. I really want to see whether their light energy is stronger or my shadow is stronger. Isaac's people were astonished to see all the Guardians captured in one sweep. This is exactly the Cooper clan's specialty in merging sword techniques. Especially since the person named Sarah Lon is still just a child, yet can be this strong. Gloria suddenly blushed, admiring what he was doing. Sarah Lan successfully absorbed the core energy directly from the Silver Sword Guardian and was promoted to Golden Sword Grandmaster. The next step is to use this core energy to open the secret passage. As he placed the core stone, suddenly everything around began to shake. The altar was gradually lowering. Everyone called out to hurry up. The secret altar passage leading into the Malongquat will open very quickly. Everyone was brought down to Malongquat. The scene below was truly terrifying and spine-chilling. Everything was engulfed in fire like flowing lava. Lucien shouted, "Great, I didn't expect there to be so many." Rena was so excited that there was no need to divide it anymore. Not everyone has Isaac's star soldiers. Gloria ordered to quickly pack them all up. Sullen Cooper watched them gather the eggs and felt amused at their foolish haste. Feeding the Malong, suddenly a roar came from behind, startling the whole group. What was that the Malong has awakened? Gloria and Salin calmed everyone down, holding their swords, urging them forward not to panic and fight. Salin assigned tasks. "I'll cover the rear. You take the dragon eggs and leave." Suddenly, the dragon eggs were snatched unexpectedly. Ray appeared from somewhere holding an egg in his hand. His other hand was on the elevator switch. He asked, "What's that noise?" Everyone yelled at Ray. "What are you doing?" Then he remembered Duke Cooper Leon's instructions to trap the Malong. After taking the dragon eggs, destroy the transport altar. Don't give the Ajax family any chance. As for Salin, let him perish on his own. Ray firmly apologized to the Empires. Only one clan can own the dragon eggs, and that is the Cooper family. Then he pressed the elevator button, which took him up and away. Echoing the orders, "For the clan, you all must sacrifice yourselves. I'll go ahead." Everyone was furious. "You bastard, come back here." The sound of shoes striking the ground strongly and decisively was heard. Isaac and Gloria, though, fighting, still had the mood to tease each other. The Cooper clan leader is truly cold-blooded, not only to us, but also to you all, as if you were discarded. Salon replied simply, exactly as expected. Gloria was puzzled, as expected, so you're seeking your own death. He wanted to avoid the issue, so he didn't answer directly. You're overthinking it, Salon said, following the breath of fire that the Ma Long exhaled to attack. Because I can't die here, he asserted. A sword slash cut off the wing of the Ma Long dragon, which struggled and howled in pain. It became enraged. Salon ran away. The dragon turned struck him and a small explosion flashed. Gloria anxiously ran back, calling Salon's name as the demon dragon continued to attack. She used the Moonflower sword shield to block the blows for him. Salon fell hard to the ground. Gloria counterattacked while taking the chance to scold him. Are you okay? She asked. Still fine. Salon pushed himself up, his tone turning serious. I'm fine. You help me stop it. I'll take the chance to strike its heart, thanks to you. Miss Gloria, only you can do this. Saying this, Gloria blushed slightly but immediately agreed, okay. She eagerly charged forward, her small determination burning. She was a talented swordswoman and couldn't let that brat look down on her. Salon just smiled silently as if he had already planned a perfect strategy. After completing her part, Gloria reminded Salon, now's the time to attack. Seeing him not move, she got angry. Hey, act now. Why are you standing there? No time for talking. Gloria kept fighting the demon dragon, feeling a bit frustrated. Damn it. Did he fall too hard just now? Does he have no strength left to attack? If this continues, we'll all die. I have to use that move. She spun around with the sword and unleashed the destructive dance. Unexpectedly wounded, the dragon howled in pain. Its head slammed to the ground. Gloria felt both relief and fear. The strike worked. Reno and Lucien approached, kicking his head repeatedly while cursing, "Taste my power, dumb dragon." Isaac and Gloria panted, still unsure if it was dead. She questioned again. The strike worked. Unexpectedly, the demon dragon's eyes suddenly snapped open, shocking everyone. It roared loudly. Lucien panicked. This is bad. The demon dragon's getting even more violent. Find cover. This shocked Gloria. How could this be? Salon placed his hand on his chest, sneering at their thoughts. He drew a sword, focusing his swordsmanship power to inherit the third technique, Blood Shadow Slash. Salon furrowed his brow, his gaze sharpening. All the dragon's blood surged out like red silk ribbons. These ribbons were sucked into Salon's raised sword, condensing. He finished absorbing the red liquid. The four stared in amazement, mouths agape. Lucien was stunned. Salon turned the dragon's blood into a body. Then Reno noticed something else. Not only that, don't you guys see, it suddenly changed into a holy grade sword. Gloria's soldiers wondered, could this be blood magic? Gloria replied, yes, but since this is forbidden magic, the Empire only allows the Cooper family to use it against enemies in battle. She recalled old rumors the Cooper family's sword spirit was said to have vanished unless possessed by him. Realizing this, she frowned and scolded, wait, so he deliberately held back to wait for me to make the dragon bleed. The more Gloria scolded, the more furious she got. Salon Cooper, you bastard! How dare you take advantage of me? Salon sneered like a gust of wind rushing forward. So what if I take advantage? In my past life, I was the one abandoned. How could I just sit and wait to die? He leapt up and raised his sword. The demon dragon looked fearful. Blood Shadow Slash is a blood magic skill that requires a sword master to use. The skill creates a blood clone from the enemy's blood to attack collectively. However, the cost is losing sanity, falling into a demonized state, and dying from violent blood loss. After being hit by Salon's Blood Shadow Slash, the dragon roared in immense pain. It collapsed to the ground, shocking everyone. No doubt the demon dragon was finally defeated. Before Gloria could finish speaking, a blood-red sword suddenly appeared, blocking her. Don't come any closer, Salon shouted, holding his twitching face with one hand. Seeing his pale eyes pointing the sword at her, everyone was a little surprised. At this moment, Salon's soul was gripped tightly by the sword demon. It whispered into his ear, do you think killing me means you're free? You will become like me. You need to consume lots of flesh and blood to maintain your energy. It pointed with its sharp, blackened hand at the teammates standing before Salon. The sword demon yanked his hair back. Go, you little rat. Those guys are all tasty prey. Go enjoy the thrill of the kill. Salon seemed hypnotized, rushed forward crazily, making everyone scared and scatter, wanting more blood. No good. That guy is overusing blood magic and is turning demonic. Save yourself and run fast. At that moment, a gentle voice slid out, Salon, don't. Andrea's sudden appearance surprised everyone. Andrea quickly used her magic to soothe the demonic aura surrounding Salon's mind, gradually helping him calm down. Andrea reached out, flying toward him, trying to penetrate Salon's mind. Her worried face with eyes glistening with tears appeared right before him. Salon woke up. Salon, you're sitting by a big rock, looking around dazedly. Andrea, that's good. You finally woke up. I used a purification spell on you. You won't turn demonic for now. The others are also safe. Then she suddenly stood up and held something very surprising before his eyes. She carried a large dragon egg in her hands. Behind her was Gray, tightly bound, groaning softly. The dragon egg was unharmed. This is the only one left, Andrea kept encouraging. Besides, I haven't told the Isaac clan about the dragon egg. That red-haired girl has taken the army away, so don't worry, the mission is not failed. Salon's heart felt light, and he immediately spoke to thank her. He thought, Andrea, I'm not worried about that. He tightly held the sword secretly, thinking he wanted Mio to take Andrea somewhere safe, and then lie that she died accidentally to get her out of the clan. Unexpectedly, Salon angrily swung his sword at Mio. You can't even do that, die useless bird. It hid scared behind Andrea, growling a few times as if to say, it's not related to me. She's just worried about your safety. Saying something about wanting to enter the secret realm but having clipped wings, then arguing back right, Andrea hurriedly defended it. Salon calmed down and speak slowly. Don't get agitated. At that moment, a loud call suddenly rose. Hey, Salon Cooper, Lucian and Reno, swords in hand, faces full of killing intent, rushing toward here. Salon sneered, finally showing his fangs. You want to snatch this egg from me? But the next scene terrified him, his eyes wide open. They stabbed swords through Gray's body, who was kneeling behind him, fresh blood splattered everywhere. Then both suddenly knelt before Salon. The others quickly knelt down loudly, saying, Young Master Cooper, please forgive our past disrespect. Without you, we the outcasts of the clan probably would have died here. From now on, we won't obey the clan's orders anymore. We will only take life or death orders and fight side by side, even if it means death, we won't refuse. Salon stammered in shock. At that moment, Andrea suddenly cheered Salon, look quickly, the dragon egg. The egg shook for a while, then cracks appeared. A cute little purple dragon quickly crawled out, calling out, Eng each, ma long, breaking the shell. Salon reached out his hand to it and immediately said, Ma long, only the strongest can tame me. Do you agree to be my master obedient, Ma long? It growled and rubbed its head against his hand as if wanting to witness this scene. Everyone happily shouted, Great, the Ma long is tamed. They all congratulated the young master for taming the Ma long. From now on, Salon Cooper's rebel army is born. Scene change, bright sunlight filtering into every corner of the Cooper castle. Aaron sat beside his mother, whining, Mom, when can I go to the racetrack? Wait for your father to finish his work. A man angrily slammed a paper on the table. Where are you going? You only play all day, not even as good as a stepson. Do you know that kid named Salon not only killed a Ma long, but also tamed a baby dragon? Heen quickly spoke up, defending it's not his fault. He snapped angrily. Why get upset if it were our Aaron? He definitely could tame the Ma long. Right. The woman grumbled and let her son out. Telling you isn't anything interesting. Iron, we're going today. Mom is taking me to the racetrack, yes. The door slammed shut right after. Iron happily ran down the hallway, quickly taking out the horsewhip. Here you go, ma'am. Haya covered her mouth with a fan and softly asked, How's the research on magic theft going? She glanced at the other and replied, Madam, rest assured the research has succeeded. Once we find a target with S-tier talent, we'll give it a try. Once identified, we will immediately practice on Salon Cooper. Her face carried a few rays of deadly intent as she gritted her teeth and spoke cruelly. Very well, this time we must completely eliminate that brat. 5 years later, the boy's Salon had grown into a handsome young man. A flash of light appeared above his head, along with a voice saying, After this time, you should be able to refine it completely. Salon looked up and smiled. From now on, I won't be corrupted by magic and can freely develop my swordsmanship. Thank you, Andrea. Andrea hugged the staff tightly. No, I should thank you. You gave me the staff I like the most. Just as she finished speaking, a shadow slid past the window outside. Salon immediately rushed over and threw open the window. Who slipped away already? But the figure was clearly the butlers, Lucian and Reno, who opened the door and stepped inside, announcing, Young Master Salon, the plan you arranged has results. Both knelt down, placing their hands on their chests. We have been secretly tracking the butler and discovered that recently he summoned a group of dark mages, seemingly preparing a ritual in 3 days. Also, these mages mentioned something about finally finding another S-tier talent target, with extremely high magical ability. Salon frowned deep in thought. So they really want to start the magic theft ritual. But why not just come after me directly and instead look for another S-tier talent? Something was warning him. He immediately looked straight at his confused friend standing beside him. The high magic power target was Andrea. 3 days later, Andrea was busy in the dark warehouse sighing, "The warehouse is messy again. Better use magic to clean it up." Suddenly, without her noticing, the butler was standing behind her, looking at her with murderous eyes. The sleep-inducing cloth in his hand quickly covered Andrea's mouth tightly. She struggled for a moment before losing all strength in her body. Her eyes blurred, then shut tightly as she fainted. She was taken to a remote forest and placed inside a magical matrix formed by unfamiliar mages. "Dark night power, obey my command, condense within my hand from the depths of the heart." The chants echoed continuously. Other powers obeyed my command. Energy flowed in perfect sync. The butler grabbed a sharp knife and lunged at her. "As long as I integrate your talent matrix with my passion, you will be mine." But just as he was about to strike, Andrea suddenly disappeared, causing him to panic and shout, "What's going on? Since when have you been behind me?" Holding her staff firmly, she said, "That's an illusion magic." Angry, she pointed the weapon at his face and replied, "Don't underestimate me, Andrea." The staff immediately emitted golden chains. After Andrea shouted, "Evil spirit wine breath," they charged at the butler, quickly binding his old body tightly. "Damn it, that bastard is too cunning." He turned his head and ordered the remaining mages standing there, "Catch her for me." "Yes." Andrea sat down, closed her eyes tightly, and covered her ears, recalling what she was told. Salon said next, "Just close your eyes, don't listen or look at anything." Suddenly, several black shadows appeared in the sky with roaring sounds, startling the butler. "What's happening?" The mages were terrified when they saw Salon's giant spirit beast flying and shouting, "There's a dragon and even a bird master. How is this possible? Why are there magical beasts all of a sudden?" They charged forward. One breathed fire, another bit the evil mages to pieces. Sweat poured down his face like a shower. His eyes trembled as he watched his henchmen being killed. Dragon and Birdmaster, did they even dare touch Andrea? "You've probably lived enough." Behind him, Salon carried his sword on his shoulder and decisively stepped forward. It was Salon Cooper. He pointed the sword tip at the butler's face, making his wrinkled skin bleed, and said, "Why do you want to harm Andrea?" The butler squeezed his eyes shut, trembling, and replied, Because magic theft can only be used once per target. Because to ensure that young Master Aaron can achieve his talent, you must find someone to experiment on. So please, I beg you, I'm just following orders." These words made Salon's whole body stiffen. "So it's because of me that Andrea was harmed." He lowered his head and said in a low voice, "I could forgive you." Suddenly he slashed his palm hard with the sword, but when the other saw drops of blood fall to the ground beneath him, he turned pale and groaned. "This is a blood oath." Salon grabbed his hair tightly, pulled it back, and reported to the master sample. "As usual, the seizure ritual experiment was successful. You can strike me immediately or else you already know what will happen to you." Hearing this question, Salon immediately sneered. "Why? Of course, it's to expose Irene's true face." The butler Dak approached to report to Haya. "The lady's seizure experiment has succeeded." In another corner, Irene was standing sweet-talking. "Beautiful Miss Gloria, may I ask if you would agree to take a walk in the garden with me?" Jack Gloria showed disdain and said, "Go away." Then from a corner, someone asked the butler Dak, "What?" "Exactly right." He nodded and replied, "Exactly right. The full moon night next month just happens to be the young master's coming-of-age ceremony. Then you can act against her." Hearing this, they happily said, "All right, well done." Then Haya thought silently that what he had long wished for was finally coming true. Aaron's mother will definitely make him sit in the head of the family position, or firmly sit as the strongest in the empire. Iron still refused to give up. He stood there saying, "Miss Gloria, are you trying to tie me down softly?" Unfortunately, they saw it all. As he spoke, Irene thought silently that his mother was really trying to help him and his fiancée nurture their feelings. Which young lady wouldn't agree to be by his side? As soon as she finished speaking, Gloria sneered, "Tie me softly." Then she drew her sword and threatened, "A useless young master like you deserves to be my fiancé." He was a little frightened and wondered if this girl was crazy. Swinging the sword, she provocatively said, "Try to hit me first." Then she continued. Iron panicked a little and said, "Someone come quickly to chase her away." Just then, someone holding a sword blocked Gloria's blade. That was Salon. He just happened to appear to block her sword. Salon then turned and asked, "Young master, are you all right? Your subordinate has come to rescue you." Iran angrily replied, "Who told you to save me? I just wasn't carrying a sword." The bastard dared to mock him again. Gloria then changed her tone and said, "Salon, why are you here?" She went over, linked arms with him, and said, "Great, come practice swordsmanship with me." Salon modestly said, "Sorry, I have business today." Irene stood in a corner angrily and said, "Why is that?" "Gloria's close with that bastard." She then pouted and said to him, "Not everyone has the qualifications to spar with my lady. I advise you to think carefully." Hearing this, he was stunned, thinking Gloria liked him. He was so angry, his hands trembled, and said, "Selling you and my fiancé." Just then, Haya came over and called, "Irene, come back." He just pursed his lips and called for his mother. Irene swallowed his anger and said, "Fine. Later after marriage, I'll gradually straighten her out." Then he turned and left, saying, "If Miss Gloria isn't in the mood today, I'll take my leave first." She excitedly replied, "Go carefully, no seeing off." Then Gloria frowned seriously and said, "Now that the obstacle is gone, if you still don't agree with me, I will act immediately." Sullen helplessly replied, all right. I agree with you, but you also have to agree to one of my requests." She curiously asked again. He went over, leaned in, and whispered to Gloria, "Recommend me to your older brother, Duke Isaac." Night had fallen. Solon approached Duke Isaac and said he had a way to cancel the engagement between Miss Gloria and Irene, but hoped the Duke could lend him the Isaac family's heirloom Greek mystical artifact. He looked straight at him and said that in the previous life, Duke Jack was not pleased with Master Huahua Irene, nor did he want to ally with the Cooper family. He mentioned canceling the engagement many times but was always rejected by the royal family. He harbored a somewhat sinister thought and believed that this life just needed to exploit a little. Hearing the proposal from him, he turned his back and said, "You brat don't know the heavens and the earth. The royal family's arranged marriage is not something people like you can cancel, and you dare to set conditions for me." Salon smiled and replied, "People like me." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword and challenged, "It is precisely people like me who can help you solve that problem." Isaac, too, was stunned when he saw the sword. He thought, could this be the S-rank prodigy child that the Cooper family possesses? Salon quickly rushed forward and said that if the engagement cannot be canceled, then eliminating that useless young master is no different. "What do you mean Duke Isaac too still couldn't make his decision?" He looked directly at him but couldn't give a clear response. Time passed, and 1 month later, at Lady Haya's mansion, the steward Doc came to her and reported that the madam had everything prepared. But currently Salon Cooper was not at home. Hearing this, Hien replied, "I know, go help the young master." He took orders from her and said yes. Suddenly, the Cooper family's stepchildren came over, looking around, and finally said to each other that they really didn't know why they were called here, emphasizing their status as heirs, telling us to rest assured and be his dogs. "Who told you that having a swordsmanship talent means you're destined to be the future head of the family? Damn, keep your voices down, or the family head will hear." Now a few people followed Cooper Leon and said the family head and guests have all taken their seats. To avoid making the guests wait, the party began as instructed by the master, and he calmly responded, Isaac too appeared and said, "What a coincidence. Duke Cooper, shall we talk?" Seeing him there, he spoke with curiosity. "Duke Isaac, I don't recall inviting you." Jack too stood there and said, "After all, it's my future brother-in-law's coming-of-age ceremony. I have to come celebrate." Outside, nearby, Selen overheard the conversation and said, "That's enough. Time to activate the Xuanqi Hap." The man beside him nodded in agreement and replied yes. Suddenly, he was left standing there alone. But not far away, a treasure was being enchanted by someone. It was the Tamuanchi Manfong Thuktin Huin. The Cooper family's stepchildren now held swords together, pointing toward the treasure, and said, "Xuanqi Hap, activate the illusion quickly." Then a magical formation appeared. It looked like a mysterious and fascinating matrix. While Salon was watching, someone approached and said, "Finally found you." Suddenly, Irene appeared unexpectedly behind him and said, "What are you doing hiding here alone?" Suddenly, a pitch-dark door in the basement opened. Salon was bound, standing with iron chains, looking very miserable. Irene stood in front of him and said, "Sorry about this." He smiled wickedly, grabbed his sword, charged forward and said, "Your swordsmanship talent is mine as well." Quickly, bright red liquid flowed out. Irene's voice still echoed mockingly, "This is your fate, Selene." Elsewhere, Andrea suddenly shouted in panic, "Selene." She woke up from a nightmare and called out, Before she could finish, a nearby girl said, "All right, stop dozing off and get to work." Andrea replied dazedly, "Okay," but inside she was worried, thinking that the spiritual chi power wasn't a dream but the truth from her past life. Time-based spiritual chi power is one of the talents awakened by mages. Mages who awaken spiritual chi power can see fragments of time from the past and future. Andrea quickly ran silently, thinking that Salon was in danger. She rushed into a rather wild and dark place. Surrounded by dense trees, Andrea looked worried and thought she had to act quickly to stop everything before Irene could move. Just then she heard someone say, "This is the wine your father gave you as a reward." Andrea followed the voice and silently thought, "Found it." When she found him there, Andrea quickly launched an attack and said Ning Tin Shi Kwang, by spiritual energy sinking into a deep sleep. As soon as she finished speaking, she told herself to put Irene to sleep for a few months before thinking further. Suddenly, someone appeared from behind and shouted loudly, "Andrea!" It was Haya. Seeing her appear, she quickly ordered to take her away. At the slightest noise, the man quickly rushed over and responded with a yes. Andrea was quickly immobilized. The man covered her mouth tightly with his hand, causing her to struggle and make a few muffled sounds. Haya stood in a corner, watching and thinking, wasn't the theft experiment supposed to have succeeded already? Why can she still use magic? After a moment of doubt, she quickly dismissed the matter and thought, forget it, now is not the time to think about that. The theft ritual is important. Very quickly, a glass of deep red wine was poured entirely into Salon's mouth. After drinking, the glass uncontrollably fell to the ground. Aaron stood there laughing mockingly at the fool who fell for the same trick twice. Then he was a bit resentful and shouted, "On what basis do you have an S-rank talent?" He swung his hand to hit Salon and shouted, "On what basis do you possess the dragon magic?" Aaron continued hitting and yelling, "On what basis does Gloria also like you?" He hit him until he spat blood, but still shouted that all of those things originally belonged to him. At that moment, Haya came over and said, "All right, Irene, don't waste your breath on him. Start quickly." Irene nodded and replied, "Yes, mother." The butler brought him a weapon and said, "This is a specially made dagger. Even if his body has invincible strength, it can be temporarily broken." Aaron took the dagger and said, "Not bad." He held the dagger and threatened, "Sorry. Your swordsmanship talent is mine now." Irene stabbed Salon once with the dagger, then laughed loudly, saying, "This is your end, Salon." He was stabbed and cried out in pain. How tragic. Seeing Salon suffer, he laughed loudly and continued, "Cry, scream. From now on, I am the true heir worthy of the Cooper family. I possess the highest talent and strength. No one can surpass me." After Aaron finished speaking, he showed no reaction. His expression remained silent, looking down. Suddenly, Salon raised his face, laughed loudly, and said, "What play are you acting out, young master?" Seeing that both he and Haya were stunned and asked, "What?" Then he quickly broke free from the chains that had bound him. Salon smiled slightly and said, "Open your eyes wide and clearly see whose end this really is." As soon as he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers. Suddenly, everything around shifted somewhat. Hia and Irene stood watching and vaguely said, "This place is..." Looking closely again, she panicked and said, "The grand hall of the party, the honored guests there were all surprised and said, 'Are you crazy?' And yet doing such a thing in front of 100 eyes. Is the young Master Cooper really that kind of person? So the rumored S-rank swordsmanship talent he has is all fake. It must be true. Disgusting that such a person is also worthy as the heir. Better let me be the family guardian." Then he thought, no way. How did that brat know we would make a move on him? Wasn't the experiment successful? What exactly went wrong? No, the most important thing now is how to turn the situation around. Then she and Irene quickly explained, everyone wasn't fooled. It was that bastard who harmed us. Yes, that guy has always... At that moment, someone came clapping loudly and praised, "What a great performance." It was Isaac too. He turned to Cooper Leon and said, "Isn't that right, Duke Cooper?" He looked annoyed and angrily said, Irene. Hesitating, she quickly explained, "This was all at my request. If you want to blame someone, blame me." Cooper Leon was not talkative, directly knocking Irene to the ground. Haya saw this and panicked, loudly calling Irene. Salon, standing nearby, quietly exclaimed, "Oh, how cruel." Irene shouted indignantly, "What did I do wrong? I'm just a stepson. What's his should be mine anyway." Heen sternly reminded Irene to shut up. People around began to gossip. I remember the Duke Cooper's background. Wasn't it that the Duke rose by his own strength back then? Although he never avoided this matter publicly, how could his son point it out in front of outsiders? The Duke values his dignity highly. He's truly stubborn. Leon took out a long, sharp sword and asked seriously, so what? He pointed the sword directly at Irene and loudly declared, children, listen to the order from now on. Initiate the inheritance competition. The Cooper family's stepchildren. Hearing this, they were shocked and exclaimed that the inheritance competition meant them. Everyone showed obvious ambition and arrogantly said we all have the right to compete to be the heir and can use any means without restraint. The winner is King Kill Irene before anyone kills him. Jack too laughed loudly, mocking, this is the Cooper family spirit, supreme strength, huh? Finally got to witness it today. He said in a low voice, but since things have come to this, the engagement between our two families must be canceled. I will not marry my sister to a serial liar, a man without strength like that. Leon glanced suspiciously at Salin, behind thinking to himself, all these recent events must be the energy of illusions, and she have definitely teamed up with this kid. He silently calculated all the noble classes are present here. Once news reaches the royal family, it will only harm the Cooper family. Better to take a step back first, then deal with it later. Thinking this, Leon stepped forward to shake hands with Isaac too. Calmly spoke, rest assured, I will petition the king to find a solution for the Isaac family. He nodded after hearing this, truly the wise head of the Cooper family. He turned and pointed the sword at Sullen, sternly warning the kid, if you want to seize the inheritance, fine, but do not do anything that harms the family's dignity. Leon warned, or else you will be wiped from the family. Salin sneered and said, do you think I care about that inheritance? He clenched the sword's tip until it bled, then pressed it near his neck. Salin said firmly, if you want me gone, then act now. Father Leon was a bit shocked, thinking, what exactly is this kid thinking? He sheathed his sword and thought, then asked the head of the family, aren't you really going to discipline him? Leon calmly replied, no need, he really has the ability. I even hope he can do something. He recalled Salon's unpleasant expression and pondered the kid's personality is very difficult. Don't know who he takes after. That evening at the Cooper family castle, Haya angrily shouted, who leaked the news outside? That brat knew about our actions again. The butler Dak answered fearfully, I don't know about that either. A subordinate led Andrea in and asked the madam how should this maid be dealt with. Haya spoke bitterly, throw her to the magic beast? Why do you need to bother with such a little thing? She suddenly widened her eyes in surprise and softly said, wait. Haya suspiciously thought she was really using magic beast before it if the experiment failed. Then she looked back at Butler Dak, thinking it has not been done yet. Heen revealed a sinister look and said softly, Dak, didn't you steal her talent? Then show it to me now. He stammered in reply, her talent is too high. I haven't mastered it yet. Please give me more time, madam. Butler Dak worriedly thought, could madam have seen through it? Andrea said no more. Haya angrily ordered, get someone to execute her on the spot. They responded immediately, yes. Dak widened his eyes in shock, then hurriedly shouted, madam, please listen to me, Salon Cooper forced him. Before Dak could say another word, a cold sword strike rang out along with fresh blood gushing, and he slowly collapsed to the ground. Haya spoke coldly, a dog biting its owner and the owner killing the dog. Does that even need an explanation? She stepped closer, grabbing Andrea's neck near her voice and said, as for you, why not just give me your talent? That would count as making the best use of everything. After finishing, Hien lifted her up using his strength to suppress her, but her magic seemed to have no effect on her skin at all. Seeing this, Hien widened his eyes in silent wonder. No burn marks, could she be a Chi District ice spirit? He pondered that adult women with Chi District ice spirits could become gentle and kind. Men bonded with gentle companions could improve their own strength through her. Hien looked at Andrea's pitifully beautiful face and quietly calculated that if that was the case. Meanwhile, in a room inside the castle, Salon was deep in thought, truly unexpected. Even though Irene's worthless talent and despicable character were fully exposed, the head of the family still didn't decide to eliminate him. Was it out of fear of the power behind Irene's mother? He pressed his lips tightly silently, telling himself that since last night they arranged for him to stay in the castle, wasn't that to control him and prevent his escape? To let that Irene endure the same suffering he once did, he would not leave this place. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. He turned his head suspiciously, wondering if it was Andrea so early. Salin softly said, come in, the door is unlocked. Isaac Gloria then stepped in excitedly and said, you have to return that item today. If we both have free time, just come over yourself. Salin frowned, calculating that if he could get help from the Isaac family, even if he killed Ilan directly, it might not. Gloria angrily said loudly, hey, what are you thinking? The lady am still right in front of you. Salin stepped forward, returned her the box, and said in a low voice, I'm thinking that the Isaac family is on par with the Cooper family, so why treat a tool that only controls illusions under very harsh conditions as a treasured family heirloom? She took it eagerly and said, "Want to know? I won't tell you unless—" Gloria thought silently that no one really believed that legend. Those in the noble circles already knew about it. She just happened to use that to get Salon to agree to her conditions. Without many words, he immediately made a gesture to send her off and said, "Well then, goodbye." Hearing that, she gasped in shock and disbelief. Gloria quickly made a proposal to Salon. "I want to have a decisive battle with you." He just gave a short, "Oh." After a while, the two were already in the arena with no one else around. Gloria gathered her strength into her sword and charged at Salon at full speed. He immediately raised his sword and lightly blocked her attack. Salon quickly pushed her sword to the side. He bluntly pointed his sword at Gloria and said coldly, "You lost again." She shouted angrily, "No dignity at all." Salon turned and said in a deep voice, "You wanted me to go all out, and according to the agreement, you must tell me the secret of the illusion Chai spirit." Gloria quietly replied, "Actually, it is just a legend. No one knows if it's true or not. Moreover, no one has ever verified it." He curiously asked what legend, and she thought for a moment before calmly recounting the legend. If the Chi spirit consents, the holder of time magic, who voluntarily sacrifices their entire life, can use the illusion Chi spirit to bring others back to life. Upon hearing this, Salon recalled the sad memories of his past life and silently told himself that Andrea must have sacrificed her life last time to bring him back. So in this life, he must not only seek revenge, but also take good care of Andrea, absolutely not giving that bastard Iron any chance. Suddenly, two subordinates hurriedly ran in and reported, "Young Master Salon, something big happened. Andrea has been captured." Hearing this, Salon's eyes flashed with anger, and he anxiously asked, "What? Who captured Andrea? Tell me clearly." They immediately replied, "Last night when we acted, someone saw Miss Andrea being taken away by a few servants, ordered by the housekeeper into the forest." Gloria softly added, "If that's true, this morning in the hallway, I overheard two female servants talking that Andrea was taken in by the young master as a maid, and after she grows up, she will be made a concubine." She rubbed her chin thoughtfully. "At the time, I thought the young master meant Salon, but it turns out not." He hurried off angrily, shouting, "Aaron, you're looking for death." Gloria reminded them, "Why are you two still standing there? Hurry up and follow me." Salon's gaze wasn't about rescuing anyone. It was about killing. They all replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, in Aren's room, he was furiously cursing, "Salon is despicable. He's embarrassed me in front of so many nobles. I will make sure you die a humiliating death." Haya's servant tried to calm the young master. "Please calm down, sir. Didn't the mistress say to wait until you were mature?" He ignored him and kicked him hard, shouting, "Die, bring me another one." Lifting the curtain, Andrea was seen shackled with a collar around her neck. He suggested, "Young master, I heard Salon really likes Andrea, who the mistress brought back. Don't you want this girl to repay Salon's debt?" Iron laughed loudly with delight. "You're really clever." He quickly lunged toward her with a sick expression and said, "Andrea, you will be my future concubine. I will teach you how to be a proper flirt." Andrea was terrified, thinking, "What now? My spellcasting ability is locked. I can't resist." "Sullen, where are you? Come save me." Iron looked at her with disgust, thinking about how he would react when he saw her serving under him like this. He reached out to grab Andrea and croaked, "Be obedient and serve as my concubine well." Suddenly, a voice full of rage shouted as Iron was punched hard on the cheek by Salon. Still unable to vent his anger, he followed up with another punch, causing Iron to fall hard to the floor. Andrea was happy to see him and called out loudly, "Salon!" Salon showed no mercy, kicking Iron's groin hard and shouting, "Die!" Iron immediately clutched his lower body and screamed in pain. Salon didn't stop and kept hitting him repeatedly. He kept cursing, "Die." Suddenly, Iron's shoulder bones cracked loudly. His ribs also took a heavy blow, causing intense pain. Salon's appearance at this moment was terrifying. A dark aura quickly surrounded him. Aaron trembled and shouted, "Help! Help!" The subordinates quickly called out to rescue young Master Salon immediately. They gathered a fiery power around themselves and lifted them up. Salon's subordinates rushed over in panic, calling, "Young Master Salon, the situation is bad." Gloria slipped behind and quickly unlocked Andrea's shackles. She hurriedly urged, "Hurry, Andrea, Salon is about to go berserk." Andrea ran over and let out a soft sigh. She hugged Salon from behind, loudly saying, "Salon, wake up, I'm fine." Salon turned to look at her and called out shakily, Andrea. The subordinates ran to Iron's side and told each other, quick, get young Master Iron out of here. At the same time Hia entered, saw Iren badly beaten and called out in alarm. Iren! She pointed angrily at Salon and shouted, Salon, you bastard! Is this how you repay the kindness when your father took you into the castle? He said nothing and slowly placed his hand on the necklace. In an instant, Salon summoned blood magic and took heavy steps toward Hia. Andrea softly called Salon, and Hia, seeing him approach, instinctively stepped back and asked in panic, Salon, what do you want to do? He slowly cut a slit in his palm with a sword. Salon flicked on his blood onto Irene's head and began chanting, I, Salon Cooper, hereby initiate the divine life and death war against Irene Cooper, unyielding and immortal. He silently vowed never to let this unbearable threat to Andrea continue to exist. 7 days later, the arena was filled with people ready to watch the duel. Salon's confident face curled into a slight smile. Unexpectedly, you lasted 7 days, and it wasn't to escape. Hearing this, Irene retorted by summoning a shield and sneered, Why would I waste the chance to kill a leaf like you? He seemed to notice this too, frowning slightly, thinking the shield gave him an unusual feeling. Then a firm voice rang out, I declare the battle begins. Just like that, after sending the start signal, Irene immediately launched an attack. Medusa's petrifying radiation causing Salon to suddenly widen his eyes in astonishment when he realized it was indeed Medusa. Facing a series of rapid consecutive attacks, he swiftly dodged to escape, only for the other to burst out laughing mockingly, ha ha ha. So the so-called Kim Sword Grandmaster is just a jumping monkey after all. Suddenly Salon received information about the ranks of swordmasters from highest to lowest sword, Saint Sword, Saint Kim, Sword, Grandmaster, Silver Sword, Guardian hypothetical sword learner in this urgent situation. He suddenly pondered and calculated. The shadow form would not only make him immune to Medusa's abnormal petrification attack, but it also wouldn't count as damage, so there was no way to transfer to the shadow form. But one thing Salon was sure of was that he had to destroy that shield. And Irene, having gained a slight advantage, kept nagging Salon, You didn't think about it right? Stealing my Perseus sword gave me this Medusa shield. That's the difference between a destined child and a rebellious person. Salon recklessly dashed quickly toward the opponent, but still dodged very precisely while the other remained completely indifferent, mocking useless, just useless. Seeing Salon leap up to swing his sword backward, preparing to attack Irene, shouted loudly, summoning Medusa. Just as Salon predicted, he smugly used it as a shield. Meanwhile, Irene was satisfied, thinking silently, What I've been waiting for is now. Since life gave it to Salon, why not put on a show? He quickly rushed forward and slashed it away with one sword strike, causing green liquid to splash everywhere. Then Salon proudly raised his sword high, seeing his spirit sword seemingly merge into that bloodline. He only calmly opened his mouth, his whole body surrounded by a terrifying aura, as he fiercely charged forward, saying, Go to hell. After saying that, Salon immediately used his incredible speed to surge forward and slash across the opponent's body, shattering a ring on Irene's finger. At this point, the corner of Irene's mouth involuntarily curled into a mocking, sarcastic smile. Almost forgot I'm now a Kim Supreme Mage, too. Then Irene approached and shouting loudly, Devour all those vengeful souls. They're dark magic, not ordinary curses. Even Jack was angered by this dirty trick. Cursing beast. Jack and Gloria, clueless about what was happening, asked their older brother, who explained directly that it was dark magic requiring 1,000 souls of commoners who died in pain to forge leaving, her astonished exclaiming, What? Hearing this, Cooper Leon frowned unhappily and warned, I need an explanation. This is a family secret. Please, Duke, Isaac, respect noble traditions, he said, coldly, clearly annoyed. Despite the attack by those vengeful souls, Salon remained calm and directly confronted them, which only made Irene more sarcastic and mocking. Foolish, you don't even dodge. Then feel free to suffer and cry. His expression shifted from smug to stunned and confused as he shook his head repeatedly, denying impossible. Impossible, I've tested this move hundreds of times. No one can easily counter it without being possessed by the vengeful souls. Then Irene became even more determined and loudly ordered, Soul host, die quickly. As Salon predicted, those vengeful souls quickly swarmed to finish him off. According to Byron, despite countless schemes, he still couldn't harm Salon. Dangjing shook his head in disbelief, thinking, No way, how could my attacks be ineffective? At that moment, he had no patience left for Irene and warned, You've struggled enough. Now you can die. Irene quickly used the shadow form skill to transfer damage, but the other wasn't afraid at all, and even laughed mockingly. Foolish, you're my shadow, how could you hurt me? Indeed, everyone's eyes widened in shock at Ceylon's attack, and they gasped in horror. Ah, how is this possible? In that moment, he couldn't help but blame himself, thinking, damn it, I forgot that the shadow on him would automatically transfer critical damage to the shadow child. And yet he still cared about the survival of those ragged kids. Dark magic staff of life drains the life force of others to attack the target. If the life force of the attacked is lower than the life force collected by the staff, that person will die immediately. This is extremely cruel dark magic that left Ceylon deeply troubled and thoughtful. Although I don't know why it seems like his aura has lost its effect on him, but he absolutely will not escape this magic. Just look at those miserable people constantly screaming. He then gave a sinister smile and decided that if that's the case, he would use their lives to cast the magic staff spell. The moment Iron raised his staff, everyone had to endure a significant impact. Everyone clutched their chests in pain, kneeling down in agony, saying my life. Andrea also screamed in horror. Lucian Reno, what's wrong with you two? Iron held the life staff in his hands, smiling wickedly and mocking. So this means you've given up resisting. Unfortunately, even so, I will not spare punishment for these filthy bastards, causing Ceylon to furrow his brows. His anger was pushed to the limit by Irene's arrogant and disrespectful nature, and he slammed his sword hard into the ground. Finally witnessed by tens of thousands of people there, he firmly declared, I, Ceylon, refuse to become a beast like you. Then he closed his eyes and focused on calming himself to cast the forbidden magic blood formation. Shortly after, fiery blood-like power beams showed Ceylon's somewhat overwhelming strength directly confronting Irene. He couldn't help but be stunned, exclaiming what? The people around, witnessing this impressive show of force from him, became interested, their eyes full of admiration, cheering. Ah, he turned back. He really turned back. Salindam, the boss, long live. However, just as they were excitedly discussing the clear sky, suddenly shook violently as a pitch-black demon dragon with a proud and majestic aura appeared, tearing through the air with its wings as it flew over. It roared powerfully and then stood behind Ceylon, looking at him calmly and declaring, enjoy your last breath while you still can. This will be your final breath. Aaron the demon dragon kept roaring, spitting fire, then placed his hand on Ceylon's shoulder, making him chuckle and ask, so you're angry too, huh? Isaac too was also stunned and terrified by its grand entrance, exclaiming the legendary demon dragon armor, it's real after all. This statement also made Isaac Gloria visibly anxious and scared, asking, brother, what are you talking about? Hearing this, he had no choice but to recount everything he knew to her. According to legend, if the demon dragon clan can fully connect mentally with their master under strong emotional influence, they can transform their form, significantly enhancing the master's power. The demon dragon's strength and majesty are shown all over its body, from sturdy shoulders to sharp claws, strong armor on the arms, and a sharp sword. All these elements combine to create a precedent never before seen. This is called demon dragon armor. Among those shocked by this event, Aaron was no exception. He gasped in horror, denying no way, absolutely no way. Even if you were allowed by that beast, you couldn't achieve mental connection. At this moment, he still didn't know whether to retreat or advance, and stubbornly tried to show his strength. It must be an illusion. Watch how I defeat you with this great magic. But before Irene's souls or moves could unleash their power, they were already crushed under the demon dragon's claws without him realizing. Salin was also in armored mode, ready to fight, and declared seriously, our mental connection is thanks to the rage against that person. Right after finishing his words, he quickly charged forward with powerful, skillful slashes and lightning-fast movements. In just moments, Salin fiercely confronted Iron head-on, causing him, despite holding the life staff, to feel anxious and worried. With one slash, his arm was severed from his body, and he screamed in fear and pain. Ah, it hurts so much. Salin then asked in a serious tone, this sword is for the innocent people whose talents you stole. Seeing his beloved son getting beaten badly, he couldn't help but feel heartbroken, stood up and shouted worriedly. But very quickly, Cooper Leon sternly reminded him, sit down. Aaron never expected him to have such great skills. He knelt on the ground in pain and agony, trembling and speechless. You bastard! How dare you! How dare you! But this was just an appetizer Salin prepared for him. Many surprises were still to come. So quickly move to your target. As expected, another painful strike was launched, along with his cold voice echoing that those shadows must die. Because of you, because the talent from my past life was stolen and exploited by you to death. Salen's eyes narrowed slightly, like a judge pronouncing a death sentence on Aaron, for everything you have done in the past, present, and future. Finally, he carried a blazing fire of long-standing grudges and swung his sword to descend into hell. Go to hell, Aaron. But just at the moment those grudges seemed to end suddenly, a throw deflected Salen's sword. Cooper Leon saw her recklessly interfering in the battle and displeasedly reminded the two, "What are you doing? This is a life-or-death duel, the most sacred inside the Cooper family." We still have Aaron, who keeps groaning in pain. Seeing her so arrogant, even Isaac too couldn't help but sneer sarcastically. "Greetings, madam. Truly an S-rank prodigy. Mage a legend. It's a pity that after marrying Cooper Leon, I've never seen her fight again. Unexpectedly today, I have the honor to witness it." It didn't stop there. Whispers and gossip kept echoing in their ears. "She's unleashed 8 rings of divine magic shields. She must be using a treasure's help. Could the rumor that the mistress assassinated the previous head and was struck down by magic be true?" Just as expected, Hia clasped her hands and summoned 9 rings of white divine magic shields, alongside a somewhat regretful, sarcastic tone. "If I'd known earlier you'd turn into such a monster. When you were still swaddled, I should have killed you then. Now I have to fix my mistake. Today you will die here." Salen was already used to her temperament. He only tilted his head to glance without any fear, looking at the dark aura surrounding Haya and his ready-to-fight expression. Cooper Leon angrily shouted, "Stop it all now!" Finally, she didn't stubbornly provoke him anymore. She had no choice but to retract the weapon she just summoned. Salon did the same. He immediately disappeared from armed mode, returning to his original form. His expression was not very happy either. Only Isaac too stood in a corner, stroking his chin, amazed and admiring. No wonder Cooper Leon, the holy sword wielder, uses this forbidden magic technique. Truly unbeatable. As they stopped, Cooper Leon strode forward. He needed to distinguish right from wrong. He directly declared sternly, "The Cooper family does not welcome you. Take your people and leave." Salon couldn't help but angrily shout, "Father, head of the family, you will regret this." But after seeing him beat her son Haya, couldn't hold back anymore. "Cooper Leon, let me kill him." But he suddenly pointed coldly at her, demanding, "Before I regret it, get out of my territory." Just like that, Salon had nothing more to say. He led his people away, saying indifferently, "Let's go." Under the blue sky and shining sunlight, they all left that place full of gossip together. Salon awkwardly spoke, family head. "Jack, actually, you don't need to leave with us." But he laughed and replied, "Kid, you're straightforward and honest, interested in joining Isaac's family." He couldn't help but exclaim, "Sir, don't you mind my expelled status? Want to confront the Cooper family?" Salon's words shocked Isaac too. He looked back suspiciously, unable to believe his ears. But refusal didn't mean the end. Salon suggested, "Sir, although I cannot join your family, I can make a deal with you." Isaac too asked with interest, "Oh, how so?" So he spoke directly. "The king is seriously ill, and a noble war is about to break out. If I can successfully enter the Imperial Academy, maybe you can get the latest news from the capital." At first he seemed to have caught him off guard and asked interestedly, "You're calculating well. Why should I help you get into the Imperial Academy? What proof do I have to trust you?" Hearing this, a thought suddenly flashed in his mind, and he smirked coldly. "If my sword talent is S-rank, then it's time to use my trump card." Next, Salon boldly declared as a firm guarantee, "With me, you can become the secret disciple of the Holy Sword Seal, Chris." This also made Isaac a bit doubtful. Is it really Chris at this time? Somewhere Chris was slouched, leaning against the door, drinking to drown his sorrows. Yet his sixth sense seemed to tell him that someone was talking about him. Lazily he burped, "Damn it, who's gossiping behind my back?" Burp. Holy Sword Seal, Chris, 47 years old, rank Sword Saint, title hidden. Sword style, silent sword. Characteristic of this style is speed, the sword or The sword is drawn faster than sound, and it arrives before its sound. Outwardly, he uses swordsmanship for assassination, but in reality he is very fierce and powerful. He usually kills with overwhelming force, piercing armor, and slaughtering. His outward personality seems loose, but inside he appears uncontrollable. But in fact, he is cautious and never easily trusts others. Position leader of the king's personal assassin legion. Hobbies: drinking, disguises, often drunk, gambling a lot. Later in the suburbs of St. Golden City, Salon immediately introduced to Isaac too, see that The three towers ahead are the strongest shields of ST Golden City, the top three magic towers. Seeing them means ST Golden City is not far away anymore. Before leaving, he also reminded me, just so you know, ST Golden City is full of ordinary nobles. You need to be a bit careful outside the school. Salin kept looking at Bobo with suspicion, quietly reassuring himself this guy is not trustworthy. He can do a lot of backstabbing for the sake of his family's interests. I have to do this myself, find a chance to escape from the army. On the way, Isaac too kept firmly assuring Salin, don't worry, I will definitely succeed with the Imperial Academy. Miss Andrea will feel a bit lonely, so she will be your attendant attending school. That way, you two can be together openly and legitimately. As for your guards, arrange them properly inside Isaac's manor, and let's go. They can help me protect the manor, a bit fight off any strong bandits or something. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. Thinking silently bandits near the Imperial capital, there really are bandits' opportunity. He feared misunderstanding, so he explained they're called bandits, but they're actually reactionary nobles from ST Golden City, very hard to deal with. Deal. But Salin resolutely replied, leave the bandit issue to me. Making Isaac too wonder and ask, then what about Andrea? He galloped into the forest without looking back, asking Andrea, please have the gentleman take you to the Imperial Magic Academy first. Isaac Gloria was also confused by that impulsive action calling him, and he sighed helplessly, replying, go back to the manor first. Arrange for that brat's subordinates for just a moment. Salin was already deep in the forest, standing silently observing based on his vague memories. He propped his chin, thinking that according to Angela's own description from her past life, she was only about 7 years old and secretly imprisoned in the bandits' hideout. Then Salin jumped down, and most importantly, her father Chris has always been searching for her, willing to pay any price for her. With such valuable information, he believed even more that if he could save Angela, he could smoothly become Chris's disciple. So his determination to carry out this plan grew stronger, and he quickly switched to combat readiness, preparing to fight these arrogant bandits. Not far away, they were also actively training to improve their endurance in battle. Suddenly, a giant shadow appeared overhead, making him look up in curiosity. Yet everything happened in just a moment. Before those bandits could react, Salin sent them flying to the heavens with a single sword strike. That was his ultimate technique, named the First Inherited Sword Technique, Bloodlight Shadow. Another group fiercely tightened their grip on their weapons in front of Salin and charged powerfully using the Second Inherited Sword Technique, Blood Snake Frenzy, with sharp, fast strikes, just like a giant snake, opening its wide mouth to swallow them whole. At this moment, the leader of the Po Long bandits also appeared, looking at him with eyes full of hatred and shouting, who dares to be so reckless? Dying. Without a word, he directly lunged forward to strike, but Salin quickly used his sword to block the attack. Then Salin jumped into the air to create distance from Fo Long and swiftly unleashed the Third Inherited Sword Technique, Blood Shadow Slash. Hearing the name of the move, Fo Long's eyes widened in horror as he trembled, repeating, Blood, Blood Shadow Slash. You're from the Cooper family. Do you know who we are? But before he could finish, Salin delivered a decisive blow, quickly ending him. Suddenly, red streaks of light flared violently, then continuously shifted and formed a distinct shape. Salin coldly passed through the bandits, sarcastically saying, a bunch of evil beasts with piled-up crimes. Who do you think you are that I should care? Just then, after scouting around, Mio returned and called Gigi to signal him. As Salin turned his head, Mio rubbed affectionately against him, making him chuckle and ask, what's up? Did you find it? Judging by its expression, Salin could guess part of the answer. He released it to fly up and said, lead the way. Following Mio's clues, he traced its guidance to the location. Salin carefully examined the entrance inside in detail. Finally, the door opened. He stood proudly under the bright light and slowly approached. While walking, Salin cautiously looked around, observing the entrance carefully before quickly approaching the target inside. Angela, seeing someone enter, tilted her head innocently and asked, are you a good person here to rescue me? Salin thought to himself, Angela once said that since childhood she could tell if someone was lying just by a glance and sense whether they had good or evil intentions, so honesty is necessary. Therefore, he straightforwardly replied, I'm here to take you to find Father so he can teach me swordsmanship. After confirming she also had her answer. Smiling happily, she reached out her hand and said, you're not lying then, let's go. With Angela's trust, Salin didn't hesitate and immediately carried her outside. But before they could take a few steps, his eyes flashed with deep thought. I'm afraid we can't go any further. Just as their plan began, they were blocked at the door by two fiercely aggressive skeletal warriors radiating intense killing intent. glaring at them. Salin warned Angela, "Angela, the energy from those outside is terrifying. I can only block its attack once. Wait a moment, I'll rush out to draw its attention." "You have to risk it and run outside, got it?" She replied, "Yes." He observed the skeleton and thought this giant skeleton is 4 meters tall, with attack power on par with a holy sword. This one must be nearly 5 meters. Salin then taunted Malong, "This time we really have to risk it." He drew his sword, took a stance, and told Angela to prepare well. She was ready to attack and replied confidently, "Don't worry, big brother, I'm ready." Salin sighed deeply and immediately charged toward the skeleton. The skeleton swung its giant claw with sharp nails forward. Salin used his sword to block its claw and shouted, "Now's the time! Miss Angela, hurry!" She saw the skeleton panic, turned her back, and screamed loudly. Salin smiled calmly and said, "Malong's equipment has one more move. Let's test its power." Then he shouted, "Malong!" A powerful aura radiated from Salin's sword. It created a strong force that pushed the skeleton back. Then he loudly called out the move and a notification popped up. Malong Armor Force Malong dispelled detonated remaining magic power, creating a powerful shockwave. Salin stood tall and boldly declared, "A giant skeleton alone can't stop my path of vengeance." He looked at Angela running away and thought, "Now we just need to get Angela out of here." The skeleton chased Angela, spewing lightning bolts and shouting, "Die!" Then a huge explosion happened right where she was. Salin shouted and a pair of wings appeared. It turned out the monstrous bird that had grabbed Angela and flown high up had already saved her life. The pigeon, burdened by Angela's weight, could no longer hold on and immediately let her go. Salin was already standing below to catch her. He quickly carried Angela and fled from the attacks of the skeletal troops. Salin ran desperately, worried to death. The magic formation had closed and they had to break the core of the formation to escape. In this life-or-death situation, he told himself that since that monster was chasing them now, there was no time to observe the formation, just find the core of the magic formation. Angela, holding on to his neck, asked, "Brother, is the core of the magic formation a very important place where no one is allowed to approach?" Salin responded curiously, "That's right. Do you know where it is?" Angela pointed toward a distant door and revealed that when they were released to move about, there were 3 places she wasn't allowed to approach, and that was one of them. He replied, "All right, let's go check it out." Salin changed direction and ran that way, saying that although the energy of this beast was strong, unfortunately its speed was slow. From a distance, it could only use the skeletal cannon attack. He ran desperately and shouted, "But now that I don't have the Ma-Long weapon equipped, we'll also get seriously hurt." At this time, Salin's group had entered inside the door. He looked around and said the room was reinforced but probably wouldn't hold for long. Suddenly, Angela's eyes lit up, and she said instinctively, "Brother, that bow seems to be calling me." Salin carried Angela close to the magic lightning orb and said, "Let's see." Angela released a bolt of lightning from her 2 hands, making Salin watch curiously. Finally, she had summoned a bow. Salin wondered, "Is this Silver's blessing?" Angela urged him quickly, "That's right, brother. That monster is about to catch up. Let's go to the next place quickly." He replied, and Angela raised the bow forward, guiding Salin. "Brother, there's another place ahead. Behind us, the skeletal troops are chasing us." He ran into a room and Salin's footsteps caused sparks to travel to a large black gem inside. He shouted, "Found it? This is the place." Salin looked at the black gem with purple flames inside hovering above a circular magic formation. You froze, utterly shocked. These are scattered skeletons, appearing all around, radiating a fierce demonic aura. At that moment, Salin realized and shouted loudly, "The mage arranged that formation, activating this giant skeleton to self-destruct." He put Angela down and carefully instructed, "Angela, after I use my move, I might lose my mind. If I have to act against you, you must find a way to protect yourself well." She replied, "Yes, don't worry, Angela trusts you." Salin then drew a sword and used the 4th inherited sword technique. A demonic sword appeared behind him. He told himself this was the only move he could use. Salin swung his sword at the rough egg. His strike created thick flames. He then loudly shouted the technique Spirit Wind Blood Dance. The rough egg began emitting beams of light through the cracks in its shell. Suddenly, the demonic sword grabbed Salin's wrist and then caught the other wrist as well. It lifted the unconscious Salin and said, "Now you belong to me." Angela was shocked and stunned. At the Golden City Imperial Capital, Chris Academy students sat leisurely with a bottle of wine in front of the main gate. A mysterious person approached and asked, "Has His Excellency, the scholar of the 2 princes, left the city? Should we send someone to follow?" Chris opened his ishal in surprise. Old second Sandrew is outside the city. He then disappeared, leaving only the empty bottle carefully kept. Let me go see for myself, then come back and drink. He took it with a silent smile. The great man is finally free. Meanwhile, in the gloomy lair of the strong bandits, blood demons emitted a powerful dark aura as they advanced slowly. Angela called out blankly to Big Brother. His eyes held no trace of humanity, his smile mad like a beast. The blood demon attacked without hesitation. Luckily, she dodged in time, but Angela was still knocked down, crying in pain. Big Brother approached her, again his murderous aura undiminished. Malong threw a fireball to block the blood demon. He chased it away fiercely with a cold sword strike. Mio rubbed her beak against the bow in Angela's hand as if reminding her. She then remembered his earlier words, Angela, after I use my move, I might lose my mind. If I want to act against you, you must find a way to protect yourself well. She was resolute. Brother, rest assured, Angela trusts you. Angela steadied herself, bow in hand, and said, Don't worry, I will survive. She shot an arrow at the ground to block the blood demon's movement, but failed. It destroyed both the arrow and the spot where Angela stood. Thanks to Mio pulling her away in time, she remained safe. Mio and Malong cooperated to protect Angela with all their might. The malicious blood demon was completely subdued. So many fresh, delicious little apples. I wonder which one to eat first. She trembled with fear. No, I can't move even a step. The blood demon grabbed Angela by the neck. With such pure blood, I should tear open the chest and let it slowly flow into my throat. Though in a desperate situation, she tried to comfort him. Brother, don't be sad, you've tried your best. Tears fell down her cheeks. The blood demon had touched his sleeping subconscious. Salin suddenly woke from his trance, glaring angrily at the blood demon. Don't push it. His body began breaking free from control. He was stunned. Impossible, you can't wake up on your own. The blood demon sneered. Stop struggling, you can't stop me. Your willpower can't escape my control. Salon admitted. That's true, your influence on my will is terrifying, but one move's time is enough. He forced himself to unleash Blood Slash. The blood demon tried to stop him. No, you're trying to destroy yourself. Don't even dream of becoming a swordsman again. Salon confidently said, Don't worry, Chris will help me solve these problems quickly. You will be dealt with too. He gritted his teeth bitterly, entrusting his hope to others. You will regret it. You will definitely regret it. After a while, Sandrew's undead arrived. He raised his sword, aiming to kill Salon Troublemaker for his highness. The undead attacks with sharp eyes. Go Diba! Angela rushed out to block. You can't hurt Big Brother. Immediately, the sword in his hand were cut into many pieces. How could my hand be like this? Chris arrived and took care of the undead. Angela. I've suffered so much these years, and Dad came too late. Let's go home. He decisively carried her away despite Angela's worry and unwillingness to leave Salon. No, I want Big Brother. I can't leave Big Brother. Now Chris asked him, Hey kid, need me to help repair your body? Salon smiled and said, What I want doesn't stop there. I risked saving Angela because I wanted to inherit your legacy. He grabbed his collar and said, Make it clear, but right now Angela was personally saved by me. Salon countered, Although my risk involved some minor incidents, it still freed you from the control of the two princes, didn't it? 7 days later at the Imperial Academy, the two had finalized their agreement. You will inherit my title, which has already been announced nationwide. He teased, so now I'm the people's public enemy at the Imperial Academy. He snorted coldly. You can always choose not to be my heir. The crowd around them whispered, Look. Quickly, is he really the one who killed his own brother? I've heard he killed his whole family. I've heard he even tricked the sword St. Chris. Salon ignored them. What I want doesn't just stop at your inheritance. A crowd of hostile students. How could they stop my progress? Suddenly a sword pointed straight at his face. That was William, a commoner student ranked first in the Imperial Academy's combat branch and a master of the Golden Sword. He glared at Salon with hatred. A ruthless villain like you who massacred your brothers and conspired to deceive the Sword Saint. William, today I want to duel you and strip away all your honor. Even without being perceptive, it was clear these disciples were plotting against him. So much hostility still couldn't suppress the killing intent. Probably only the powerful forces behind the two princes, Sandrew. Is this your arrangement? Using William's sense of justice to deal with me? He swung his sword, Hey, if you don't dare accept my challenge, then obediently leave the Sword Saint and abandon your noble Salon status. Thinking to himself, William, the first time we met in the previous life, someone else used you to challenge me. Unexpectedly, I was reborn and it's still the same. Then just like before I draw my sword, William, I accept your challenge. But if you lose, I want you to be loyal to me forever. The students urged William on to kill that brat. William was teaching him a lesson to show that the Imperial Academy isn't a place for just any dogs or cats to enter. He seemed empowered, charging aggressively at Selin, who took the blow. This was a battle between the Empire's sword technique, Charge Heavy Strike, and the Blood Demon's sword technique, Blood Light Shadow. Obviously, he completely dominated his opponent. William admit defeat, you are no match for me. He paled from the terrifying aura, but as the top student in the academy, William immediately used the Empire's sword technique, Violent Chi. Salin was pushed back slightly. Not good after using Bloodlight Shadow. He needed at least 10 seconds to adjust before using it again. Taking advantage of this, William swiftly closed the distance, his blade sliding across Salin's throat, William's deadly consecutive strike. Did he really already master this move at the Imperial Academy? He leapt off the ground, preparing to unleash another lethal move, the Sword of Righteousness reversal by William. Impressive, he could overpower many other talented swordsmen. Repent for your evil deeds, but Salin was not among them. He smiled inwardly and recalled what Chris said, the blood demon magic and other magics are different. With your current physical condition, the most you can use is the second skill of blood demon sword technique at the silver sword rank. He was certain that once you use the third skill, not only could it trigger blood demon illusions, but it could also cause your weak, just recovered body to collapse again. But Salin had to take the risk. Sorry, William's loyalty is something I must risk my life to obtain. So he activated the blood sword power again, avoiding what seemed to be the finishing move William unleashed to end the battle. Salin unleashed the blood-red hidden weapon of the blood demon sword technique, Heart Blood Shadow, Heavenly Sword, in an attack forming 10 sharp swords that charged straight at the target. Another student quickly warned, William, look out for the sword. He was amazed that swordsmanship could do something like that. Salin's blood sword blade was pressed against William's neck. Oh, William, my truly reliable, loyal one. I finally see that interesting look on your face again. It really makes me nostalgic. Suddenly, Salin laughed crazily as if the blood demon was invading his body again. He is afraid of the killing intent on Salin, which is very inappropriate. What can I do? Seeing the danger, everyone stepped back to keep their distance. The mages immediately attacked from afar. Fierce fire magic blazing, cold ice magic, holding Salin back, and strong lightning magic striking continuously. They all agreed that blood magic was truly a shameless type of magic. All the students raised their weapons. With such intense magical power, this person must be a ruthless villain, killing innocents. Everyone must kill him. However, they met opposition from William. William, step aside. This is none of your business. Don't risk your life for that evil man. But he was determined. He has earned my loyalty, even if he truly is a heinous criminal. I will protect him, fall before him, but no bloody battle needs to break out. Chris stepped in and knocked him out with one blow. He clicked his tongue, grumbling like, when I was young, such a nuisance. Chris had carried us Salin away, not forgetting to warn them taking advantage of someone in trouble is not the conduct of Imperial Academy students. When Salin recovers, you will have your chance to spar. Just one look from him was enough to chill them to the bone. Truly terrifying, it felt like I was about to die any moment. I felt like I had died once. The second son of the Sawat Moran family anxiously asked His Highness what to do now. Sandru sneered. I clearly remember he enrolled through a noble recommendation, right? Follow me to the mission trial hall. He thought to himself, blood magic, huh? Truly a very deadly school. Andrea worriedly missed Cassidon. I want to help Salin, only you can handle the blood magic illusions on him. She scolded. Don't be foolish. Better to keep your distance from him. His cultivation is blood magic and evil dark art. She was confused. But didn't you say that magic schools don't relate to the good or evil of a mage? Cassidon saw the student's concern and patted Andrea's head to comfort her. That's right. Most magic schools don't relate to a mage's morality, but blood magic is different from other magics. Crid was scolding Salin. Blood magic is different from other magics. If you want to master the perfect blood magic sword technique, you must have absolute perfect mental power, willpower, and body. He painfully recalled his own hardships. For 7 days, I have struggled to help you heal your body, taught you how to use blood vessel magic power to replace energy, to perform blood magic sword techniques, control and strengthen your body. Chris was obviously angry, and this is your reward. For me, using a body that isn't fully healed yet, going to do something stupid. Who will settle your grudge with the Cooper family? He sneered as if challenging his patience. Of course I won't be that naive, but some things must be done at all costs, right? Crick asked in a stern tone. Even if it means dying. Even if it means killing others. Solon, do you think I trust you seeing you won't tolerate your own disciples? Furious, the Combat Academy principal, George Brandon, suddenly entered, expressing an unfriendly attitude. George, what are you doing here? You are not welcome here. He calmly replied, I'm outside the door. George then shifted his attention to him. Solon Cooper, you are a student admitted by noble recommendation. According to the rules, you must complete the mission trial within 1 week to prove your qualification to remain at the Combat Academy. Don't let personal feelings disturb school order. The teaching principal will be lenient, but I will not if I were you. He was puzzled. Teacher, do you two have a grudge? Chris coldly snorted. Just an old stubborn man. Lucky he didn't die by my hands. You didn't break the school rules. No need to pay attention to Salon. Ask so I can quickly do that mission trial. He sighed. If that stubborn old man arranged it himself, I fear you won't be any better off. That night at the entrance of the Maisa Wild Secret Realm, Sandrew ordered Moran and George to have Salon complete the mission trial right there in the secret realm. Go quickly and pour this medicine into the secret realm's water source. The beast inside will be affected and become immediately aggressive. He smugly sat waiting for the fun. As for how crazy he will get, then we'll see. Mr. Chris can't help but kill when he loses patience. On the second day, Solon angrily chased people away. William had already said I would find you after receiving the mission. He stubbornly continued, Cylinder, I'm afraid this mission of yours won't be easy to complete. He sighed, I've known that for a long time. But George dislikes my teacher and is deliberately making things difficult. William added, that's not it. The situation is a bit complicated now. Everyone is already gathered in the hall waiting to see how foolish you really are. Just as he said, all eyes turned to Solon the moment he appeared. Philip, the duty student, and George's disciple was already sitting there waiting. Andrea tried to speak up and get closer, but he was immediately pushed away by the house emblem. Both sides were cautious with each other. Solon approached the duty desk. I'm here to take on the trial mission. Philip gave a professional smile, reporting his name and academy. He replied briefly, Salon from the Combat Academy. So it's true that George is making things difficult. He announced, sorry, fellow student. Solander, your trial mission has been upgraded to a high-risk difficulty. The secret realm has changed, requiring a team of at least 4 people to complete it. William spoke up. Then change it to a normal mission that one person can handle. Philip calmly replied, trial missions suitable for solo players won't be available until next week. But according to school rules, Solon, you must complete the trial mission within 3 days before you can officially register. Then someone shouted, get lost, the Imperial Academy doesn't welcome you. You're just a worthless scum. He sneered. Fellow student Salander, do you want to find teammates for the mission, or do you want to withdraw safely from the school? Another mocked, if I were you, I'd close shop and refuse missions after 3 days. Celine narrowed his eyes. You think I can't find teammates? Philip didn't deny it. Personally, I don't care. I just think people don't really want you in the academy, let alone be threatened to become your henchman like William. He immediately fell silent when the blood sword pressed against his neck. He made a bet. If you find enough teammates, I want you to kneel down, admit you were blind, and apologize for humiliating William. Philip stubbornly said, you dare. If you want me to kneel, then kill me. Solon said coldly, I'll tell the truth to Master Chris. Do you think he will act to protect his disciples? He sneered, fellow student Salon, you should gather your teammates before tonight, but I'm confident you won't need to. If it's just a 4-person adventuring team, 2 others are stepping forward. Andrea from the Magic Academy, Loria and Isaac from the Combat Academy were willing to cooperate with Solon. He smugly said this big-eyed senior should register for the mission. Then Solon used the pressure of the blood demon to command kneel down and apologize to me now. He walked off proudly, trying to make things hard for me. Are you ready to risk your life? The students whispered, how can he be like that? Senior Philip is just following the rules, but he's abusing Master Chris's name to bully others. William said, Salon, you really don't have to go this far because of me. He admonished him, William, remember, as long as we don't make mistakes, no bastard can stand above us, and Salon will never make mistakes. Philip knelt in shame on the floor. Master, I want to kill him with my own hands. George reminded, behave properly. Remember the humiliation you suffered today. Turn it into strength. Only then can you use the rules like the Grim Reaper to take his life. He endured patiently, yes, master. The scenery in Mesa Forest is truly magnificent. Salin's group arrived and prepared to receive the mission. William said, this is the vast forest of Misa. It is said the legacy of the ancient mage Misa is hidden here. However, the Academy has owned this secret realm for hundreds of years, but no one has been able to find the so-called legacy. He explained further, the exit is at the lake on the mountain peak. Below the mountain is the most dangerous area. Nightmare-level beasts roam there. The area near the mountain peak is the safest. Only low-level beasts are there. If you're near a lake, even if you encounter beasts, they won't attack anyone. The fog in the mountain forest is poisonous. The master of the golden sword can survive about 10 hours using his physical strength. If a mage doesn't have the corresponding spells, they can only rely on magical power to resist. And the golden staff mage will completely lose combat effectiveness after nearly 6 hours. Salin noticed unusual movement. Everyone prepare to fight. Something is coming this way. A group of people ran in panic, continuously screaming for help, with William ready to protect them. Those are Maesa's insect swarms. They not only cause trouble, but are also useless. We just need to avoid their path. That girl insisted it's useless. We ran for 20 minutes, changing direction 5 times during the whole process, but they still kept chasing us. Andrea activated defensive magic, Fat Cat shouted, and a strong shield was formed. He sighed, Fat Cat, what kind of magic is that? Salin teased it took 20 minutes to escape. But without the courage to draw your sword, do you even deserve to be called a genius? He launched a slash, summoning a blood serpent that targeted the bugs directly. They were wiped out within just a few seconds. He was surprised that not even a bit of blood magic power increased. As expected, these are worthless and disgusting demonic beasts. The adventurer group sighed in relief, considering themselves saved. Baldsalam, don't you feel any shame being saved by your enemy? She scoffed coldly. Barbarians from the countryside, not interested at all. The other side kept babbling, no noble would truly care for a bastard like you, who doesn't even inherit a title or fief. They're enemies unless they serve as their amusement. If you had reason and escorted me out, I might even grant you a servant's position. She flinched in fear as she saw demonic beasts surrounding her. They're here. Be alert and raise your weapons. The demonic beasts have definitely been attracted by the insect swarm. Everyone be careful. Something's very off about these demonic beasts. Its paw is abnormally large. A fierce big bear charged at them. Salon calmly reassured everyone, it's okay. Just kill them all, one by one, isn't that enough? Salin's calmness facing monsters comes from the Cooper family's blood demon swordsmanship. It's the inheritance of core sword techniques from blood demon magic. Because it uses magic power instead of stamina, the blood demon sword techniques vary a lot and are hard to predict. The monster transformed its body into spikes of magma blood light and blood demon magic shadows. To increase magic capacity like warriors training physically, it only needs killing. You followed the instructions to control your bloodline, using the bloodline to absorb and evolve the bloodline. This is the core of blood demon magic. Blood demon mages cannot level up quickly due to weak bodies, but blood demon swordsmen are different. Andrea was very worried about Salon. No matter how much blood magic power under the inherited secret blood demon sword technique, it only makes the blood demon swordsman stronger. The only problem is the remnants inside this bloodline. The malice of the dead toward the living condenses into blood demon illusions that never fade in the body. That is the eternal curse that only a strong will can suppress. She never took her eyes off Salon. Salon, are you okay? He immediately reassured her, don't worry, Master Chris is handling it. Just one high-level demonic beast. What could happen to me? Salon suddenly unleashed terrifying power within himself. Andrea created a shield to protect everyone, a wall of star convergence. Gloria sensed it was like the dragon nest last time, but thought otherwise. No, this feeling is completely different. It seems like she said there's some cool barrier all along. After training blood demon magic in the end, they all go crazy like this. Isn't it basic knowledge? The first and second heads of the Cooper family went mad just because of blood demon magic. I heard that the current head became a silent sword saint to suppress the impact of blood demon magic on the family bloodline. Andrea remained determined to save him, Star. Please create a connection for me, the star linking technique. The girl with glasses not only failed to help, but also butted in using soul resonance magic with a lunatic. She must not care about her own life anymore. She was utterly shocked by the scene here. Salin's soul world couldn't believe her eyes. Suddenly, someone was truly willing to risk their life to save him. Andrea had only one question. What did you do to Salon? They hurriedly explained, it's not because of what I did. That brat ate something he shouldn't have. Cooper from the first generation who created me was killed by this demonic thing. Actually, the sword demon is trying to take advantage of her, huh? Hey kid, want to save him? Let me plant the blood demon seed in your heart, and then I'll tell you how to save him. Andrea didn't hesitate. I agree with you. They laughed loudly, having achieved their goal. Truly people as kind-hearted as you are, always the most foolish. In her mind, there was only one thought, Salon, I will definitely save you. Finally, Andrea could use her power to help him regain his mind. Star purification light technique. She's really a relaxed person who often criticizes others. So young and using the 7-ring starlight technique, she must spend all her time training. Common folk really don't know how to enjoy life. This made Gloria angry, and she bluntly said to the noble lady over there, hey, either come here to help or shut up and obediently hide in the back. Okay. The girl with glasses immediately embarrassedly stopped the dark magic still enveloping Salon's body. The sword demon flew beside him and sneered, again that brat saved you. You really are useless. Salon still hasn't recovered, so tell them to get lost. The sword demon arrogantly said, if I hadn't agreed to let that brat save you, there's no way I'd appear in such a filthy place. They controlled Salon's body. I'll only say this once. Remember carefully, the power of the sword demon inside you is truly terrifying. Distinguish carefully the differences between these blood fluids. Look closely to see exactly what caused you to lose control. If that demon thing enters your bloodstream again, I'll kill the girl you're interested in. Understand, the dark blood gradually disappeared from the red heart. They were also gleeful. We will meet again soon. Sullen promised himself, next time we meet, you'll regret it. He began using his power to eliminate the blood serpent party monsters. William was also protected by the red heart against their fierce attacks. The girl with glasses thought the strange phenomenon behind the mountain was a good thing. A semi-saint level powerhouse had infiltrated the secret realm. Surely the school knew about the secret realm situation and sent teachers to pick us up. Salon felt worried again. How could it alarm a semi-saint level powerhouse? Could the refining mission have changed? Whatever it is, I will definitely complete it. Oliver and his sword flew out of the water. One sword strike from him was enough to blast away the monsters. A bunch of reckless beasts. Oliver's goal was very clear. As long as I can bring back that bastard's corpse, I'll surely gain Prince Sandrew's favor. William was deep in thought. There was a device designed by the Magic Academy to locate users of blood magic. I can easily find that brat and then deal with him quickly. Suddenly, someone called him from behind William. Do you know why there's a semi-saint rank? Is it because those people self-proclaimed it for pride? William looked back. Seeing the complex crowd, he didn't want to cause chaos. Is this the group of students rescued along the way? Some students stood watching, hesitant to act against that brat. The Imperial Academy students shouted joyfully, Teacher Oliver, you're here to pick us up, right? Thank you so much, Teacher Oliver. He still believed he was right. And tried to act cool. No choice. After all, I'm a teacher loved by everyone. Eliminating evil that caused the secret realm's abnormalities. Exposing his true face, the students will be grateful to you. He sensed something unusual. Oliver's killing intent suddenly attacked him in front of everyone. Andrea was utterly confused. Sullen William hadn't had time to prepare carefully. He hurriedly drew his sword. Again, he was about to die under the sword of someone at the sword saint level. That kid must be very satisfied. So the semi-saint rank is the great master of the golden sword, able to unleash attacks at the sword saint rank. Who would have thought Salon appeared right behind him? True to the Academy sect, always making a lot of noise like an empty barrel. Oliver quickly counterattacked, yet he still didn't die. Is this the weird point of blood demon magic? Then I'll kill you one more time. Only now does he understand everything. Previously, the blood demon fantasy taught him to use blood demon magic to sense toxins in the blood. Now this thing is probably not poison. That's why he has to fly all over the place fighting Salon. Transport appears to transform. He becomes even more confident. It's the way his body's power operates. Using this kind of sensing, I can see through his moves and actions. Not only does Salon have the power to knock Oliver away, he also has a starlight shield protecting him. The chubby cat. He raises his sword, wanting to avenge Salon. This time in the Empire's swordsmanship, he has met a tough opponent. Oliver can't defend himself when having to face two people at once. Damn it, killing Salon is harder than I thought. William's attack is harder to deal with than usual. Looks like I have no choice but to use that move. But his strength isn't weak either. Die all of you. The sword hits the water and strikes the demonic beast. Suddenly furious, it rushes toward the Academy students. He quickly escapes. The students will thank the teacher for arranging this real combat training right. Now the students finally see Oliver's true colors. Damn it, Oliver wants to kill Valis impossible. Teacher Oliver isn't like that. Earlier he used the magic scroll to escape. He's just a mad dog biting recklessly. He clutches his head in fear. I can't die. I still have to earn money to support my family. I still have to achieve fame and success. I can't die. Tears stream down his face. I want to fight. The demonic beast has no intention of stopping. You turn and urge William to use all his strength. You must stop it before it becomes dangerous. Sullen shouts, Andrea, Loria, protect those useless ones. They are witnesses. Suddenly she has an idea. A wall. Loria also thinks it's unique. Andrea's magic is more effective if she doesn't call out its name. Salin coordinates smoothly with him. William hands over the quartz. Give it to me, William. A bit worried, but your trial mission. Salin still decides not to deal with it, and the mission will fail. Take me there. Suddenly you feel certain about your decision. Disaster-level demonic beast. If you use that blood shadow sword technique, it will definitely give the blood demon a chance to control the body. Then what if you only rely on lower-level sword moves and magic? The coordination between Salon and him is still very smooth. William, cover me. I need a little time. William's sword temporarily restrains the monster, but he is quickly knocked away. His magic power hasn't fully taken effect yet. Then a loud shout, Salin, watch out. The mutant dragons are surrounding Salin. They roar. Each one looks fierce with glowing eyes and wide-open mouths full of sharp teeth. Salin seems fearless, only slightly furrowing his brows. His eyes serious, preparing to counterattack. William leaps forward. Raising his sword high, he shouts, Empire swordsmanship. He doesn't hesitate, rushing at the dragon and slashing its mouth. Still asking you, Salon, how much longer until the blood demon state is fully absorbed? You quickly respond, just a few more seconds. Gloria comes to assist. She only carries a sword to disperse the sword dance. Seems like it's too much. She loses strength and faints. She falls straight down. Seeing this, Andrea calls to everyone around Gloria, someone please come save her. The girl fell into a large pool of blood. Once Salon regained her strength, she fought alone against the pack of demonic beasts. Then came the threat, demonic beast, your day of death has come. He lunged forward, his hands swiftly slashing down all three creatures. Absolutely cool. Blood flame wildly slashed the three down. Their tongues stuck out as they screamed miserably. He finished them off with a strike that split them like sugar cane. With a hint of disdain, that's all there is. The smoke from the battle slowly dissipated. The academy students were all collapsed on the ground. Only one boy holding a sword larger than himself struggled to stand. William called out to Lewis. The boy seemed not to hear. He also accused the demon of practicing demonic blood magic, calling him a villain who betrayed his clan and a scoundrel who slaughtered his brothers. Someone behind shouted, Lewis, you can't! The boy yelled loudly, ah! Then drove his sword firmly down. Instead of rushing forward, Lewis knelt sincerely. Classmate Salin, if it weren't for your help, I would be dead now. Please accept my most sincere apologies and thanks. Please forgive my past foolishness and ignorance. Please accept our sincere apologies and gratitude. A girl among the members spoke up, pointing to the sky. What do you see up there? Countless dark insects were flying in. Selen's eyes widened, her bloodline awakening. These insects must be hiding some secret. Before leaving, he told Andrea to protect herself well and take care of these students. Bloodlight, scanning, indeed the insects mainly targeted Salai because when she jumped into the water, they quickly swarmed in. So it turned out that the so-called My-SA insects were just tools to harvest life force. The real purpose was to use the heart inside that magic formation to resurrect the sorcerer named Mai-Sa, a despised demon sorcerer. This kind of chaotic battle aims to harvest others' life force. Either you live on or die. Better be obedient. Go in and take it. Blood serpent, frenzy. He threw a punch, knocking away the insects outside. The student has also regained their magical power. Everyone's spirits lifted. My magic power has recovered, and so has my physical strength. Do you think this is a secret grand gate? Didn't expect to find an exit by chance. In another corner, Oliver leaned against a tree, sighing thoughtfully. What happened inside the secret realm must not be revealed, or not only will Prince's plan to bribe the academy be affected, but I'm afraid I would no longer have a place in the academy. He sipped from his wine gourd. Sure enough, things always get worse, right? The secret grand gate opened first. Who survived? This time we must go all out and leave no openings. Seeing Salin step out of the shimmering water, all the students cheered happily. The main gate is open. Once he fully recovers, we can leave. Great, I don't want to stay in this hellish place another second. Andrea approached to ask Salon, "You're back. Are you okay?" He didn't look tired like everyone else. "My physical and magical strength have recovered. Also, I found these two things at the bottom of the lake." Seeing the beautiful blue crystal vial, she studied it thoughtfully. "This crystal vial smells like poison from those mutated beasts earlier, so it must have been used to hold poison. These crystal vials are rare. When we return, I'll ask the teacher to check it." "You agree. Thank you for your hard work." Williams held the core in his hand, evaluating, judging by size. "This is probably a calamity-grade magical glass left by the 5-year-old dragon. Unfortunately, all such magical glass has been used up before. We can't stay long in this poisonous bone place." "Salin, I'm afraid your mission—" Before he could finish, Lewis interrupted from behind. "Here, this is the glass orb with power I collected earlier. Take it and complete your mission, Salon." Those behind immediately panicked. "Theo, take ours too." "Thank you." Everyone inside Salon felt relieved. Finally accepted by the group, it was wonderful. As everyone was happily preparing to return, suddenly a strange voice came from behind Fire Family. "Why won't you obediently die in the secret realm?" Salon immediately sensed danger. The person behind emitted a threatening blood glow power. "Go die." Gloria and Andrea ran over, worried. "Salon, are you okay?" "Salon, I'm here to help you." He spread his wings calmly and reasoned with the bloodline beast, Oliver. "I've already seen your death. He won't leave you alone and keeps charging." "You poisonous bastard, get lost to hell," he retorted sharply. "You're the one who deserves to die." Oliver used his power. His golden wings continuously counterattacked toward him. Suddenly, the crystal orb on Salon fell due to the fight. George Bush. Don jumped in between them, shouting, "Everyone stop fighting for me." He turned to scold Oliver. "Oliver, do you even know what you're doing?" The principal was very angry at his recklessness and could only curse inwardly. A reckless fool who ignores the rules and has no brain, just rushing around. As long as the mission of the two princes is completed, the lives of a group of students inside don't matter. Oliver shouted back, "I'm hunting the villain who poisoned and caused chaos in the secret realm." The trainees panicked immediately. "What poisoned? Am I going to be poisoned? Does Director George have any proof? If the person poisoning everyone is among those here, then that person will definitely be found out." The crystal bottle fell to one side and suddenly glowed brightly. The trainees doubted, "Is it really Salon who poisoned us?" "Impossible, he just saved us. Maybe he used poison for his own mission and took the chance to save us and redeem his reputation." "How could someone really be that shameless?" he proudly said, after achieving his goal. "A bunch of stupid, easily fooled waste your fate. This life is just pawns." He stood before Salon showing fake kindness. "Do you have anything else to say now?" Salon disdainfully spat out, "A witch sweeps out the trash, but if you want me to surrender and be tied up, you're dreaming." Principal George flew into a rage and lunged to grab his neck. In panic, how could he be so fast? Could this be the power of a true holy sword? Damn it. After being caught, I can't use any strength or even control my magic anymore. He acted knowledgeable and pulled out a ridiculous rule to threaten. According to Rule 367 of the school, anyone who attacks a teacher without reason can be killed on the spot by that teacher. Chris's personal disciple accept your punishment. Just as he raised his sword, an invisible force stopped him. The dean arrived to warn him. "Wait, George, it's not time yet." Seeing the dean, he pulled out the crystal orb and reasoned, "Principal, look, this is the magic scroll you gave me, and I found it on Salon." The dean examined it with advanced appraisal. "So it's a secret poison used by the royal family against the blood demon mage. Chris only causes trouble for me." But to delay matters, he said indifferently, "Oh, this proves nothing. We still need to imprison them first and then investigate slowly." With a wave of his hand, both Salon and Oliver were bound. He sighed, "Better to lock them all up first. Otherwise, that kid will become a frequent target for those intending to kill him." George was still a bit displeased, but the dean cut him off. "All right. If there's anything, we'll go back to research further. Don't let the kids mock us anymore." The trainees now have another topic to gossip about. Is San really the bastard who poisoned us? Of course. The master used the magic scroll made by the headmaster to find out. But Master Chris said no. Moreover, the headmaster didn't deal with San on the spot. I think San is the one who poisoned him. I think he was framed by Master Oliver in the secret realm. We witnessed with our own eyes that he didn't care about our lives at all. Scene changes to the academy prison. Chris is applying medicine to Salon. This is a secret royal antidote to counter blood demon mages. According to my investigation, this poison came from the second Prince Sandro. The young man immediately leaned in. "I won't forgive him. I'll kill him. Before he could finish, the man went outside. Ha ha, childish. Stay in here and keep thinking. Enemies in this world can never all be killed. What an idiot. Your mission as a gentleman is to protect royal family members like yourself, yet you say in front of him that you want to kill His Highness. Oliver gritted his teeth in pain and continued listening. I didn't expect you're still trying to serve your master at this moment. He doesn't care about your life at all. He bowed his head. Being able to serve His Highness is truly an honor. Becoming the shadow of the Cooper family is my greatest honor. I will truly be loyal until death. Moving aside, seeing Oliver open up, he asked, have you ever wondered if it's worth it? Your talent and hard work are only to satisfy that complete desire. You're not resigned, right? Treated like a sacrifice discarded any time. He seemed to agree but stayed silent, listening. Don't you have anything else to care about? What about your family? If they agree to confess everything about the secret realm to Headmaster Kyalbus, I promise to help you escape the control of the two princes. Just hearing the two princes, he got angry. Shut up, scum. Don't even dream that I'll become a beast, a master of a traitor like you. He shrugged. Is that so? I want to see how your loyal master will treat you. Outside came the voice of another soldier announcing, Oliver, His Highness, has arranged a duel for you and San in the Beast Arena. This is your last chance. The guy threw a mysterious vial to Oliver. This rare Qi Dong life flask will grant you your final glory. Upon receiving it, he grit his teeth, determined, I will carry out His Highness's order until death. Outside, cheers erupted. Good that you understand. His Highness has gained your loyalty. After using the Qi Dong life flask, you will surely die. What use is glory brought by death? Oliver looked back at what he had done for the royal family. His entire life's dedication to the family was all a lie. He became a sacrifice for the family. The boy's words echoed in his mind. Is glory really that important? Is it worth throwing away your life for? Time came at the Imperial Beast Arena. The referee started, all right, let's get ready to begin together. Followed by excited shouting. The referee explained the rules. Tonight's match will use the oldest rules and the two warriors will fight while being attacked by magical beasts. Whether they kill each other or team up to defeat the beasts, the last brave one standing will receive our cheers and rewards from the second prince. The beasts have awakened. Below the duel begins with Oliver's first strike. I've seen through your blood demon sword technique. As long as the attack range is large enough, your blood transformation trick is useless. But he was immediately knocked far away. Stunned, how could this be? San sneered wickedly. Do you know how strong an S-class swordsman who started training at age 4 can be? San smiled wickedly. Do you know how strong an S-rank swordsman who has trained since age 4 can be? Xiao Shui rushed toward the magical beast's position to attack silently, reminding himself, just as my body recovers, let's try Chris's inherited swordsmanship skills. Silently attaching the broken sword, he said with interest, I've regained all my strength. You are no match for me. Outside, the two princes wondered why Oliver still hadn't used the potion, then ordered the servants, someone quickly go call Ray. Ray is Oliver's mother. The two princes' chef was bowing fearfully beside him. Oliver was somewhat distracted and said, what will Her Highness do to her if I fail? After hesitating for a long time, he finally raised it to his mouth to drink. I cannot fail. Sure enough, the potion took effect immediately, his whole body infused with new strength, his physique more robust, and he crazily charged towards Salon. Because she is my mother, I hope you will die. When their eyes met, Oliver made a proposal. Please help me get my mother away from the two princes. In return, I will help you deal with the Hellvine. Salon was somewhat surprised. What do you want to do? Before he could answer, Oliver jumped away. Only if I die can my mother survive tonight. While he was on one side, still exterminating the demon beasts, Oliver prayed repeatedly, please use the fiery complete sword and die. After a moment of shock, everything fell silent, except for Gray's screams. Oliver's mother, Oliver, my son, where are you, my son? The two princes sneered, a useless thing is still useless. You can't even handle something this small. Oliver was pierced through by the demon beast's tentacles, quietly thinking, I hope my death can soothe your highness's anger. I hope San can see my death as an apology and save my mother. The Hellvine core emitted a beam of light, piercing Oliver's heart, making him groan weakly. San, please, you must save my mother. Salon asked him, is this why you work for Sandro? His face filled with joy. If you die, I won't help you save anyone. Quickly, the sword pierced Oliver's body, accompanied by a reminder, take care of your family yourself and repay what you owe me while you're alive. Controlling the regenerating bloodline flesh, Oliver died under his sword. He sighed in relief. The Hellvine bloodline can counteract the negative effects of that life-giving potion over there. First, you need to rest and recover, then wait for Master Chris to come save you. The two princes sitting on the throne showed regret. We never expected this magic to be so powerful. Able to defeat both the disaster demon beast and the semi-holy swordsman at the same time. Sandro laughed smugly as the victor in the arena. You can ask for your reward from me. What do you want, treasure, or for me to forgive your family's sins? Salin pointed at Gray. I want her. He asked again. Is she just a maid? What do you like about her? Oh, you want revenge on Oliver and want to take it out on his family. She was grabbed by the hair, trembling all over. Sandro was amused. I was right, no mistake. San, you truly are a born enemy of magic, and he looked at you firmly and said, greed, bloodlust, and murderous intent are deep in your bones. Become my subordinate and be a sharp sword in my hand. Salin was unmoved by those meaningless words, simply saying, Your Highness, does your attitude toward your subordinates always change like this? Oliver was controlled by you, and after he died, his family immediately lost their support. He stood up facing Oliver, looking sorrowful. I'm sorry for Oliver's death. He showed no fear, but instead challenged, what if I don't want to follow your Highness? He threatened, the blood devil originally disliked by others can only be protected by those with supreme power. You become my sword, or you will be expelled from the academy for conspiring to cause the incident in the secret realm. A subordinate behind rushed forward. If you still want to reject His Highness's grace, then look at this sword, you sinner. San's agile body dodged and countered. Subordinates rushed forward to protect His Highness. Oliver, meanwhile, Ray appeared in the crowd. Seeing his son still alive, he cried out, Son, you're still alive, right? Sandro cursed Oliver. You're not dead yet. Cowardly traitor, you deserve to go to hell. Salin, wielding two swords, fought alone against Sandro's weak subordinates, shouting, The one who should go to hell is you. Bloodlight power pressed San's knife to his neck. The two princes grimaced, and he sneered, Your power is useless now. The two princes turned to Chris for help. Chris is captain of the Royal Guards. Why don't you execute the assassin who killed a royal family member? Do you want to become a traitor too? Chris didn't answer, but immediately killed a nearby subordinate as a warning. He cleaned his sword. My loyalty is only to the king. Chris presented 3 vials of medicine, explaining, These are 3 secret royal medicines found in the Maisa jungle and on Oliver's body. Fortunately, San saved Angela in time. Otherwise, I would have been controlled by Sandro like Oliver. He revealed a worried expression, calculating in his mind, if he's really allowed to continue investigating, the truth will be exposed. I'm afraid His Majesty will put me under house arrest. The new student exchange meeting at the school is about to begin. Right now, I'm worried my big brother will give up on this job and just postpone his major plans. Pulling back that expression, Sandro crossed his arms and looked at the 3 bottles of medicine. These 3 bottles were originally given to Moran by me. As for how they appeared on Oliver, I don't know, Chris wonders. Your Highness, do you mean all of this was done privately by Moran and Oliver without your involvement? His true evil nature was revealed. That's right, I will definitely teach Moran a lesson and give you and Chris the Holy Sword an explanation. Bring Moran here. Selon had already guessed his intentions. Clearly, this guy is the mastermind behind everything and controls it all. Because he's a prince, there are countless people working for him. If he really gets hurt, Master Chris will be in trouble. So we have to kill Moran first and break his arm. Moran Saward pushed the door open and entered. Spirit humble, Your Highness. Are you looking for me? A ghost beast of the snake type rushed forward. You'll die very quickly. A shield was raised in front by Aren, his voice deep and low. I thought whoever dared attack and kill a noble in public was a wretched relative. According to the imperial law of the Holy Empire, Moran, as a baron, even if San was truly killed, all he needs to do is apologize to the Cooper family and pay gold as compensation. He pointed at Salam, but San wasn't dead yet. So as a baron, Mr. Moran hasn't violated any royal laws, right? Your Highness, Sandro is the poor discipline of the family who allowed bastards like these beasts to conflict with Your Highness. Please accept the apology from the Cooper family. Just lock your Cooper hunting dog in a cage and don't let it bite people outside. Please rest assured, bring Your Highness Sandro. After showing respect to the two princes, he turned to mock Salon. Long time no see, you savage. So are you ready to be caught and caged again by me? Chris placed his hand on his hip and patted Salon's shoulder. Your reaction today surprised me a bit. That illiterate Cooper guy always scolds you in front of many people. Even I can't stand it. Yet you're not angry at all. You sighed. What's the use of getting angry? I've dealt with him more than once anyway. But Alan has a vow. As long as he doesn't die, the only one who gets hurt is the shadow of the Cooper family. Mother Cooper won't let Alan seek death alone. I'm afraid the Cooper head couple have also come here. After all, the two princes are supervising the new student exchange to nurture members who want to compete for power. So surely he invited all 7 hereditary families here. The Cooper entourage kept falsely accusing you and even tried to strike with swords. They cursed you as an evil person who poisons and causes chaos. I punish your family by the holy light. We can't let Master Chris be deceived. Let me tear apart his hypocritical face. Salon glared at them. Cursing doesn't need to be done with fake politeness. Because when a dog doesn't bark, that's when it bites the hardest. At the new student exchange event, many S-ranked talented fighters far better than you are waiting for me to win and conclude it. After that, I won't have time to make noise with you. Each word was a blow that sent the Cooper group flying. Now Chris beside him admired him. Ha ha ha, well done. Being the eldest, you're pretty smart. After finishing, the two sat leaning under the tree's shade. Chris told Salon that he had made preparations. I've arranged for you to meet Dean Albus. He's even more interested in you than the first-generation heir of the Blood Demon Holy Sword. Maybe he'll even teach you some new moves. At the Imperial Academy training ground, the Dean was already waiting. As soon as you see him, call San over. Use your strongest technique to attack me. You hesitate. The Dean is not someone to take lightly. He immediately unleashed his power to warn. Haha, what a good guy. Respecting the old and loving the young. Then I'll go first. Salon was a bit surprised. Summoning magic without incantation. Quickly counterattacking the director. If you don't want to lose face. Luckily, I have blood demon magic to defend. This force is no less than a full-force sword slash. Ambrose trains S-class golems. That old man brought along a beast. I'm an old man now. Though not as skilled as in my prime, no matter how hard I try, I can still easily handle that Swordmaster Kim. So just use all your strength, Salon reminded. Then respect is no match for obedience. Please instruct me, Director. Your agile body combined with the sword technique using the 4th skill, the Bloodwind Dance, trapped the beast in a ring of flames. The director spoke. The attack area is quite large. The effect is not enough. Flashy and showy, it would be better to focus in one spot. When you find the weak spot, finish off the blood flame. The man beside still babbled. Is this burning one's own blood to increase damage? The furious serpent's lash is truly chaotic. The blood demon puppet will take this chance to swallow its master. The director's Ambrose suddenly merged into the sea of flames created by San. It went mad, provoking him. Ha ha ha, great kill. The director aside assisted the blood demon using San's flesh blood and fiery blood energy to enhance the blood demon's power. Moreover, San was forcibly activating high-level blood demon sword techniques, so the blood veins in his body stopped depleting. That's why the blood demon puppet counterattacked. The director just stood aside watching the two fight. It turned to him threateningly. Old man, let me out. I have to kill you all. Kill every last one of you. The director raised his hand, signaling silence sarcastically. You still have consciousness. Why does this tone sound exactly like Brad Cooper Jr. back then? Chris, worried about him, stopped. The director, this can't continue. San won't be able to hold off the beast. Roar. Its neck is still restrained by a chain. The old man beside waved his hand. What's there to fear? I'm here. To protect San, it's necessary to temporarily imprison it. The director pondered and continued. When San Cooper used his power to control the blood demon puppet before he couldn't use blood demon magic, he shouted angrily, the freshman exchange meeting is about to start. I can't use my strongest moves. Chris knew he was very capable and suggested, so you need to master it as soon as possible. The core of blood demon magic is blood control. Next, I will give you special training. The old director nodded and added, you really are addicted to blood demon sword techniques. If you can't control your power, it will be a disaster. The beast saw San was shaken by these words. It probed the Legion, led by the 1st and 2nd generation Coopers, which was invincible, but they all died in just one night. Are you curious why San thought he had read about it somewhere before? Suddenly enlightened. Could it be due to losing control of Blood Demon's sword techniques? No wonder there's no record of this in Imperial history. The director turned his back and said to him, "There are many friends who care in the academy. Only when you fully master Blood Demon's sword techniques can you prevent them from being caught up in danger." COVID eased some of his worries and looked happier. "I understand now, librarian." "Thank you, sir. Let's go. Sand time is running out. We have to carry out special training on Blood Demon magic." Chris looked out thoughtfully. This covert training should be kept as secret as possible. He glanced at the door as a black crow suddenly flew out. The scene of Sand stripping off all his clothes, revealing a tight six-pack that made anyone who saw it blush. Truly a stunning fragrance now. Chris leaned against a tree and sneered. "In a big forest, every bird is here, huh?" The Imperial Academy is about to get noisy. In the night sky, a bird flew in circles repeatedly, then spiraled straight down to the ground. That is Luna Forrester, a genius S-rank maiden from the Forrester family, a beautiful and extremely intelligent young woman. She lands gracefully. Clearly, it was just a simple fall. Her expression clearly shows her annoyance. That drunk cat uncle definitely did it on purpose. So annoying. The two princes keep emphasizing Sand can't be allowed to use the Blood Demon's sword technique like that, which means cutting off his own arm. That way, I'm sure I can defeat him in this new student exchange tournament. The announcer's voice echoes across the large stands. The annual new student exchange tournament of the Imperial Academy will proceed as scheduled. This is a rare grand event in ST Golden City. Not a single seat remains empty. The audience can not only admire the unique styles of the new students. Moran Sawat stands as the host holding a mic shouting loudly, and can also meet the Grand Duke's heads of noble families and the esteemed judges sitting together on the highest stands. Moran Sawat warmly introduces the two princes, representatives of the noble Duke family, along with the outstanding individuals of our Imperial Academy. Today we gather to witness the talents and potential of the new students. He points toward Sandrew and continues. This major event is directly overseen by the two princes. Sandrew and the winner will not only receive priority guidance at the Imperial Academy, but also be rewarded by the two princes. That is fulfilling a wish of the winner. Salin stands in the crowd, stroking his chin as he looks up at Sandrew in the distant stands, pondering. The two princes don't seem shaken at all. This wish came at just the right time. If I win this match, the Cooper family might decline even faster. Immediately after Moran begins announcing the rules of the exchange tournament, it will be divided into preliminaries and group matches. 8 qualified students will participate in the preliminary round, engaging in one-on-one duels in the arena until the winner is decided. The preliminaries follow the old rules. The top 8 students will chop off the Hydra's head to advance, then compete in the large arena with a snake-like beast that has countless heads. That is the immortal beast Hydra. As the host's shout rings out, the match begins. All participants excitedly rush toward the beast. Just 1 minute later, the first head of the Hydra was pierced by a purple magical beam, but not fully severed. Moran exclaimed, "Very fast, the first head of the Hydra has been severed." It seems that was not the usual magic seen in the Academy. Who is this person? Indeed, the one who easily took down the first Hydra head is a wild girl. The magic beam just now was shot from the crossbow in her hand. Salin crouched in a corner, observing and silently judged, so young yet skilled in forging magical arrows and transforming into a crow. Her talent must be at S-rank level. Is she a newcomer from the Forrester family? Very talented, he thought admiringly. This new student exchange tournament really hides many hidden talents. The wild girl from before Luna immediately transformed into a crow. She rushed swiftly toward the recently fallen Hydra head, but just then a large axe attached to a chain was suddenly thrown. Just before the crow girl could reach the Hydra head, the axe arrived first, stabbing into the head, leaving Luna stunned and thinking, who dares? He dares to steal the Forrest family's spoils. That bowl guy laughed happily. Ha ha ha! Thanks for the little crow sister's qualifications. The chain was pulled back, and a blonde-haired boy owner of the axe toward in dark quickly grabbed the Hydra head and shouted. Luna in crow form flared up with anger and rage. She flapped her wings hard, creating sharp spirit arrows and shooting toward him. As the tension mounted, Selin hid in a corner and quietly commented, "This is a bit interesting. Let's see who's better, the Forest clan kings of the Green Jungle or the Dilac clan kings of the Storm." Yet facing countless spirit arrows raining down like a storm, Toradin remained motionless. Holding Hydra's head tightly, he didn't move a step and even disdainfully spoke with a sarcastic tone. "Is that all you've got? You think such an attack can break my defense?" He ran off clutching Hydra's head, still teasing, "Better be careful not to choke on it," which made Salon silently admire. No wonder the Dialog clan is famous for their abnormal defense. Torridon Dract was the first promoted to participate in the arena. This announcement stunned the others, who exclaimed how impressive it was. So quickly, he's already reached that level. This guy seems much more dangerous than the five-headed dragon I met in the secret realm before. Luckily, there's a suppression seal, otherwise it would be very difficult to handle. At that moment, a large axe glowing with dark blue spirit energy was thrown high, startling Hydra's head, accompanied by a proud voice. "Just a sneak attack, nothing more. Watch this." Blue spirit energy burst out all around as a red-haired woman, Gloria, lightly swung her scythe and cut off one of Hydra's heads. She boldly declared, "Don't let the savages from the north underestimate the soldiers of our empire." Salon was amazed, thinking she really is a member of the Isak clan known as the King's right hand in his previous life. Her words made William charge forward, fiercely shouting, "Kill! This is our Imperial Academy's home field. Let's charge forward, everyone," he loudly reminded. Hydra grew angry and immediately went on the defense. As Hydra closed in on Andrea, a voice called out from behind, "Andrea, be careful. Fall back. Give me a moment." The voice was Salon's. Finally, he joined the battle. He swung his sword powerfully, creating a fiery red slash that easily cut off one of Hydra's heads. Behind Andrea, she stared wide-eyed at Hydra's severed head on the ground and exclaimed, "So impressive. Just relying on sword energy to cut off a demon beast's head." Meanwhile, Salon calmly thought Hydra's strength is suppressed to a very low level. Looks like the Academy doesn't want any casualties during the preliminaries. Just then, William picked up a Hydra head, happily boasting, "Salon, I cut off one too," making him smile with satisfaction, thinking, "Good, if I cut off one more, all members can easily qualify." Salon looked at a Hydra head chained and suppressed by a formation on the ground. One head intact while others severed, and stroked his chin thoughtfully. It's rare to encounter a Hydra with its power suppressed this low. Besides the head, you want to take something else too. Saying and doing, he dashed like the wind toward the demon beast, shouting, "Andrea, Gloria, William, you guys go out first. I want to take it and practice a bit." They had no objection, only reminding him, "Be careful then." After everyone had mostly left, Salon began his performance. His body moved flexibly to dodge attacks while closing in on Hydra, thinking silently, "Although I can only use blood magic. Luckily, my physical strength has increased enough to withstand Hydra's attacks." Meanwhile, the demon beast opened its mouth and created a purple magic orb to counterattack. But before it could complete, he leapt up and grabbed its head. As for the fire magic attack from Hydra, it's better to keep it for myself. You eat it yourself. Then as fast as lightning, he snapped Hydra's head, causing its magic attack to shoot straight back at its remaining head. Taking advantage of this moment, Salon landed. His mind raced to calculate Hydra's extremely fast regenerating shield had already been broken by its own strongest attack. Without hesitation, he rushed straight at Hydra, because Salon knew well that when all 8 heads of Hydra were severed, the energy of the middle head would be depleted to regenerate the others. Immediately, he used fire magic on his sword and swiftly cut off one of the remaining side heads. Salon was certain that Hydra would enter an extremely weakened state at this moment. He gripped the sword with both hands, raising it high, aiming directly at Hydra's middle head, because every move had been carefully calculated in his mind. Now, if he could strike Hydra with this sword, he could use the blood magic Chris taught him to combine and harness Hydra's rapid regeneration talent. But just as Salon's blazing sword was coming down, suddenly a towering column of water shot up from the lake, preventing the sword from hitting the beast. Taking advantage of Salon's stunned moment, countless strands of black hair flew forward, wrapping around his limbs, accompanied by a triumphant laugh. "You're still as foolish as ever, huh?" Iren controlled the strands of hair to coil around one of Hydra's heads. He put his hands in his pockets arrogantly and insulted, "You dared to challenge the hardest head. That only makes things harder for you and might even cost you the right to be the last defender." Irene sneered wildly and arrogantly, "Better just kneel and beg me. Maybe I'll give you that right." Despite being entangled by the black hair all over his body, Salon wasn't afraid at all. He even curled his lips in a mocking smile. "Make me kneel and beg? You've got some nerve." Aaron was not surprised by this attitude. He was even delighted and asked, "If you don't care about your rights, then you don't care about them either, right? Your friends, William." Gloria and Andrea thought they had escaped safely. But at this moment, Lisa's black hair hiding underwater caught and tightly bound them, then lifted them high. Salon was startled and panicked, quickly slashing to cut the hair restraining him, then angrily shouted at Irene. At the same time, the iron chain around Hydra's middle head suddenly shattered. At that moment, Hydra had just completed its timely regeneration with countless heads and mouths full of sharp teeth. It suddenly rose from the water right behind him. Salon pointed his blood-soaked sword forward, furious glaring, "Looking for death, huh?" Sandru sat cross-legged, chin resting on his hand, excitedly observing the battle and commenting, "Oh, Hydra's restraint has been broken. The bastard Cooper is really looking for death. Seeing these toys in front of me, I hope he dies even more. That would be more fun." Amid a cluster of beast heads charging at a furious Solange, Irene stood still leisurely and spoke, "Sand, today I want to repay all the humiliation you caused me before, using your blood for revenge." He suddenly shouted, Lisa, who was hiding underwater. Swiftly controlling the shiny black hair strands shooting upwards, Salon must gently cut through the strands. But Irene gleefully declared, "What I brought here is the dog that bites the most in the Sana family." Looking at Lisa, with dense, shiny black hair radiating intense magical energy, he seriously thought Lisa was using dark magic to weaken, drain, and exhaust life force. Fighting her would only continue to drain him. Because Irene blocked the main head of Hydra from being severed in time, the restraint has now been completely broken. For some reason, Salon suddenly charged at one of Hydra's heads and plunged his sword deep into its center. Hydra immediately went berserk. All its heads furiously spewed purple flames. Just as he predicted, if that's the case, then let you bear the consequences and taste Hydra's power. But Lisa quickly blocked in front of Irene, raising both hands to chant a spell. Irene sneered mockingly, "Fool, you think cutting Lisa's hair will stop her from completing the spell?" Lisa suddenly hovered mid-air, her long hair flying wildly everywhere. She seemed to transform into a new form, dark magic invading the entire arena. Then Lisa landed and summoned 4 fierce dark hyenas, impressing Salon deeply. Swallowing Hydra's flames and transforming them was truly fascinating. But unfortunately, you jumped up and swung out a fiery sword strike, sending the black hellhounds flying toward the Hydra. Salon carefully calculated after provoking the Hydra and borrowing its power. This was clearly a challenge the Hydra would definitely respond to. The Hydra just broke free from restriction, so its burst combat power is limited in time. Irene needs to be dealt with quickly. Without hesitation, you seized this golden opportunity and rushed toward Irene, startling him. At that moment, Lisa keenly noticed and quickly commanded the black hellhounds to attack there, while loudly warning young Master Irene to be careful. However, Salon easily tore through the black hellhounds with a few light sword strokes like splitting bamboo, then swung his sword toward Irene. When drawing near, relying only on this half-chewed thing, how dare you try to stop me from killing him? Yet Irene used his old worn-out spell, direct moving damage. This caused Salon's powerful strike, originally aimed at himself, to pierce through Lisa. She collapsed to the ground. William was thus freed and hurriedly shouted, "Do you need help?" Lisa convulsed on the ground, struggling and crying out, while Salon replied, "No need. You should leave the arena as soon as possible and take her with you." William loudly agreed, then quickly escaped, clutching Lisa under his arm as he ran. She bit fiercely on his bicep, but couldn't help groaning in pain. Then came a series of announcements. 3rd place, Gloria Isaac leveled up and qualified for the arena. 4th place, Andrea leveled up and qualified for the arena. 5th place, Nameless Knight leveled up and qualified for the arena. As soon as he left the arena, William pinned Lisa, who was desperately biting his arm, to the ground and shouted to calm down. "Don't you see Salon doesn't want to kill you?" An announcement sounded for 6th place. William leveled up and qualified for the arena. He gently rubbed Lisa's head and explained softly, "But if you stayed inside, he wouldn't be able to settle the score with Irene." William suddenly asked, "Does someone as despicable as him really need to risk his life like that?" This remark suddenly awakened Lisa, making her cheeks flush pink and her eyes shine. At that moment, William's handsome face wore a sincere smile, radiating a dazzling light. William gently comforted her. "When we grow up and become stronger like this, we can protect ourselves better." He sat down beside Lisa, genuinely happy for her. "This is the status you have achieved. I hope in the next battlefield there will be a chance to have a proper match to decide the winner with you." Immediately after came the announcement for 7th place. Lisa Sana leveled up and qualified for the arena. At the same time, inside the arena, Irene was struggling to dodge the Hydra's attacks while furiously cursing, "You bastard dog, how dare you betray your master?" Salon, fighting off the Hydra's heads, coldly asked, "Now no one is protecting you anymore. Irene, are you ready to die?" Irene was truly fearless. He calmly tossed the Hydra's head in his hand and loudly said, "You want to kill me? Too bad you won't get the chance today. I will be the last member to level up, and you're only fit to be Hydra's food." Hearing this, Salon quickly slashed with a single sword strike. Calmly, he said, "Is that so? Indeed, I can't easily chop off the Hydra's head like this. Luckily, you helped me drain a large amount of the Hydra's power." Salon immediately jumped high and plunged the blood spear into the Hydra's main head with all his strength. Nyanya continued, "Only then can I complete the final rituals while the Hydra is extremely weak." The Hydra collapsed to the ground, its blood flowing everywhere, and at the same time the red formation beneath Salon suddenly appeared and shone brightly. Standing in the middle of the magic formation, Salon slowly revealed, "Creed said there is an ancient blood demon magic ritual recorded in old books. It means combining your own blood with the blood of a demon beast to form a magic resonance." The system also displayed a notification that it received an S-level rapid regeneration ability. It can quickly complete healing immediately after the body is injured and avoid being affected by the side effects of pain. Sala raised the heart of the magical beast and continued to explain, "At this moment, humans can achieve a super high bloodline synchronization with magical beasts. Not only can they control the actions of the magical beasts, but they can also inherit the special talents and skills of the beasts." As soon as he finished speaking, before Aaron could react, one of his arms was severed, making Aaron's face turn pale. He collapsed, clutching the severed arm, screaming in pain, "How dare you cut off my arm again?" As the arm fell to the ground, it immediately transformed into a skeletal arm. Salon coldly responded, "It's a pity this time you won't have a chance to regenerate your arm anymore because you've acquired Hydra's A-level corrosion ability. It can instantly devour the vitality of the target." Pointing coldly at the ground, he asked, "As the owner of the shadow form, have you ever truly experienced what it feels like to be a shadow?" Hearing this, Aaron's face turned purple. He was so angry that the veins on his face bulged. Aaron shouted furiously, "So that's it. No wonder you've survived up to now. Do you think such revenge is effective? My pain will have countless shadows willing to sacrifice their lives to fill it." Hearing these ridiculous words, Kind Salon explained to him, "It seems you really don't understand shadow forms. When a shadow takes damage instead of the owner, it cannot pass that damage on to the next generation of shadows. After acquiring Hydra's regeneration talent, attacks at this level won't harm me, and I won't feel pain. This sensation is reserved for you to feel instead of me." He raised his sharp sword. Coupled with his previous words, Aaron was truly terrified and shouted, "You're crazy. You're completely insane." When the sharp sword slashed into his flesh, Aaron could no longer be defiant and screamed in agony, "Please spare me. Kill me if you want. Just please kill me quickly." Ignoring Aaron's pleas, Salon lifted Hydra's head and turned away. Bitterly, he declared, "I won't let you die easily. I will make you continue to live a filthy, painful life. A terrifying, unending pain." He silently added in his heart, "Just like my previous life." When Salon raised Hydra's head high, a loud announcement echoed. Sun Cooper, ranked 8th, promoted and qualified to join the battlefield. Torridon stood on the stands looking down, marveling. What a huge head this is. Hydra's main head that has never been severed before, and this person is truly very strong. He sneered excitedly and arrogantly issued a challenge. The first to be promoted in the Dillon family, possessing abnormal defensive strength and the dragon-riding secret technique passed down. At the same time, Salon was looking up at Torridon. The two, understanding each other's thoughts, said in unison, "I look forward to fighting you." And just as they wished, the announcer's voice echoed, "The one-on-one arena match will be held tomorrow, and the first match will be between Torridon and San." Salon touched his chin, recalling the fully arranged match schedule, including his match with Torridon tomorrow afternoon, then thought, "In the very first match I already have to face a strong opponent like Torridon. The two princes' intentions toward me are already very clear on the arena." Salon turned his head and saw Torridon, each hand holding an axe, leaping to attack. But Salon was not afraid at all and thought just in time, "If I want to achieve the final victory sooner or later, I have to face him." Torridon fiercely swung his axe down, shouting, "Kid, take an axe from me." But he quickly dodged to the side, causing that axe to smash directly through the center of the arena floor. Salon took the opportunity to analyze in his mind, strong force, very fast speed, can't block it head on. Not stopping there, Torridon swiftly swung his axe toward him, continuously attacking without pause, but Salon was no slouch either, skillfully dodging every strike. He jumped back, creating distance from Torridon, making him angrily shout, "You don't dare to face me directly, just jumping around like a mudfish." Yet Salon directly stepped on Torridon's axe. His weight made Torridin tremble, unable to lift the axe. Meanwhile, Salon calmly pulled out a ring radiating purple magic from his hand and retorted, "Who says I don't dare to fight face to face?" The Rank family has been known since ancient times as sea warriors, and a true man doesn't just run and attack from a distance, right? These words immediately enraged Torridin, who clenched his fists and jumped up to punch him while shouting, "Say that again." Salon didn't back down, but directly grabbed Torridin's fist with his own hand. The great force made the ground behind them explode, but Salon leisurely smiled and said, "A real man with great strength won't be small." Torridin painfully waved his right hand, grimacing and yelling, "It's a trick you want to provoke me and then take advantage to attack. No way." He immediately threw his axe high. It spun around, and when both axes returned to Torridin's hands, the dark purple magic surged fiercely like a tide, forcing Salon to carefully consider. Unexpectedly, Torridin's defense was so strong the layered spikes and wear couldn't cause any injury at all. Torridin powerfully leaped again, even arrogantly declaring, "Wasn't I just very arrogant? I want you to pay for what you said." Salon calmly replied, "Is that so? Then I will fight you to the end." Just as Torridin shouted, "Go to hell," and swung his axe down near his face, Salon smiled and shouted, "Blood magic synchronization." Standing still even just a millimeter apart, both Torridin's body and his axe were paralyzed midair. He shouted in panic, "Damn it, what did you do?" Under Torridin's axe tip, Salon smiled happily and said, not yet annoying him, "A soldier should not be deceitful, kid, when fighting with rage and violence. You also have to keep your reason, or else I, a cunning porcupine, will find every chance to establish a blood bond with you." Then he swung his sword, slashing a magical wave that knocked Torridin's weapons far away loudly, ordering obediently, "Accept defeat, along with your axes." Their owner, Torridin, was also knocked down face first, legs flailing in the air. But at that moment, he hurriedly called out loudly, "Rabbit!" Streams of gray-white magic instantly appeared in the sky, and a large white dragon quickly flew out from the formation. That was the Ephesus spirit dragon, capable of using both wind and ice magic simultaneously. At the same time, Salon quickly analyzed in his mind Phi-Sat, known for speed and freezing ability, somewhat incompatible with Torridin's personality, who was very different. Ephesa immediately breathed a pillar of ice, while Torridin seized the opportunity to quickly ride it, tilting sideways and saying, "You actually forced me to accept training, but unfortunately your luck ends here." Seeing this, Chris frowned and said, "The Academy rules prohibit summoned spirit beasts from participating in the arena, which is really unfair to San." Moran quickly stuck his head out to defend rules are rules, but Torridin, as a dragon technician, has the right to exemption. If you don't agree, San can summon one too. Sanru looked satisfied, quietly applauding this cunning defense. Back in the arena, Torridin commanded Ephesa to unleash a column of icy spiritual energy and arrogantly shouted, "Let's see how you can escape now." Large ice pillars surrounded Salon in the center. His worried face tried to calm down and think of a plan. It would be very disadvantageous to keep getting drained like this. He needed to find an opportunity to attack the opponent at close range. At that moment, Torridin, eyes blazing, raised his axe high and arrogantly declared, "Today I'll show you the strongest attack of a dragon knight." Sanru, sitting in their chairman's seat, praised him. "Torridin really is the most talented dragon knight of the Dilan clan, isn't he?" Torridin's father quickly stuck his head out, flattering and praising his son. "Thank you, your highnesses, for the compliment. Torridin is my proudest son, the only one in the Dilan clan in 100 years who could sign a contract with the dragon race using Phi-Sat to connect with heaven and earth and borrow the power of thunder." Ephesa unleashed a column of icy spiritual energy, carrying electric sparks, shooting straight down to the arena floor, cracking the ground. Torridin's father proudly asserted he will lead the Dilan clan and the dragon race to an incredibly glorious future. Torridin arrogantly said, "If you die under such a powerful thunderstrike, it will already be an honor for you." However, beyond his imagination, Salon wasn't dead yet. A black demon dragon coiled up, protecting him. That is an S-rank skill magic immunity, able to resist and absorb all natural magic like ice, fire, and thunder. Salon coldly said, "Don't get cocky so soon." The audience excitedly whispered, "Why is there another dragon? Could Salon also be a dragon knight?" Torridin's father and he both exclaimed in horror, "That's a demon dragon." "Is that the legendary extinct demon dragon?" The cold resistance smiled secretly, thinking, only natural disasters can help the demon dragon upgrade its abilities. In the previous life, Iron received a demon dragon but couldn't evolve it. The demon dragon evolves into Thunderflame, a rare SS rank demon dragon that can use 3 magic attributes, wind, thunder, and fire all at once. Today, by chance, the demon dragon gained the thunder attribute, so its future potential will be enormous. Salen ordered, "Go show me your new power." The demon dragon quickly unleashed a blast of icy thunder, spiritual energy shooting straight at Toradin, making him fall and scream, "Impossible. This can't be." The demon dragon stomped hard on the ground and Salen appeared right in front of Toradin. The demon dragon has an S-rank skill, Thunderborn, which lets it use the power of thunder to teleport short distances. He spoke up, "Toradin, the winner of this duel." Salen swung his sword, and the demon dragon opened its mouth to create a magic orb. He confidently declared, "It can only be me." The electricity was returned intact to Toradin, shocking him until he was charred black. Salen calmly reminded the referee, "You can announce the results now." He rode the demon dragon, looking down at the cheering crowd. He wondered inwardly, "So this is what it feels like to stand under the sun, a glory that a shadow never deserves." Just then, Toradin's father suddenly jumped down from the stands, furious and shouting accusations. "You are the thief who stole the Delan family treasure." He reached out toward the unconscious Toradin. Toradin's 2 axes quickly flew back to his father's hands. Using the strong and fast momentum, he slammed the axes hard into the air, aiming straight at Salen on the dragon's back. Toradin's father shouted with rage, "Give me back the demon dragon!" But before it could reach him, the axe was knocked away by one of the demon dragon's claws. Salen lifted his chin, looking ominous with sharp, cold eyes. "Your demon dragon." He calmly sat astride the dragon, commanding the fierce demon dragon to attack him. He didn't even forget to toss Toradin's father a sarcastic remark, "Old man, shameless as always. Today you'll see the reality clearly." In this world of cold weapons and magic, the demon dragon riders are the strongest and undefeated combat force. Then, to balance the power of the different noble families, the old king destroyed all the demon dragons in a battle, and the only remaining demon dragon egg was sealed in Crypto City. The key was split into 2 parts and kept by the Cooper family and Isaac, each holding 1/2. Toradin's father sat on the ground watching Salen ride the dragon before him, shouting, "A demon dragon hasn't been destroyed because it's too good, but it's just a pity it ended up with a cunning master like you." He believed dragons were the most loyal creatures. Once a dragon accepts its master, it will never betray him. Forcing it to give up would only drive it to commit suicide. Toradin's father became angry and demanded, "That brat, where did he get this demon dragon from? Does it have any siblings?" In his heart, he schemed that if the D-rank family could have a demon dragon, it would surely become the leading house among the 7 noble families. Salen frowned and replied, "It's the last surviving demon dragon in the world. The other demon dragon eggs were ordered to be destroyed by others." Hearing this, Toradin's father was stunned. "What? Who gave the order?" He stepped closer, waved to him, leaned in close to his ear, and said, "Who wouldn't want to see the D-rank family return to its glory days? Whoa, sometimes what you get in exchange for worship isn't necessarily protection." Did he realize something? Is he the second prince? Why would he explain only a dragon that's lost all its wings and fangs is the easiest to control, right? At the same time, you land next to William and say, "William, your opponent is the Forest family and invasive lineage. What they're best at is setting traps in the environment and hunting effectively. So you have to quickly close in and use your strongest moves. Strike fast and win fast or you'll fall into a passive position." Luna immediately jumps onto the arena to face him. William draws his sword and advances with the Imperial Sword technique, Assault Strike. He shouts, "Luna, take this." Luna nimbly counters with arrows. This surprises Salen, who watches intently and comments, "I didn't expect Luna to deploy defense so quickly." William's attack is powerful, but his opponent easily anticipates it. Now it's best to use Luna's attack to break free from the Leo vines and take advantage of her delayed reaction after the strike to quickly close in and counterattack. William continues with another technique, Imperial Sword technique, Violent Aura. Salen feels a bit disappointed, so William actually chose to counter this attack. Although the explosive energy could break the Leo vines before he could think further, he used another move, Imperial Sword technique, Swift Retaliation. William attacks continuously with Imperial Sword technique, Charge, and Second Strike. Observing his fighting style, you conclude his stamina is being drained too much. Luna skillfully dodges William's attacks with ease. She keeps shooting arrows. He uses Imperial Sword technique to block them. Then you realize one thing, if William can't defeat his opponent with this move, he's in trouble ahead. William swings his sword, creating a streak of light, like a bridge spanning the horizon. Watching so far, you already know the outcome. William has lost. After the strike ends, he's left with an empty patch of ground. Luna appears behind William and presses her sword to his neck. The Imperial sword technique isn't anything more than this. William is stunned. Since when were you there? Why can't I move? Something's different from usual. His whole body is wrapped in pink flames while Luna is ready to deliver the finishing blow. Salin notices something wrong. William's condition is off. Could it be from the exhaustion of the previous battle? No, it's the effect of a hallucinogenic plant. It turns out Luna had planted Amanita muscaria spores inside the grapevine thorns from the start. Amanita muscaria is a highly hallucinogenic mushroom that produces spores capable of causing illusions and insanity. Once the Leo vines are destroyed, Amanita muscaria grows wildly. By William's final strike, he had absorbed a large amount of spores, along with the explosion's air causing him to hallucinate. William slams his sword into the ground strongly. This is definitely Luna's hidden trump card. If that's the case, let me take William's part in the fight against you. Luna's strike sends him flying out immediately. The result is clear. William is out of bounds and Luna Forest wins. Salin anxiously runs over. Who are you? What do you want with William? William is lifted by the shadow spirit accompanying him in delirium. He babbles. William saves Salin is confused. Since when did their relationship become this good? Did Lisa really catch William faster than I did? Strange, why does he run away right after being saved? Andrea is treating William angry and scolding Miss Luna. That was way too cruel. There's a strange hallucinogenic energy inside William's body. I can't wake him up from that energy. Salin turns to Lisa. I have a way, but can you use dark magic to give William a small electric shock? He needs to wake up as soon as possible. After a while, William wakes up. Everyone cheers. Great, William is awake. Everyone hinted subtly. Luckily, Lisa was here. Why don't you quickly thank her? He turned to look at Lisa. Thank you, Lisa. This made her blush. She ran away. Salin teased, why did she run off as soon as she saw you? Andrea suddenly spoke just now when Lisa's and my magic entered William's body. I accidentally caught a glimpse of Lisa's memories beforehand. Lisa couldn't protect Alan, and on top of that, she saved William just now. I'm afraid the master will punish Lisa. Don't worry. Lisa still has the next arena match, so Mistress Kia won't be crazy enough to attack her now. Just as Andrea said, Lisa was scolded by her owner. Mistress Hasha, you useless thing, not only failing to protect your master well, but also trying to show off in the arena. She continuously tortured and beat her. You're less than a dog. Little Lisa raised her big round eyes in shock. The Sana family is famous for dark magic. Every year they collect beggar children from all over the country and bring them into the family's dark hall. The little girl led a golden dog and other children following Haya. Then she had to witness her dog hung on a tree nailed. The family Sana's dark magic comes from the deepest pain and despair of humans. The Sana family will relentlessly destroy their last psychological defenses and ruin their humanity. Some children went mad and started physically attacking each other. Lisa used her Medusa hair to deal with the other children. Only the lucky spirits who survive in despair deserve the Sana family label and become terrifying tools of extermination. At this time, Lisa was tied with ropes, kneeling on the ground with many cuts on her body. But Haya was still not satisfied and cursed, "You're the loyal dog of the Sana family. Have you forgotten how much Sana has raised you?" She held one end of a weapon like an iron chain near her voice and shouted, "Your body soul, everything must always be ready to devote to your master anytime." One end of the weapon was stuck in Lisa's shoulder, torturing her. "If you can't protect your master, then this arm of yours should be discarded." Raising her clear eyes to look up at Lisa, she whispered, "I have neglected my duty and failed to protect young Master Alan." She knelt down, admitting guilt, begging the master to punish her. Suddenly, a sword with red energy flew in with a shout to stop. The Persia's sword clashed in her hand, causing her to drop the weapon, which then stuck straight into the wall behind. Salin rushed in, angrily grinding her teeth. Beside them, Andrea covered her mouth, seeing the situation, and exclaimed, "Madam, this is the Imperial Academy. She's not someone you can bully." Then Kia raised her hand, revealing a skull ring, and said to Salin, "I couldn't find a chance to attack you before, but you're stupid enough to hand yourself over to me." Then she clenched her fist, pointing the ring on her ring finger forward, and at the same time a green seal appeared on Lisa's neck and chest. She shouted, "You'll be like this dog, always chained by this dark magic living. Worse than dead, only able to kneel at my feet, begging." Meanwhile, Salin laughed, releasing murderous intent, and mocked looks like, "Young Master Alan hasn't told you yet that the curse the Cooper family put in my body had a small problem, so now Alan has become my shadow." Hearing this, she angrily spat, "You despicable coward. How dare you do that to him? You deserve to die. But Solon didn't care and looked down at Lisa lying on the ground, warning you better pray that I live long or poor. Alan will have to suffer all the pain for me. Then he stepped forward, rested on one knee and lifted Lisa's head. Seeing this, she sneered. So you think you betrayed the family? Now you want to take this dog away as an act of mercy. Suddenly she grabbed Lisa's hair, forced her head back and glared. Look carefully, she will never escape the Sana family's control her whole life. Not everyone is dumb enough to raise a white-eyed wolf like you. On the side, Lisa muttered, begging her master to punish her. Punish her master. At the same time, she raised her hand, conjuring a sharp weapon with red energy, behind which was a red demon with sharp hands saying, you people never care about others' lives. Then she continued, Salin, don't be reckless. If you dare harm the nobility, the two princes will take the opportunity to strip you of your commoner status. Suddenly, Andrea, who had always stood behind, waved her staff, releasing yellow energy towards the blue magic around Lisa's neck. Angrily, I had already seen Lisa's memories, and I just needed to awaken the warmest memories to help her break free from the control of dark magic. Shortly after, Salon saw Lisa open her eyes and hurriedly asked if she heard what he said, reminding her that she still had the arena match, and as long as she won, she could stay at the Imperial Academy. A blurry image of William smiling appeared. Lisa vaguely said she would have a chance to fight him honorably and decide the outcome. Her eyes slowly focused as Lisa murmured the word match. Then she clenched the magical ring on her neck tightly to trembling as she heard a voice whisper in her ear. If she escaped this prison today, from that moment on, she would be completely free. Then Haya angrily used the skull ring to unleash more green energy, shouting, You star in the sky, how dare you dream of breaking these chains? I will make your soul suffer, and you won't dare to disobey even half a word. But at that moment, Lisa was also radiating jade green energy, struggling against the sorcery herself, firmly saying, I can't die here. Then Lisa stood up, spreading her arms and legs, her hair turning into Medusa-like snakes, as she shouted loudly and used her hair to strike Haya, then staggered out the door, saying, I promised him I can't die here. Lisa weakly kept her head down, whispering, Don't die. Suddenly, she threw herself into William's arms, and he closed his eyes, feeling moved. Very good. Miss, you really saved your life. Luckily, you're okay. Meanwhile, someone doubted, William, why are you here? Isn't the principal supposed to be helping you recover? Meanwhile, Hia knelt on all fours on the floor, looking at the shattered skull ring. Don't get cocky. Even if Lisa escapes the dark magic's restriction, she is still the Sana family's property. None of you can take her away. The vice principal stood with Oliver at the door and told Lisa that the winner of the contest isn't the property of any family. Hearing this, Haya frowned coldly, denying. Unfortunately, once the new student exchange ends, the academy won't protect her anymore. This made the principal angry, radiating killing intent. What if she becomes my student? Will the Sana family risk offending me because of Mrs. Cooper, a family member who married out? There's nothing to be done. Haya angrily stomped and left. Seeing this, Salon turned to thank the principal for stepping up to help. The principal was modest, saying, This is what William begged me for. As a teacher, I have to meet the students' needs. Hearing that, Salon thought it seemed William had convinced the principal, who apparently cared a lot about Lisa. Then a voice rang out, William, Lisa will be in your care. At that moment, William was carrying Lisa, while Andrea used her magic to heal her. He wondered, why is this so inconvenient? Why isn't it Andrea? Then the other reminded him to think carefully so as not to wake her up now. At the same time, Lisa blushed, deeply embarrassed, and buried her head into William's chest. Shortly after, Salon came over and patted Oliver's shoulder. Thank you, Teacher Oliver. Today's successful rescue of Lisa was thanks to you telling me the location of this secret chamber. He bowed his head, thinking about the ranking of the competitors, and mentioned something else. Salon said, Before the principal Albus was invited, Lisa's Sana family representative had relinquished their rights, and Moran announced that Miss Andrea would be automatically promoted. Then Oliver rested his chin on his hand, pondering Gloria's mysterious opponent, and recalled how she had raised her weapon and knelt before her opponent. He said, And in another team match, Gloria fought the Nameless Knight. Finally, Oliver announced that the Nameless Knight quickly defeated Gloria without any injury, using moves that even I, a teacher with many years of experience, couldn't understand. He shouted, Now it's your turn to enter the arena. If you don't arrive in time, the two princes will directly revoke your qualification. Elsewhere, Moran held a microphone pointed seriously and announced a countdown of 3. If Salon didn't go on stage, it would be considered a surrender. Then he started counting down 3, 2. Suddenly, a jade-green lightning bolt struck the microphone in Moran's hand, making him sweat in fear. Over here, Salon stood on the back of a demon dragon, which was still breathing lightning from its mouth, arms crossed, smirking at Moran. You're really impatient, Miss Luna. We can start now. Then John controlled the dragon with both hands, making it bow and fly down. Immediately, Luna raised her weapon and shouted, "Then take this!" She shot out a blue magical arrow. On the other side, this demon dragon opened its mouth and used a thunder flame roar to directly attack Luna along with Salon's shout. I'll finish this quickly, giving you no chance to repeat your old tricks. Sorry for the rudeness, then? Kneeling on the floor, Luna blushed with embarrassment, covering the exposed parts of her body where her clothes were burned by the demon dragon's flames, stammering, "Damn it, but that move was really cool." At the same time, Moran shouted loudly, declaring Luna knocked out of the arena. Salon wins. Meanwhile, Jang petted the dragon's head as he heard the announcement that due to the demon dragon's overwhelming thunder flames, the two princes and the academy leader unanimously decided to ban contract beasts in the arena. I thought the academy always treated me fairly, huh? Then Moran looked at the match rankings and said the next fight would be Andrea versus the Nameless Knight, while Salon casually strolled over, whistling to Andrea, who was being warned by Cassidon that the opponent's defense was extremely tricky and Gloria couldn't harm him at all, so there was no need for mercy when attacking. Seeing Salon, Cassidon became very annoyed and turned away, scolding the brat. Seeing that Andrea tried to calm down Cassidon, then Salon just encouraged Andrea. Be careful. Okay, if you get into danger, just give up and leave the rest to me. Then Jang looked at the masked man holding a large sword, hearing her say thanks to Salon. Then I'm coming up. Wondering who this guy was because in the past life he had never heard of anyone like this. Then Andrea summoned blue lightning and red fire at the same time, shouting, "Take this ice star, mysterious thunder, electric splash, moist stone." Seeing that Cassidon wiped sweat from his brow, squinting, impressed that Andrea could now use 3 types of high-level offensive magic simultaneously, and the name was quite cute too. At the same time, all 3 energy sources rushed toward the Nameless Knight, but they only passed through a thin protective membrane, then vanished before reaching him. Leonard Richard frowned and commented, "Your attacks have no effect on me." Meanwhile, Salon whispered suspiciously, wondering how the attacks could disappear without reason if all these elemental magic energies were swallowed. Then suddenly he stomped his sword hard on the floor, causing a small explosion, explaining that the balance of power would give her corresponding feedback. Suddenly, someone shouted a warning to Andrea. "Be careful, this guy is about to use his ultimate move." On the other side, Leonard raised his sword to the sky, creating a huge tornado aimed at Andrea. Above, with Salon shouting retreat because he thought it was wind magic that could not only swallow attacking energy, but also use the wind's power to build momentum for a counterattack. After blocking once, Andrea landed, staring ahead silently, assessing, realizing this person's real strength was even greater than the others participating. At the same time, Moran commented Andrea was swept out of the arena. The Nameless Knight won. By now, the tornado inside the arena had completely dissipated. Moran announced that in the finals, Salon would duel the Nameless Knight to see who could claim the ultimate victory. The winner would become the new student council president of the Imperial Academy, and whether a commoner or noble students would follow that person throughout their schooling. Then Moran emphasized that the one who would lead them in the future was Salon. The loser would be expelled from their clan. Hearing this, George Brandon's group whispered and debated if he was really going to be the loser. Was he worthy? Your lucky streak ends here, kid. Then Moran continued. Or is the mysterious knight the one who suppressed the enemy with just one move? Leonard scoffed contemptuously upon hearing the crowd cheer to charge and defeat the loser. Meanwhile, Salon calmly looked ahead without expressing any opinion. Finally, Moran loudly announced the current match had begun, with Salon and Leonard facing each other, radiating opposing red and yellow energies. Salon said, "You are the strongest opponent I've ever faced, but today the winner can only be me." Then Salon ignited a blazing red flame, shooting into the sky, opposing Leonard's blue tornado. "I'll beat you up, strip away your disguised armor, and cut down the arrogance of those proud against this loser." Hearing this, Leonard mocked the flies, always dreaming of overturning the world, saying, "Enough talk, fight Salon." He slashed a sword, imbued with red fire. Could this be what swallowed Andrea's attack? It doesn't look like a skill, more like a magic-based weapon that devours to accumulate energy. Leonard stood still, watching you strike his barrier. Leonard praised, saying you actually made it reveal a weakness. Interesting indeed. Suddenly, Leonard radiated a sinister yellow energy, strengthening his barrier, so Salon's sword strikes only left small scratches. He sneered, "Then let me see if you can really break it." Leonard raised his blade before his eyes flashing red flames saying, "Stop struggling in vain. You can't break my absolute defense." Wrong. A whirlwind engulfed Salen's body. He taunted, "The scale will punish your arrogance." Then he just smiled, cold-eyed, beckoning with a finger as red droplets hovered, shattering Leonard's whirlwind. Salen laughed loudly. "You really think you're the chow chow judge up there? Look closely. The passion in my body isn't swept away by your wind. There's no such thing as absolute defense. Only relying on dead things creates blind spots or weak points." Then he stomped the floor, making the red liquid boil. It was blood-infused magma, creating a magma field that doubled the blood demon swordsman's strength and speed. The blood droplets seemed alive, flying together toward one place. Salen said others couldn't penetrate your defenses or their attacks weren't strong enough. Then the droplets rushed toward Leonard's protective barrier. He added, "Or your attacks just aren't dense enough." Salen brandished his sword, poking the yellow barrier tauntingly. "Let's see how much of my blood demon magic you can swallow." But soon the barrier began to crack. Seeing this, Leonard laughed excitedly. "You're truly a mad warrior. You're worthy to be my opponent." Then he waved his hand, conjuring greenish-yellow magic like a storm over the East Sea, saying, "Come on. Then let's fight fair and square." His eyes flashed red. Salen sneered, "Fair fight? That's a joke. Time to beat you down. I told you all, don't underestimate the blood demon swordsman living in Calchow's shadow." When Leonard pulled his sword from the ground, the blood droplets around shattered and splattered onto him and his blade. Leonard stood inside a yellow protective sphere, shocked. Inside the sphere appeared a pool of red magma. He couldn't believe it. Did Salen lay down blood demon magic beneath him while he defended against aerial attacks? Suddenly, Salen charged, smashing through the yellow shield, taunting the proud knight. "Show me your true face behind that mask." Leonard grabbed Salen's sword, saying, "You're still the first to press a blade to my throat." Then he manifested white wings and said, "The outcome's still unclear, so don't celebrate just yet." Those were angel wings, a multifunctional S-rank weapon capable of attack, defense, and transformation, a prized treasure of the Imperial auction. Worth as much as a fortress, shaped like a shield around the body, with a powerful whirlwind forming a stable and absolute spatial defense. Immediately, Salen stepped back, holding his sword horizontally to block Leonard's wind force. Thinking, that angel wings, huh? This guy's not simple. On the other side, Leonard flew with the angel wings conforming to his body shape, boosting his strength and speed while accumulating sword energy in the wind to release when full. Seeing this, Salen sighed, "So this is your true power, what a pity." Then he also manifested a pair of blood wings and flew to attack Leonard, taunting, "I won't give you any chance to breathe." But Leonard calmly blocked Salen's first slash with his sword, mocking the reckless kid. "It's time you learn some rules." Then he tossed Salen's sword away and shouted, "Come on over here." Salen laughed in response, "Bring it on." Then the two charged at each other with their opposing red and yellow energy wings. Leonard laughed excitedly. Yes, yes." Watching from the side, Chris frowned, suspicious, thinking, "Are the weapons and moves really from the guy I trained back then? But why did he come here to the arena?" Salen leapt up and swung a sword at Leonard, the force of both causing the ground beneath him to shatter. As the two princes approached, Moran whispered something that made him laugh with delight. He couldn't believe he dared to rush here. "Moran, our secret trained group is ready to use now. Today is the day this nameless knight must die." Meanwhile, Leonard held his sword with both hands pointed forward, praising, "Your swordsmanship is no less than mine. In fact, it grows stronger after every fight." "Why is that flying high above, looking down?" Salen explained. "Do you think blood magic was just a trap to corner you?" At the same time, his wings transformed into dark red tentacles piercing the ground. "This is rapid regeneration with blood lava color." Salen's blood energy creates a spatial field that can link with him, anytime sensing every movement in the arena and providing energy. Hearing that, Leonard spread his wings and summoned swords slowly forming from golden energy, exclaiming, "So that's how it is. Then wouldn't draining all your blood energy solve it?" The Holy Sword Storm can absorb sword energy from the storm, transforming it into countless sword shadows to execute ranged attacks. On this side, Salen crossed his fingers to form a blood net. As I said, don't underestimate the power of a blood demon swordsman. When Leonard raised his hand controlling hundreds of swords towards Salen, a giant blood monster appeared bearing its bright red teeth. Seeing this, Leonard smiled with amusement and said, "Let's see who's stronger in this battle between light and darkness." Then the swords pierced through the blood giant and struck towards Salen. Behind with Leonard's taunting words at this point, Are you still planning to struggle until death? Hearing that, Salon frowned, smiled, and at the same time the blood monster exploded. Pools of blood fell, startling Leonard. Salon shouted, "The one struggling is you." Then the blood mass turned into a cage, trapping Leonard. He angrily cursed the trickery. "How dare you use blood energy to bind me?" Salon manipulated the blood into cords, wrapping Leonard's wings, saying it's useless. Blood energy is a living entity. Struggling only tightens the binding. "Let me see how many more cards you have left." Suddenly, Leonard pulled out a gray, bony arm. This was the Death Spirit's hand, originally the Senna family's weapon, a natural counter to all skills, a living entity, a black mist, S-grade weapon, a classic treasure of the Empire. Immediately, he used the Death Spirit's move, which can drain the target's vitality and turn them into a lifeless corpse. Leonard said, "Yet this weapon is something I cannot not use." When the blood energy above froze into black earth, Leonard stepped out and approached Salon, saying, "In this fight, simply relying on strength, you've already won." Seeing this, Salon sweated, frowned worriedly, thinking it's unclear since he had acted kindly toward me. But why do I feel a presence even more dangerous? Suddenly, a shadow weapon shot toward the arena. A person in a black hood launched a weapon with dark energy, causing someone to shout, "Be careful." On this side, Salon quickly used blood cords to wrap Leonard and pulled him away just in time from the weapon, silently wondering in the Imperial Academy, there's such a large-scale ambush. The identity of the puppeteer behind the scenes and the one in front of you is not normal at all. At the same time, Leonard's mask fell off, revealing he was Leonard Richard, Crown Prince and Royal Son. Salon secretly gasped, "So it's him." Then recalled from his past life, hearing the Crown Prince was beloved by soldiers leading the suppression of rebels everywhere, but sadly died young. Now seeing the black-clad group appearing after that revelation, thinking back, maybe he died from continuous noble assassinations. Meanwhile, Moran shouted, "There's an assassin, catch the assassin." Everyone prioritized the safety of the two princes. Meanwhile, Leonard calmly raised the Death Spirit's hand, emitting dark blue-black energy toward the black-clad group, saying it's those soul hyenas again. In the blink of an eye, they were turned to crumbling stone on the arena floor. Leonard sneered, "Once they catch the scent, they bite and never let go." Then he continued to use the angel wings, morphing into a loincloth connected to the Empire's treasury, allowing him to quickly exchange for any prestigious weapon and return it at any time. At the same time, a dozen sharp weapons appeared above Leonard's head, pointing forward on his command. Leonard shouted that the rebels who dared to plot to assassinate members of the royal family must die. On this side, Salon also summoned the demon dragon, which opened its mouth and shot lightning at the people below, creating a cloud of dust. He thought if he could put out this assassination attempt, he would befriend the Crown Prince, and from now on, he wouldn't have to worry about the two princes abusing their power to bully others. Salon swung his hand, using magic to turn the men in black into white bones, silently thinking that after coming back to life, he still hadn't had the chance for a grand slaughter. Today, he would show them how deadly the death god from his previous life really was. Then he transformed half of his body to emit red fire energy, while the other side radiated blue lightning energy. His fiery red eyes roared furiously, blood flowing like a river. Then with a loud shout, he attacked with the other side. Leonard also went wild, shouting, "Destroy." Salon and Leonard stood back to back while the black-clad assassins closed in from the sides. Leonard hovered high, holding a staff with a purple glowing orb, looking down at the writhing assassins on the ground, shouting, "Firefly light competing with the moonlight." He used the eternal spirit of the staffs of many heads of families, first unleashing magic capable of destroying stars. Meanwhile, Salon commanded the demon dragon to shoot out lightning fire, shouting that he would show them the power of the Thunderfire dragon. Suddenly, 3 people tried to sneak attack from behind him, but Salon shot out a red blood rope, striking them painfully, mocking their despicable assassination tactics as a bunch of misfits. On the other side, Leonard pulled out a purple energy scythe, splitting 2 bodies in half, shouting that they would pay with their lives for treason. The Blood Moon Scythe of the first-generation head Isaac has the power to eliminate people over a wide area, bypassing defenses. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed by, aimed straight at Leonard's back. Then blood and flesh flew into the air with screams of pain. But Leonard was unharmed, as Salon had shielded him with his blood magic just before the arrow struck. He frowned, warning to be careful of dangers from behind, then clenched his hand angrily and heard Leonard say, "Thanks for the warning, so let's quickly end all of this." At the same time, a person was struck by jade green energy and turned into a white skeleton. Finally, Salon stood facing Leonard, and around them no trace of the assassins remained. On the side of the two princes, he held a blood-cutter knife in his hands stained with blood, controlling a yellow magic formation. Thinking Leonard today, you will definitely die. Alchemy sacrifices large amounts of blood and flesh to forge creatures that can shake heaven and earth. Meanwhile, a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred beneath the arena, making Salon and Leonard wary and on guard. Then the processed corpses suddenly emitted smoke and floated up. Elsewhere, Leonard's weapons slowly vanished because the angel wing's form is limited. If the user's magical power is insufficient, all functions will be cancelled. Then suddenly something splashed right in his face. Salon spoke up to explain that it was a kind of medicine that could suppress the angel wings. It seems the person behind knows quite a lot about him, huh? Leonard held his face thinking, damn, my whole body is exhausted, but I let it go. A monster was crawling behind him through the haze with the demon dragon flying overhead. Salon was unharmed, holding a sword proudly saying, if I hadn't appeared today, the crown prince might have been assassinated like last life. What a pity. Rapid regeneration, reincarnating as flesh and blood, Hydra immune to all poisons. Then the demon dragon breathed thunderfire, the kind of energy Doong's wisdom could dispel the poisonous bone magic. Suddenly, a sandworm, the outer shell of the mysterious monster, immune to magic and feeding on flesh and blood, opened its mouth to attack the two. Salon shouted to be careful, pushing Leonard away just as the sandworm lunged. Thinking that the sandworm's shell might be immune to magic attacks, and since the crown prince was weak because of the poison, they couldn't let it get close to them. Salon shouted demon dragon, thunderfire order, the demon dragon to fly down. Immediately, the demon dragon used its claws to attack the sandworm, stomping down, relying on its massive weight to deliver the strongest physical attack. Salon analyzed the shell of this sandworm is immune to magical attacks, so we need to find a way to strike magic directly at its body. Next, the devil dragon opened its mouth and blasted lightning at the sandworm's head, its breath condensing and releasing magic, temporarily creating the strongest magical attack. Seeing that, Salon praised, very well done. Along with his hand movement, the devil dragon also swept its wings and struck the sandworm. Seeing the sandworm fall right in front of him, Sunru screamed in fear. Salon, do you dare to brazenly attack a royal family member? Hearing that Leonard was supported by Salon and said, Salon only did this to save me, but you, my dear brother, you are responsible for this competition. Why is there such a large-scale assassin attack? Sandru raised his bleeding arm to defend himself. That's right. This assassination attempt is very dangerous. Even with strict protection, both you and I were affected. Rest assured, I will investigate this to the end and will not spare those behind this. Later, sitting in the chair of the chairman, Leonard declared, today, we also owe it to Salon. Royal law stipulates that those who save royal family members may be granted noble status as an exception. Then he glanced at Sandru and said, so grant Salon Cooper the title of Viscount and assign him to assist the two princes in investigating the mastermind behind the assassination. This surprised him while Sandru smiled calmly. Salon stepped on the motionless monster, thinking about the relationship between this sandworm and Sandru the alchemist, truly surprising. Then he bowed before Leonard to express gratitude to the prince. Also, as the winner of the new student exchange competition, the two princes can now fulfill their promises. He, with sharp, cold eyes and displeased, asked, within my power. What do you want? Then cursed silently. Damn it, I originally wanted to use this as bait to make the winner work for me, but Leonard unexpectedly bribed Salon first. Over there, Salon glared and demanded I want to take the Cooper family's Silverbone Swamp as my fief. Hearing that, Cooper Leon frowned and angrily scolded Salon, you really are a shameless, greedy hyena. The size of a fief directly symbolizes power and status. It is the most important thing for a family. Then Leonard covered for him, I think Salon is worth it, so the two princes wouldn't go back on their word. After all, this fief is no small matter. Then he glanced at Salon standing nearby and said, if it's inconvenient to make Silverbone Swamp Salon's fief, then I will consider granting Salon the Mozanic range on the outskirts of the imperial capital. Hearing this, Sandru thought of the purple crystals and muttered, everyone knows there are black gold veins there. I worked hard to get the king's promise for that. Controlling that black gold mine is equivalent to controlling half of the empire's magical resources. It absolutely cannot fall into others' hands. In the mine, workers are extracting purple crystals. Black gold is a highly magical material, an essential ingredient for high-level magical weapons, making it extremely valuable. That black gold is graphite. A man with a headache looks at a broken piece of black gold on the table. Items made from black gold are quite fragile and cannot be repaired. They are ultra-luxury consumables, but are still fought over by the nobility and have become status symbols. At this time, the arena was still filled with a smoky haze of gunpowder. Leonard looked at Sandrew trembling with anger and said, "My dear brother, have you decided hand over Silver Bone Swamp to Ceylon or the Mozenic Range?" Pressured Sandrew had no choice but to grit his teeth and reply on behalf of the Cooper family, "I will hand Silverbone Swamp to Ceylon." Hearing this, Leon's eyes blazed with murderous intent, and he shouted, "Do you really dare to trade away the Cooper family's food for your own belly?" Faced with his imposing aura, Sultan calmly thought he was the strongest shadow in his previous life. Back then, the Cooper family granted me Silverbone Swamp. Then he remembered the gray crystal and quietly noted that later a new Midran ore was discovered in Silverbone Swamp. This is a resource even more precious than black gold, so the Cooper family took Silverbone Swamp back into their hands once again. Leon raised blue energy to suppress Salem's orange energy, saying, "Every inch of Cooper family land was bought with blood unless you can hold your ground against me for 15 minutes without falling. Otherwise, my Cooper clan will never easily hand over the Silverbone Swamp to a traitor." Immediately he responded, "This time I must have the Silverbone Swamp. It rightfully belongs to me." Suddenly a giant blue phantom appeared, the resentment giant spirit merging the power of a massive mountain into the sword, making the swing as heavy as a mountain. Then Leon swung the sword, slashing out sword energy, shouting, "Before you talk big, you need to understand your own limits first." On the other side, Selim raised his sword to block the blow, shouting, "I swear on my soul the things I have said and done." The blood flame will ignite all the blood in the body, breaking through the body's limits to form the highest defense. Then he stared boldly and said, "Then I definitely will succeed." This made Leon startled, recalling when he was young, and once said, "I will definitely lead the clan to regain glory." Then he smiled and said, "Do you think a little life-draining magic can stop me?" Leon, along with the resentment giant spirit, taunted, "Without the first-generation blood demon sword, Saint's treasure by my side, no blood demon swordsman can survive more than 15 minutes. Hearing this, Leon sat back enjoying the show and took out a red sword sheath. "So the treasure of the first-generation blood demon sword Saint that Clan Cooper mentioned must be this, right? The demon-binding sword sheath can control the backlash of the blood demon sword spirit." Then he stepped in front of Selim and said, "The 15 minutes are up. I think the Cooper clan should prepare to hand over the Silverbone Swamp to Salem as soon as possible. The treasure is given to the hero, and this sword sheath will be given to you. Thank you for saving my life and letting me witness such an amazing duel." Selim caught the demon-binding sword sheath, closed his eyes to express thanks to the prince, then opened them wide and declared boldly, "In 1 month I want a flag with my name on the Silverbone Swamp." After some time walking down the academy corridor, Oliver told Selim, "The Academy's upper echelons are investigating the assassin's accomplices and have banned entry and exit from the Imperial Academy. If you want to find a suitable place to train, you have no choice but to come here." Hearing this, Selim asked, "How do I register for the advanced training room here? It's always full here." Suddenly, 2 male students grabbed a girl by the hair in front of them and scolded, "I think you look like an accomplice of the assassin. Take off your clothes and let us check." At the same time, Oliver explained, "The advanced training room is occupied by students from the Noble Alliance. These guys use their high noble status to bully Bo and dominate the academy." Suddenly, someone was thrown out from a nearby room, startling the 2 bullies into releasing the girl. Then Selim turned his head to watch them help the person who had been thrown out run away. "You guys just wait for me. I will call people to deal with you." The chibi swordsman and Gron came out of that room waving "Get lost," and shouted to Teacher Oliver beside them, "Hey, this is," and heard him reply, "This is Salem. We need to borrow your advanced training room." Chibi looked down and asked Oliver, "Can we start now? Are you Salem, the winner of the freshman exchange competition? You're pretty tough to dare fight head-on with those 2 princes. You did well. So this advanced training room will be at your disposal." Hearing this, Salem replied, "Thank you both." Then Salem went inside. Behind, Chibi and Ron waved enthusiastically to welcome him. Later, Salem turned around, spreading his arms, and asked Oliver, "Hit me." Making him dazed, he replied, "I really don't understand you," but still raised his sword and swung a straight, vertical slash at Salem. Salem calmly explained, "Most of my body has been corroded by the blood demon. If I want to break free from the blood demon's control, the only way is to replace my blood." Then a green light appeared on Salem's chest. He said, Now I have the Hydra's extremely fast regeneration ability based on continuous bleeding and recovery, so I can gradually eliminate the blood demon's influence from my body. After slashing Salim to pieces, Oliver curiously asked, "Why did you choose me to help you? Isn't Chris better?" Salin's whole body emitted a bloody red aura and explained, "If it weren't for Chris's threat, the blood demon would have had the chance to completely take over my body." Then he stepped forward and explained, "I'm risking my life here, and Chris definitely wouldn't agree with my crazy approach." After pulling out the blood-bound sword sheath, he sighed, "It's just a pity that the cowardly little blood demon is afraid of this sheath and doesn't dare to come out." Suddenly, a giant blood monster appeared roaring, "Who says I'm scared?" "Wrong. You're looking for death, aren't you?" Then it swung a bloody sword down at him. "Do you think you can conquer me with this sword sheath?" Truly a madman dreaming. At the same time, bloody arrows slipped through the blood-bound sword sheath and pierced Salin, accompanied by the monster's mocking voice. "The sword sheath is indeed a chain restraining the fury of the blood demon magic, but the user must have enough strength." Suddenly, Salin pulled the bloody arrow from his body and shouted, "The sword sheath just needs me to awaken, that's enough." Then he charged empty-handed, slashing at the monster, teasingly, "If I'm the one to make you submit, I should be the one to do it." Suddenly, someone kicked the door wide open. "Where's the guy who kicked me? Get out here quickly! My young master has come for revenge." A group of noble students entered, sneering coldly. "This weakling is Salin, the one who insulted two princes. Capture him for me to claim the reward." Seeing them, Salin turned with his blood beast behind, bursting with red energy, and shouted, "Perfect timing! You all shall be test subjects for my blood energy." Seeing Salin's whole body blazing red as he charged at them, the noble students screamed in fear, "Salin, do you really want to fight to the death?" But he ignored them and charged forward, landing a punch that made them stagger and shout insults. "You're the ones wanting to fight to the death." Then the blood on the floor swirled to surround the noble students lying on the ground. Salin taunted, "Dare to storm into my training room? You're just asking for death." Suddenly, an iron chain was shot forward. Two students each held one end of the chain, tightly gripping Salin's hands and shouting to each other, "Catch him quickly! Hold him down!" But he used his immovable, mountain-like strength to stabilize his body and withstand the 10,000-pound blow. The leader of the nobles radiated killing intent and said, "Thanks to Oliver, we were able to capture Salin. I believe the two princes will forgive you soon." Then he warned, "I advise you all to leave immediately." Yet the leader laughed gleefully. What's there to fear? Salin has already broken the nobles' rules. He has no way out. Pointing his sword at Salin, he mocked him. Meanwhile, the pool of blood on the floor was spreading. Then it transformed into giant snakes behind Salin. The monster power of Hydra's bloodline appeared, possessing strength far beyond that of a magic beast. Meanwhile, Salin's face darkened with an evil glare, showing his ruthless dominance as he said, "I'm a man who doesn't believe in fate." Then Salin raised his hand, filled with killing intent, toward the leader, making him cry out in fear, "Salin, if you dare lay a hand on me, you will become an enemy of the entire noble alliance. You'll become the enemy of the sword saints of the alliance." Suddenly, he crushed the green stone he always wore around his neck and laughed excitedly, threatening, "You're finished. I've reported your evil deeds to the strongest sword saint in the noble alliance. You will be hunted forever by the noble alliance, and even Chris won't be able to save you." Suddenly, a many-eyed blood demon monster appeared behind him, opening its mouth full of teeth, and said, "Too bad you won't survive until they come to rescue you." Seeing this, he panicked and turned his head to ask, "What kind of freak is this?" No sooner had he said that than the blood demon monster bit off his head. While he struggled inside its belly, the blood demon looked down and sneered at Salin. "These guys aren't as good as your flesh and blood." Then it demanded, "You lost. Obediently let me eat your flesh." Salin then swung his sword forward, thinking, "These fools, I didn't expect them to be so easily swallowed by the blood demon. Luckily, it has been completely expelled from my body." Suddenly, a blood arm rose up but was sliced off by Salin's sword chi. Standing to the side, Oliver asked, "Need my help? This guy doesn't seem easy to deal with." Inside the monster's belly, some students screamed, "Teacher Oliver, save me, it hurts so much." Salin charged forward with his sword and refused, "No need. It will be very difficult for you to take down these students. You always dodge the monster's deep red tentacles." Silently determined, fighting to the death is strictly prohibited among students at school. Today they can't die here. Then one hand held the sword sheath that binds the demon, while Salin swung his sword to chop off a tentacle. Thinking now, I just need to drain the blood energy from the blood demon. I'll wait until it weakens, then absorb it into the sword sheath to completely control the blood demon. At the same time his eye flashed, Salin could see through the monster's blood layer, clearly seeing the students inside its belly. He calculated that the blood demon's energy had already dispersed. Moreover, it was still absorbing the student's blood energy. This is a bit troublesome. Looking at Salin's red sword, the monster bared its teeth, shouting, "What can you do if you know this? You can't save them." Suddenly, one of its pupils split in half. Then it immediately sucked energy from the other eyes in its body to replenish itself. The monster arrogantly said, "Wasting your strength, you can't hurt me." Then after seeing this, he whispered in realization, so that's how it is. The blood demon relies on this eye to restore its blood energy. We just need to eliminate this eye simultaneously. Then he created many clones using his own red blood. Using the super-level regeneration skill of Hydra's bloodline, it can quickly recover lost health. The Blood Shadow Slash skill eliminates the threat of the blood demon inside the body. Combined with the Hydra Blood's rapid regeneration ability, now I can use the blood demon magic that consumes a lot of energy without any effort or strength at all. Next, all the blood shadows holding swords charged at the monster at once, making it furious as it roared, "Salin, you bastard!" Meanwhile, he noted that the blood demon magic's cloning ability was even stronger than before. It's almost equivalent to myself now. Seeing the monster's body slashed in many places, Salin raised the sword sheath that binds the demon and said, "Surrender. You intend for me to use it and be controlled by me." Then the students fell out lying amidst pools of blood, along with the monster's angry roar. "Salin, you forced me first. You will regret this." Moments later, the system announced that part of the blood demon's power had been sealed. Meanwhile, Salin inserted his sword back into the sword sheath that binds the demon, wondering why only part of the blood demon's power was sealed. At the same time, a blood beam shot out through the door crack just as Cassidon entered the room. Andrea followed behind. Seeing the tragedy, Cassidon angrily scolded Salin, "What did you do to these students?" Then Oliver shouted loudly, "Cassidon, you should be asking your Noble Alliance members. They're the ones who broke into someone else's training room." Hearing this, Cassidon used his staff to cast healing magic on the students, then said, "I will thoroughly investigate today's incident. If the Mercenary Alliance has any tricks, they won't get away with it. Holy light healing can restore stamina within a certain area for the group." Meanwhile, Salin watched Andrea enter and thought I wasn't paying attention. What did the blood demon mean when it said it would make me regret it? Suddenly, Andrea fell down. Seeing this, he shouted worriedly, "Andrea." Salin ran over and lifted her up anxiously. "Andrea, wake up quickly." Andrea used holy healing magic, which can quickly heal and restore the target's consciousness. Suddenly, Andrea furrowed her brows, closed her eyes, and said, "Salin, do you regret it yet?" Hearing this, he panicked and shouted, "Blood demon, it's you again." At the same time, a sun mark appeared on Andrea's forehead along with a voice. Fortunately, the blood demon seed was implanted in this girl from the start. Then another eye appeared from the mark on Andrea's forehead. The blood demon bared its teeth and said, "After this body, I've got her." The image of Salin kneeling on the ground calling William's name while being controlled by the blood demon monster in the past appeared. He wondered why he always brought bad luck to those around him. At that time, Salin hugged William's withered body. Also has a third eye on the forehead. I heard someone say, "Salin, calm down. Only by using subordinates to nurture the blood demon can we win the battle." He truly is your most loyal subordinate. He is willing and devoted, drained of his last drop of blood by the blood demon without any resistance. Now seeing Andrea lying in his arms, Salin frowned in silent suffering. Those who followed me in my past life all died because of my suffering. Andrea in this life is also entangled by the blood demon because of me. She is glaring with the flaming red eye at you, full of hatred. While Salin was troubled inside, could it be that this reincarnation still can't change anything? Then Andrea's hand reached around the back of his head, transforming into sharp claws. Suddenly a shout rang out. "What are you doing, Salin? Hurry up and think of a way to save Andrea." Then a light like the Milky Way appeared, narrowly saving Salin as the blood demon attacked him with its claws. Catsardin angrily scolded, "Stay put right now. Don't even think about using her body to do evil." Then Cassidon created a sharp ice block around himself and said, "I can only limit that demon's actions. You have to drive it out of Andrea's body as soon as possible. Teacher Oliver, please take the other students out of here first." Then she used a violent cold wind to create an extremely cold area that slowed down all living creatures. Immediately, Oliver led the noble students outside. Salen stepped back, thinking Andrea is still alive. I absolutely must save her in time. At this moment, large ice blocks appeared from the blue magic circle on the floor surrounding Andrea. The system explained that spirit purification gathers elemental forces between heaven and earth to create a cleansing area using blood as a conduit to purify the power of the blood demon. Meanwhile, Cassidon anxiously asked, "Have you come up with a solution?" The longer we delay, the more dangerous Andrea becomes. At the same time, the light from each ice block intertwined with one another. When attacked by those beams of light, the blood demon shouted, "You fool! Doing this will only hurt the girl." Then it angrily turned its head and said, "This girl and I have become one. To get rid of me, you have to drain her blood completely." On this side, Salen sliced open his palm and let the blood drip onto the floor. He hurled it straight toward Andrea, shouting, "Then let's see whose blood runs out first, yours or mine." Teacher Cassidon, I will use my blood to replace Andrea's as the necessary conduit for the purification formation. Please use all your strength to maintain the formation. Seeing this, the blood demon turned its arm into a sharp weapon and charged, shouting, "You madman, do you think you can destroy me like this?" But after a few steps, it was stopped by the ice blocks. Inside, the monster radiated killing intent, threatening, "Once I break this formation, I will swallow every last one of you whole." Seeing this, Cassidon warned anxiously, "This is bad, he actually has the power to break the formation." Then after throwing the sword sheath to bind the demon forward, he reassured, "This is just a trapped beast's fight, don't dream otherwise." The sheath and the sealing sword stabbed straight into the floor, causing rocks and dust to explode upward. Right there was another eye formation. It linked with the ice blocks, emitting blue lightning energy that made the blood demon clutch its head and scream, "Impossible. Why does this formation increase its suppression against me?" Selen answered, "The sealing sword sheath suppresses part of your power to deal with you. The blood demon's power is still the most suitable." Then there was a crisp explosion sound. Finally, Andrea coughed up a spit of blood. The eye on her forehead disappeared as well. Cassidon hurriedly caught her. Andrea knelt on the ground and expressed thanks. "Teacher Cassidon, thank you, Salen. I'm okay now." Cassidon replied, "No need to thank me. It's good that you're fine." Meanwhile, Salen held the sword, still radiating killing intent, deep in thought. Suddenly he was stunned, then shouted, turning around, "Danger, the blood demon hasn't been completely destroyed yet. Teacher Cat Sardine, be careful." Hearing this, she asked suspiciously, "What's going on?" Andrea Go was ensnared by the blood demon's clawed hand shattering the purple gem on the magic staff. The blood demon chuckled triumphantly, "Trapped." Then she continued attacking with the sharp clawed hand. Then Salen quickly stepped in front of Cat Sardine and said, "We've been tricked." The blood demon bared its teeth with a crazy grin and exclaimed, "You found out too bad. Without a staff, you can't resist me." But Salen calmly grabbed the sword hilt and said, "No need to imprison you." Then he threw the sword sheath to tie the demon and chopped it in half, shouting, "I will destroy your spirit and body at the same time." A whirlwind appeared in the sky. The blood demon screamed in horror, "You crazy fool! You actually destroyed the most important treasure of the Cooper family." Suddenly, blood flowed from the demon's eyes and was sucked into the magical vortex. It yelled, "That's right, the first head of the Cooper family, Lord Bran." Soon after, the soul of Brad Cooper's first blood demon sword saint and creator of blood demon magic appeared, gripping the demon and calmly saying decisively, "Truly worthy of being my descendant. How did you know I was sleeping inside the sword sheath?" Salen pointed out that the blood demon was a creation of the first family head and could still exist now. Then the one who created it must also be hiding somewhere, because the sword sheath can suppress the demon's power, so I guess he's sleeping inside it. After that, he gave more evidence. It said Perseus' sword can open the true hidden treasure of the sword, saint-level expert who created blood demon magic. And this treasure refers to him. After hearing that Brad summoned red blood souls and praised the boy's intelligence, "You deserve the power I'm most proud of." Then the system announced the acquired ability, bloodline domination, which can control other creatures through blood. Brad advised, "I hope you can stay true to your nature and avoid the fate of being betrayed by blood demon magic like me." Immediately, Selen raised his hand to receive the inheritance from the blood demon souls. Then he asked Master Cassidon, "Is Andrea's body still okay?" She had just caught a female student who had fainted and replied, "She just overexerted and is weak." Then she warned Salen with concern, If you intend to cultivate blood demon magic, you must be careful not to become its puppet. At that moment, Andrea woke up and said, Master Kazarin, it's all my fault. The magic staff you have used for so many years is broken, and tomorrow is the Academy President's battle. Then Kazarin comforted her. As long as everyone is okay, that's what matters. I'll go to the Noble Alliance auction room and buy one to use temporarily. Suddenly, Ma Long appeared in the tent holding a crystal stone. Next to Saladin, he said, Master Cassidin, thank you for caring about Andrea. Leave the staff problem to me. Then Ma Long spat out the crystal stone. Saladin stomped on it confidently. I will create a more powerful weapon for you so you can shine in the competition. In the auction hall, a cloak was brought out. The leader of the noble students said to his friend, if I had this black metal magic cloak back then, I definitely could have taken down that Selen guy. Sitting nearby, Selen turned and laughed. So you're the one who wants to take me down. Seeing his terrified expression as he fell backward, he asked, why are you here too? Selen silently thought, why is the Noble Alliance full of fools who only rely on their family power? On the other side, the auctioneer pointed at Luna and announced, 25,000 times 2, 25,000 times 3 sold. Congratulations to Luna from the Forrester family for winning the black metal magic cloak. Seeing this, Selen was suspicious. It's her. Luna propped one foot on a chair. Pointing at the person next to her, she smiled at Torridon. If you're confident enough, keep bidding. Then she rested her chin and teased 25,000 gold coins to bid on a magic cloak. Jack from the Forrester family was really stupid but had a lot of money. Then the auctioneer presented a rose staff and announced, we now introduce a rare, genuine item, the last of this auction, the black metal rose staff, the best choice for advanced mages. The starting price is 10,000. Immediately, George Brandon raised his hand to interrupt when Kazarin bid 11,000. But he shouted loudly, I bid 50,000. Seeing this, Kazarin angrily stood up and turned to scold Master George. May I ask, what does a warrior want with a magic staff? He smiled and replied, I can buy it and keep it, too. Master Kazarin said, if you don't have the money, can't you just choose not to? According to logic, Kazarin sat down grumbling at George for resorting to all sorts of tricks just to win the top position in the Noble Alliance. Suddenly, Selen raised his hand to bid, I'll pay 100,000 to gift it to Master Kazarin. This made George laugh loudly, mocking Selen. This isn't a place for you to joke around. Do you even have the money to compete? Suddenly, Torridon stood up, pounding his chest, and declared, today, I'll cover all of Salen's expenses. As long as our dragon lord has a chance to inherit the Ma Long bloodline, the family is ready to sacrifice everything. Seeing this, George leaned forward on his knees, taunting, do you really think you can act so arrogantly just because that kid supports you? I bid 200,000. Selen refused to back down and shouted 400,000. No matter what you pay, I'll pay double. Then came the shout, if you have guts, 550,000. On the other side, Saladin stood up, giving a thumbs down with Kazarin's support, responding, 1,000. Why not add more? So it turns out the assets of our respected Master George are just this much. Provoked, George repeatedly raised his sword and shouted, I bid 1,000 plus, all my battle badges and this Katina sword. Hearing this, Kazarin broke out in a sweat, surprised that he actually took out the Katina sword, a broken sword symbolizing power always regarded by Master George as a glorious trophy. Meanwhile, Salen's eyes blazed with deadly intent as he laughed. Looks like Master George is determined to get this magic staff, huh? Then I won't compete with you anymore. The magic staff is yours. Finally, the host announced success. Congratulations to Master George for winning the prize collectible. Suddenly, Selen spoke up. If the overseer helps when someone's in danger, then he should also prepare for the possibility of being slapped in the face, right, Master? On one side, Kazarin sadly turned to ask Selen, although you made George bleed a lot to get the magic staff, didn't you promise to solve my weapon problem? After thinking about Ma Long going on his mission, he replied, don't worry, I won't delay your afternoon dominance contest. And based on his past life memories, he recalled ordering Ma Long to go to the Silverbone Swamp and retrieve Midran ore. This ore is extremely hard and can only be melted at the high temperature of lightning fire. Then he remembered how he had made weapons himself. He thought, in my past life, weapons made from Midran helped the Cooper family become invincible on the battlefield. At that moment, Salin held the staff shining brilliantly and exclaimed, "This Midrin magic staff has energy and strength far beyond all other dark metal weapons." After some time at the Noble Alliance competition site in the Arcane Tower, Cassidin held the staff given by Salin. Closing his eyes, he thought, "I can clearly feel the magic flowing through this magic staff. I'm really looking forward to unleashing its power." Meanwhile, George swung his sword forward, shouting loudly in the Noble Top Dominance battle. Still distracted, is Master Cassidin scared? The system reported that he was using Imperial swordsmanship to charge heavily. Not far away, Din raised the staff to block the strike, but the force of the impact cracked the ground beneath her feet. Meanwhile, George lost his weapon in his dominant hand, so all he could do was stand still. Sitting in the stands watching Toradine exclaimed in amazement, "This magic staff can actually withstand a warrior's slash. Its hardness is really abnormal." Behind him, Salin crossed his arms confidently, thinking, "It's still too early to be amazed now." On the field, George pointed his sword, glowing with blue energy, at Cassidin. "Your magic staff is pretty strong, but in your hands, it's just a rusty, hard piece of metal. Being a mage but unable to unleash magic, you might as well admit defeat early." At the same time, Kazarin's eyes shone as he raised a hand to cast a pink-purple spell in response. "I don't need any advanced magic, just the most basic fireball spell." Then the system announced that the Great Fireball spell gathers magical energy within the body and releases the most destructive fireball. Saladin pointed the staff at George and shouted. George couldn't block it, making him gasp in disbelief, unable to blink. A giant fireball engulfed George inside. Then he fled for his life, shouting, "What kind of metal is this that has better magic compatibility than Hakim's?" Nearby, Luna stood beside Salin, holding a megaphone reminding Master Cassidin to quickly control his magic because someone's about to die. Immediately, Cassidin's eyes snapped open wide in shock. Then she retracted the staff, and even she herself was stunned by the surrounding embers. The magic channeled through the staff not only was not depleted, but its destructive power was also incredibly strong. At the same time, a fireball shot into the sky and struck the top of the arcane tower, breaking it in two. Seeing this, Salon stood before the magic dragon, folded his arms, and asked Master Cassidin if he was satisfied with the Midrin staff that I gave him. Before she could answer, Toradin and Luna were amazed and impressed, while he quietly calculated that the Midrin artifact had achieved great success today. As long as he controlled the Midrin mine, there would be continuous goodwill and business partnerships. Suddenly, Cassidin tore off the mage disguise, revealing a hot girl holding the staff, saying, "I'm very satisfied," making Salon blush, and exclaimed, "Master Cassidin, so you're a woman." She transformed the staff into a rose and used it to lift his chin, pulling his face close and telling him to come to her office at midnight. She alone had something to ask him. That night at the Imperial Academy in Cassidin's office, she was dressed again in mage robes, holding the rose branch, and said she wanted to discuss a secret matter that evening and didn't want to be disturbed. Salon, curious, said, Hey, don't joke around. What do you need to ask me?" Then she touched his chest with the rose branch, flirting as if he were clueless, asking, "Don't you know what giving a rose to a woman means?" Afterward, Cassidin grew serious and said, "I won't tease you anymore. I know how powerful this weapon is. I don't care about your secret, but whatever you want to do, if I help, it will be much easier." Hearing that, Salon felt grateful. With her help, how could he not succeed? Then she took out another staff, introducing it as a rare Midrin weapon in the world. Besides hers, there was only this one left. Continuing, she said to celebrate their cooperation, she brought this staff to auction, hoping to receive a great price. Today, all the nobles in the competition witnessed its power, so she thought there was no need for many words, since those power-hungry nobles would go crazy for it. Salon turned and left, saying, "But I have only one request, never let the Cooper family auction it." Hearing this, Katsardine replied, "No problem, this young wolf is truly full of hatred." Then Salim ignored the spying birds and mice with red eyes and said, "Whether it's the Cooper family who oppressed me in my past life or banished me in this one, prepare for my revenge." After a while, Salon was followed by a group of people who arrogantly said, "Baron Salon, if you cooperate with our family on the weapon, we will treat you as an honored guest and serve you anytime, anywhere from now on. Baron Salon, our family can exchange all the genius treasures for your Midrin weapon." He sweated uncomfortably from hearing this so much, but they didn't stop. "Baron Salon, I have a cute and lovely younger sister who isn't married yet. Please consider this." He thought, "I never expected these nobles to be so shameless, chasing me every day like flies, so annoying." Their feet struck a glass panel which was a safety measure of the training tower to protect students. Only those who have broken through the golden sword level can enter. Salon glanced back, wondering whether these profit-seeking nobles would continue to ally with the Cooper family or betray each other for personal gain. He'd have to wait and see. Then he stood watching the group of Chibi and Ron fighting monsters on the lower floor of the beast training tower, defeating 100 wolf beasts to advance to the middle floor of the tower. Salon told himself that while Cat Sardine was auctioning the Midran weapon, he needed to quickly level up his abilities. Suddenly, Chibi shouted excitedly, "Swordsman, watch out! This wolf is breaking through the encirclement," and the others focused their attacks on it. Immediately, the group surrounded a wolf beast in the middle. Chibi sat on Grand's shoulder, directing everyone to gather training resources. After obtaining the beast core, they quickly retreated, remembering to pay attention to the battle's rhythm. After seeing this, resting his chin, he silently noted that these people were from the Mercenary Alliance, and with a leader like Chibi, it's no wonder they earned a place in the academy. Suddenly, a wolf beast charged at Lisa, opening its jaws to attack her, but William quickly swung his sword to block it, shouting, "Lisa, run!" On the other side, Chibi shouted loudly, "Those two men shouldn't be so eager to fight. The most important thing for the people is their own lives." Done, William persistently fought against the Shadow Wolf, then turned back and said, "Leave it, you guys go ahead first." Seeing that, Chippy quickly ordered Ron to go rescue those two reckless guys. At the same time, he used his shoulder to blow away a Shadow Wolf, then two others came to support behind William and Lisa. On one side, William sighed and apologized to the captain. "I thought I could withstand the wolf's ambush." But Lisa spoke up to correct him. "No, it was all my fault. I'm the twin." Ron cut her off. "Wolves are pack animals and are best at attacking in groups. Next time you guys face them, you'll have more experience." Hearing that, Lisa replied, "All right," then transformed her hair into Medusa's snakes and used the Heavenly Lightning Killing Skill, a special move where her hair would strangle all the monsters within range. Suddenly, a Shadow Wolf threw its head back and let out a long howl. The wild call of a Shadow Wolf when in trouble increases the attack power of its companions. The effect can stack. Seeing this, William muttered, "This is going to be tough this time." Unexpectedly, they summoned many of their kind. Ron blocked one bare-handed, shouting, "Damn too many." Salon chopped off the head of a Shadow Wolf in front of Gron and said, "Wouldn't it be better to just take them all out?" Seeing that, Chippy and Gron gaped in astonishment. "Are you the Salon who defeated the nobles earlier?" Salon didn't answer immediately, but swung his sword to take down several Shadow Wolves at once. The system announced Shadow Wolves in the Beast Realm have been eliminated 25 out of 100. When he stopped, his whole body had absorbed a vast amount of their blood and energy. After a moment, Salon glanced back and said, "Thanks for letting me use the training room. That really helped me a lot." Then he threw 2 bottles to Chippy. "Thanks for saving my teammates. Everyone go ahead and heal first. Leave the rest to me." Then Salon created a whirlwind around himself, sucking all the blood energy of the dead wolves into his body. Seeing this, the other wolves growled angrily. Then Salon raised his cold red eye, put on a crimson cloak, and knelt down. The system then explained blood energy suppression. People with strong blood energy can use blood magic to intimidate those with weaker vitality. This made the wolves tremble and bow. Chippy, eyes wide and mouth open in amazement, exclaimed, "So you can directly scare the Shadow Wolves? That's a clever trick." Meanwhile, Salon raised his sword, shouted at the wolves, "Destroy them!" At the same time, he controlled the blood veins to dominate the creatures through the blood veins. Immediately, the wolves lunged and tore at each other. Ron looked horrified. "So you can control Shadow Wolves to fight among themselves? Blood magic is scarier than I thought." At the same time, the system announced Shadow Wolves in the Beast Realm eliminated 67 out of 100. Later, they continued fighting each other. The system reported Shadow Wolves in the lower Beast Realm eliminated 78 out of 100. Seeing this, Salon looked at his hand happily. "Good dogs. Because of me, offer up your hearts, and you will live forever in my blood." He was absorbing the life essence of creatures under his blood vein control, which can be commanded at will by the owner. At this moment, in Salon's hand was a heart. It directed blood energy to the wolves before him. Then Salon looked at the heart happily and said, "I will reclaim the rightful blood magic and open a land that belongs to us." Finally, the system announced Shadow Wolves in the lower Beast Realm eliminated 100 out of 100. At the same time, a magic formation appeared on the realm's roof, shining down a pillar of light. The system announced congratulations to all trainees for clearing the lower floor of the Beast Training Tower and opening the path to the middle floor. Salon stood before the teleport gate, turned and asked, "Will you continue to challenge Do you want to join in? Instantly, Chippy responded on behalf of Ron, William, and Lisa. The Mercenary Alliance always values loyalty and gratefully accepts your favor. Then there's no reason to run when it's time to fight. As they entered through the gate, Chippy spoke first. I remind you that the middle floor doesn't have real physical monsters. At the same time, the teleport gate took them to a place standing amid ruins. Someone looked at the surrounding souls and said, "Are these the souls of heroes from past battles?" Chippy also had to doubt if these were war remnants and the bones of the fallen heroes. Suddenly, the system announced the detection of living beings. The forgotten heroes are being activated. Then it showed the White Bone Knights issuing a mission request, the mid-level Soul Realm objective to eliminate all the forgotten heroes. Seeing that Cylon commented that they were all veterans who had died in battle years ago. Their remains were brought back to the Academy for storage in the training tower. This was also to motivate the newcomers to improve. Then he clasped his hands and saluted the veterans, excusing himself before ending his words. Salon unleashed the blood wolves, loudly shouting for everyone to clear the way. One blood wolf rushed forward and bit a knight's arm. Another quickly found an opponent. Meanwhile, the system reported the mid-level Soul Realm objective, eliminate all forgotten heroes 2 out of 100. Over here, Lisa watched the wolves at work, remarking that blood orbs really love eating bones. Then others also noted that the bones were already drained of blood orbs. Suddenly, the system updated the mid-level Soul Realm objective to eliminate all forgotten heroes is no longer above 100. This information made Salon suspicious. Could the forgotten heroes really self-heal by absorbing blood energy? Suddenly, a hero wielding a staff emitted a green light and struck towards Salon. He promptly jumped up to dodge and turned silently, analyzing that the blood energy only nourished them, so they couldn't casually use blood magic. Suddenly, a loud warning shout came when a hero with a sword appeared right behind him. Salon was cautious. He used his own sword to block the attacker's strike. Then he jumped back, thinking no wonder these warriors trained on the battlefield still retained their instinct for tactical coordination. Suddenly, countless green shooting stars fell from the skin. They attacked, following every step Salon took. He glanced around quietly, thinking the attack rhythm was linked and couldn't continue like this. Then he shouted loudly, "William, set up the defense line." Instantly, William raised his shield to block the falling shooting stars. Salon stood behind him. Then he ordered Lisa, "Take me over there." Without hesitation, she used her Medusa hair to fling Salon high into the air. Landing, he flew up and slashed a circular sword strike, taking out several heroes. When the system announced the elimination of all forgotten heroes numbered over 100, his cold gaze said, "Please rest in peace, everyone." Over there, Chippy looked up, sweating and commenting that everyone's individual and coordinated combat was great, but the mid-level Soul Realm was not as simple as they thought. After a while, heroes that seemed defeated recovered. The number of people confirmed eliminated by the system was 0. After thinking for a moment, can the heroes really recover infinitely? On one side, Lisa wrapped 5 people at once, with her hair rendering them immobile. She was sweating and gritting her teeth. Someone spoke, "From my experience, the forgotten heroes will continue to resurrect as long as they are not killed all at once." Elsewhere, William blocked the sword strikes of 2 people, hearing the voice continue, "They will drain our strength until we are completely defeated." Then Chibi added, "A little experience is enough. We know the way out and can lead everyone outside." Salon recalled being surrounded on all sides, thinking, "I didn't expect to face a battle situation like my past life again." He cheerfully said, "I already know how to defeat them." Salon seriously ordered everyone, "Listen to my command, stop attacking and stay close to me." Chippy objected, "You guys don't know this terrain. If you want to escape, you have to stay close to me." Then Salon, William, and Lisa rushed forward. "There are no deserters on the battlefield. I must win." Chibi smiled with satisfaction and followed, grown very battle-hardened and favored by our mercenary alliance. "This time I will follow your arrangement." He rushed forward while thinking. As William blocked the armored slash based on past life experience, if the dry bones can resurrect infinitely, there must be a source of restoration. He also observed that when Lisa restrained the skeletons, the dry bones' position and actions prioritized protecting this source. He quickly imagined every point at each position. As long as we move randomly across the battlefield, we can figure out their action patterns. Salon charged forward, throwing a slash that split the skeleton group in 2. This is the real key to breaking the situation. His eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked ahead. "Found you." In front of him was a giant skeleton emitting a dazzling blue light from its belly. He commanded the spirit, and immediately a huge blue circle appeared, covering the entire area. It was Bone Shield Formation Real 1, a super strong defense formed by bone fragments from the surrounding aura, both offensive and defensive. The surrounding skeletons stopped in bewilderment to watch. Suddenly, a silent one stepped forward from behind. Salon William warned, "Sound, be careful." Immediately, another one rushed to attack him. Lisa also flew into a rage, controlling her hair to attack, "Get lost." But one skeleton grabbed her hair. She was quickly thrown away and could only scream in terror. Suddenly, a hand reached out in front of Lisa. After helping her up, he reminded Lisa, "Watch your safety." He carefully advised William, "Don't worry about me, just protect Lisa." Chippy, fighting alongside Ron, also sensed something wrong and suggested, "John, check the battle power, it's too high." Just then a boulder fell, blocking the path. He gritted his teeth. "Damn it all, escape routes are blocked." Without hesitation, he drew his sword and charged. "Then we can only fight them to the death." Ron was annoyed too. This kind of careless arrangement is meant to wear us out to death. He looked at William and Lisa struggling side by side. The Forgotten Heroes' enhanced defense made William and Lisa's fight very tough. Salon activated his own power, dominating the bloodline through missing blood segments, stimulating himself and his teammates. He declared strongly, "The battle is almost over now. It's our turn to counterattack." William and Lisa also felt the fire spreading within them, the strength San had given them. "I feel like I can fight one more round." They advanced continuously, slaughtering the skeletons. The Mid-Soul Realm goal was to eliminate all 6 out of 100 Forgotten Heroes. Chippy seemed surprised to see his sword glowing red with blood magic. It could not only awaken human potential, but also strengthen weapons. Both he and Ron were ablaze. They were getting closer to their goal. Mid-Soul Realm goal, eliminate all 12 out of 100 Forgotten Heroes. Chibi smiled proudly. "If we can keep this up, we might actually win." Salon lightly touched his sword. Too slow. The Bloodline Dominance King's sword condensed the Bloodline Dominance into the weapon, creating super destructive power. His eyes filled with killing intent as he looked straight ahead. "Overusing blood magic will harm everyone's body." Then he raised his blazing sword to the sky. "You'll all regret this." "Then let me end it all." The surrounding area instantly burst into flames, sending smoke and dust everywhere. Chippy raised his hand to shield his face, condensing blood energy into his sword. "Jian, how many tricks are you still hiding?" A pillar of fire shot down from the sky to the ground at a terrifying speed. Salon stood firm, planting his sword into the ground, leaving these final words, "Please rest in peace, elders." The fire pillar caused a massive explosion that rocked the surroundings. The skeletons gradually dispersed. They had completed the Mid-Soul Realm goal, eliminating all 100 Forgotten Heroes, 100 out of 100. After they disappeared, a book was left behind. The Spirit Bone book has the ability to use dark magic to summon the souls of battlefield heroes to fight for the user. Salon held the book and handed it to Lisa. "Lisa, this Spirit Bone book is for you. It will help you gain many more allies." Chippy also praised John. "You're more suitable than me to be the Mercenary Alliance leader. You can lead us to a bright future." He put his hand on his shoulder to comfort him. "If you survive, there is a future. I need your help to protect my precious friends." At that moment, a voice echoed from somewhere, truly a deep bond between master and servant. A notification appeared. "Congratulations to all trainees for passing the Soul Realm floor of the training tower and opening the path to the Upper Saint Realm." There was a hint of irritation in the old man's voice. "It's a pity you insulted someone you shouldn't, which really annoys me." The space immediately fell silent. Dust took out a necklace. Behind him, a figure also appeared. "Looks like you don't realize who you've offended." Salon recalled one of the Cooper family's illegitimate children. It turned out that troublemaker came from the Noble Alliance. The old man lowered his head while the other raised his sword and stepped forward. "Although my nephew is a bit useless, it's not your place to teach him a lesson." Chippy protested clearly. "That guy was the one who stole our advanced cultivation room." Immediately, he and Ron were pushed away by an invisible force. That's the power of dust, called compressed dust. In an instant, the dust in the air is compressed, creating an enormous shockwave. He is the Saint Sword Dust. He lets you insult him. It seems Chris was too careless in training his new dice, causing you guys to underestimate the Saint Sword's power like this. Salon also confirmed it was true. He is indeed Dust Sword Dust, the one who stood shoulder to shoulder with the previous Hidden Sword Chris, a super powerhouse who can change the course of battle on his own. Just then, the young swordsman charged in, forcing him to raise his sword in defense. He was pushed back, Moreover, the summoning ability was incredibly strong. A Saint Sword powerhouse is truly a monster. Then his sword blazed red along with the appearance of a fire dragon. Standing still and waiting to die isn't my style, Senior. You've made a mistake. William charged forward to help him. Lisa also used the book she had just gotten. Instantly, a skeleton army appeared. Dust mocked, saying the sight was quite intimidating. A cloud of smoke passed over them, and they immediately stopped. That dust uses its breath to cleanse the body and crush all earth magic creatures that mock it. Truly a bunch of brats who don't know their place. Before absolute power, you simply don't have the right. Salon gritted his teeth in amazement. Just one breath and it nullified our attack. Then he raised his finger, gathering a circle of dust around him. I have to make you all taste some pain. That's condensed dust. Dust clings to the body with moisture, turning the person to stone. William and Lisa trembled and stood frozen. Salon also used his bloodline power, dominating blood vessels, activating his blood attribute to break the restrictions. He clenched his fist and raised it straight up. If you offend my nephew, you have to go through me. So if you have the guts, come at me. Thanks to that, their powers countered Dust's ability, causing Dust to swirl wildly. Dust summoned a small white sword made of dust that moved at the Saint Sword's will and had devastating power. The small swords gathered around him. Then I will grant your wish. He did not hesitate and charged forward. As long as Dust's target remained him, William and the others would be safe. He used dominating blood vessels, activated through his blood attribute, to violently awaken immense potential. He worried he could heal his wounds anytime, but if these dust creatures only needed to injure him, they would be stained with blood. So he used rapid regeneration, which instantly healed physical wounds and removed negative effects. Salon rushed forward to slash at his dust broom, but the force pushed him back. Once the dust creature is covered in blood, it will be affected by his magic. Thinking that he charged again, he heard Dust had been seriously ill in his past life. As long as he kept fighting, he believed he had a chance to survive. His eyes were full of determination, but the sword was stopped by Dust's bare hand before it could reach him. Dust looked at the sword frozen before him at the brat. You actually managed to touch me. Suddenly, Dustin smiled brightly. Congratulations on passing the trial. Salon was confused and didn't understand what was happening. Senior, I am the one who answers. How could I destroy the Academy's future star just because of a useless nephew? Then he gently waved at them. In a flash, they were somewhere else. He looked around in amazement. Was this really Senior Dust personally escorting them out? He instructed that from now on they could come and go from the Academy freely without control. At that moment, Cassidy stepped forward, holding a small bottle. The Midran staff was auctioned by a mysterious person for the highest price in history. Even buying an entire city wouldn't be a problem. She said it reminded her of Hera. My Midran staff cannot be sold to the Cooper family because Erlin, the useless one, Cooper's eldest wife, would definitely get it at any cost. Speaking of which, she was curious. So your prior prediction was exactly this. Salon placed his hand on her shoulder, saying, That's right. I not only forced them to spend a huge amount of money, but also made them dig their own graves. His face turned serious. Cassidy, please spread this news within the Noble Alliance. The Midran mine is located in the Silver Mist swamp territory of the Cooper family. She didn't understand. Was he announcing the Midran secret to the public? He reassured her, Don't worry. I'm the only one who knows how to refine Midran. Even if others see it, they won't recognize the ore. Cassidy worried about the risk, but the old beasts from the major families would definitely bloodbath the Silver Mist swamp for the Midran mine. Salon had it all figured out. The head of the Cooper family would certainly do everything to avoid any connection to Midran. If a Midran staff were discovered in the Cooper family right now, it would be extremely hard to explain. Then he took the bottle from Cassidy's hand and called everyone. Brothers of the Mercenary Alliance, I will give you the best equipment. Follow me into the Silver Mist swamp.